Today we want to beat every single Pokemon champion, and there is a lot of them, as the one and only Ash Ketchum. Each region will be using the Pokemon he had there, like Greninja for Pokemon Y and Infernape for Pokemon Platinum, and so on. If he does manage to beat them all, there's 3 powerful trainers he must face to claim victory. With some added rules for more difficulty, could Ash beat every Pokemon champion? Let's find out. First up is Pokemon Fire Red, and we have the champion for this game, Blue. Our team is pretty strong with Pokemon like Tauros, Lapras, and Kingler. I didn't want to just use his starters, as Ash had quite a diverse pool of Pokemon in Kanto. Blue's lead is his Pidgeot, and we lead off with our lead for this run, Pikachu. We miss a Thunder turn 1 and we get Sand through in our face, reducing our accuracy. We miss a Thunder again and we get Feather Dance, reducing our attack. However, we do hit a Thunder on turn 3 for the one-hit knockout on Pidgeot. Second though, Blue just sends out Rhydon. We can't hurt it, and a quick attack does like 1 damage before a single Earthquake takes down Pikachu. I now go into Kingler and we hit a massive Crab Hammer, and even with Rhydon's high defense, it falls to our mighty Crab. Third is Executor. A Stomp critical hits for massive damage, but a single Giga Drain takes us down, and it heals Executor a lot too. That sucks. I go into Primeape now and we hit a Mega Kick for good damage. Then we get hit with an Egg Bomb. The next turn I decide to go for a Thrash, which is enough to take down the 3-headed Eggplant. We're locked into Thrash now and we do massive damage to Alakazam too, who then sets up a Future Sight attack as we get confused. Blue 4 restores and we hit ourselves in confusion. We hit ourselves again and then we die to the Future Sight attack. I go into Taurus now and go for Fissure. We actually land it and it's a guaranteed one-hit knockout, so I'll take that. Then comes Arcanine and I try to Fissure this too, but I miss. I keep going for it, but eventually Arcanine takes us down. So we go into Lapras and we hit a Water Gun for exactly half, as the Flamethrower doesn't do too much to us. A final Water Gun attack and Lapras takes down Arcanine. This leaves a Water v Water standoff. We go for Shockwave, doing close to half, as Blastoise just heals us with Hydro Pump. How kind of him. We Shockwave again to bring him to the red, as he heals with his Citrus Berry and sets up the rain. So a final Shockwave attack takes down Blue, beating our first champion of the run. On to the second. Lance is a champion of Johto, and the next we face. Our team is very weak compared to his. I'm not sure if this is even possible. And I was right, it's just not possible. We can take down a few of his Pokemon, but our team is just so frail, having first form starters and Pokemon. His team just does way too much damage, and we don't even make it past his Aerodactyl ever. I try over and over, but with the moveset, it's just not happening. So I decide to try and improve some of Ash's moves to see if we have a chance then. After 21 attempts and fantastic RNG, we finally make it past Aerodactyl, only to just lose to his Dragonites. This is rough. I'm running out of ideas on how we can even get past Lance. I decided to let myself use a Donphan now to see if that will help. I know Ash didn't evolve it until Hoenn, but even then, it still doesn't matter. We just can't survive any hits. But I'm me, I never give up, and eventually this happens on our 38th attempt. Lance leads with Gyarados and we lead with Pikachu. A Volt Tackle takes him out in one move always, but we always take big recoil too. We then do a quarter to Dragonite, but we fall to a single Fire Blast. Then I send out Totodile and I go for Ice Beam to take out his Ace Dragonite, and this is what sets this run different. Dragonite misses a Thunder and our Ice Beam takes him down in one move also. Then is his third Dragonite, who goes for Thunder Wave, but we break through and Ice Beam him to 1 HP. Lance 4 restores, but we don't get paralyzed, and Ice Beam again to bring him back to the red. Lance restores again, but we take him down with a critical hit Ice Beam, and Totodile just took down 3 Dragonites. But then his Aerodactyl. He misses a Thunderfang, and Totodile does fantastic damage with an Ice Beam. The next turn though, a Thunderfang brings us low and we get paralyzed. So Aerodactyl finally ends Totodile's spree. We now go into Donphan, who tanks an Aerial Ace, and we take him out with a hidden power, leaving his last Pokemon Charizard. We live an Aerial Ace and can take him down with a 4-time super effective Rock Slide, finally beating Lance. We had to have a Donphan and have upgraded moves and the perfect RNG to even stand a chance, but we made it through barely. We can finally move on to the third champion. In Pokemon Ruby, Steven is the champion. He has mainly Rock and Steel types, and our team is looking great actually versus him. We have some solid Pokemon in Sceptile, Torkoal, and Glalie too. Steven's lead is Skarmory, and turn 1 our Pikachu's Volt Tackle, and the animation looks sick by the way, does a massive amount of damage to the Steel Bird before he sets up a layer of spikes, and we take big recoil damage. Steven heals up Skarmory, and our Volt Tackle brings him back down. He then doubles into Claydol, who's immune to it, as Pikachu then hits an Iron Tail for good damage and reducing his defense too before he falls. I now send out Glalie, and with a freezing Ice Beam we take down Claydol. I don't think the crit we got there mattered either. Steven then sends out Cradilly, who's weak to ice, and a single Ice Beam takes down Cradilly too. Then it's back to Skarmory. Steven full restores again, but our Ice Beam does massive damage and we get the freeze, which also doesn't matter as we take him down with another Ice Beam the next turn. This brings out our Moldo, who we do massive damage to before we take an Ancient Power to put us low. A final Ice Beam and the Ancient Bug falls too, and Glalie showing his power. Then is his ace Metagross. An Ice Beam does basically nothing to him before we fall to a Meteor Mash. We now send out our Fire Turtle, Torkoal, and we get hit by an Earthquake doing massive damage, but thanks to our bulk, we survive, and we hit a Flamethrower to take down the Steel and Psychic type. This just leaves an Aggron left. He goes for an Earthquake, and Torkoal hangs on by a sliver and hits a massive Overheat, and with Aggron's low special defense, he falls too, giving us a very nice victory over Steven, and I'll take that after what Lance did to me, but there's still one more champion in Hoenn left to face. Our second champion for Generation 3 is Wallace. He's a water type specialist, and we've got great coverage for his team with Sceptile and Pikachu, although the rest of our team may struggle. Wallace leads with a massive Wailord, and Pikachu lands a critical hit Volt Tackle on the whale to take it down in one swift attack. But Wailord's got massive HP and we nearly fall to recoil damage alone. Then rather than sending out a ground type, he chooses a Pokemon 4 times weak to electric, Gyarados, who falls to a single Volt Tackle too. Then Pikachu does succumb to his recoil damage. I decide to go into Swellow and Wallace sends out Tentacruel. We hit a critical hit Aerial Ace, so many crits this run on both sides before we take an Ice Beam rather low. Wallace burns a full restore as our Aerial Ace is still doing over half to him. A final Aerial Ace and we take down Tentacruel. This brings out the bulky Milotic. We hit an Aerial Ace doing nearly half before Swellow falls to an Ice Beam. I can't afford to Receptile yet, so I go into Torkoal, who's nearly falls to a single Surf. We hit a Body Slam and we paralyze Milotic before he heals with his Berry. We get off a little bit more chip damage before Torkoal falls too. I now go into Corphish and Vice Grip, but we do nothing as Milotic recovers. We then Crab Hammer and Metal Claw, but we're doing absolutely no damage and we just fall to Surfs. So I go into Sceptile and hit a Leaf Blade, critical hitting again and taking down Milotic. This brings out Ludicolo. It becomes an exchange of Surf and Leaf Blades and heals and double teams as we just keep Leaf Blading. Eventually we go down to the Overgrow range and we take him down with a Leaf Blade. This brings out his last Pokemon, Whiscash, who's 4 times weak to grass. We are in Overgrow range and a Sceptile's Leaf Blade finishes off the Generation 3 champions. It's time to head to Sinnoh. Cynthia is a champion of the Sinnoh region. Her team is a powerful one and we've got some really solid Pokemon, but we also have some weak ones too, like Gibble. I'm not sure how this will go. Our first attempt was pretty close. Staraptor puts in some solid work cleaning up the last few Pokemon, but this just leaves me with a Weasel versus a Roserade, and we're just not powerful enough to take it down in one hit, and we're too frail to survive one hit. I'm sure if I play it better, I can beat her. So Cynthia's lead is Spiritomb, and I Thunderbolt with Pikachu. Then we take a Dark Pulse, putting us low. The next turn I Volt Tackle, putting her in the red before we fall to recoil damage. Then I go into Gibble and Dragon Pulse on Cynthia's full restore for good damage. We then dig underground, dodging an attack as we connect to bring her back to the red with a critical hit. Then we barely live a Dark Pulse. A final dig underground from our Gibble and we pick up a knockout. But then is our evolution Garchomp, who immediately kills us. We now go into Buizel and Ice Punch for massive damage and we get the freeze. Garchomp eats its berry, immediately falls out and takes down Buizel with just one Earthquake. I go into Staraptor for the Intimidate and I go for a Brave Bird and we do just enough damage to take down Garchomp. This brings out Milotic and I just Brave Bird, putting it in the red as it decides to go for an Aqua Ring, taking it out of full restore range, so Staraptor gets to take it down. This brings out Togekiss, who doesn't take a Brave Bird well at all before Staraptor finally falls to an Air Slash. I go into Infernape and Cynthia full restores, but our Flare Blitzes are doing massive damage and we take her down. This leaves her with 2 Pokemon left, both weak to fire. We Flare Blitz Roserade for a one-shot, and this brings out our last Pokemon Lucario, but it's part Steel type and Infernape's Flare Blitz destroys him, beating Cynthia. It's time to head to Univers where 2 champions await us. First up in Gen 5 is Alder, and he's got some solid Pokemon. Definitely a bug theme going on here, so our Pignite is going to be valuable. Let's give it a shot. Alder's lead of a Selgor means Pikachu won't get an attack off, so we quick attack before we die to a single Bug Buzz. Then we send out Pignite. A Selgor misses a Focus Blast and we go for a Flame Charge, boosting our speed and critical hitting to take him down. So many crits. Then is Bufalon. We hit a Brick Break for over half, then we take an Earthquake to Blaze. Then Alder full restores, but our Brick Break does so much damage there's no way he can survive. He then sends out a Scavalier and a Blaze boosted Flame Charge just just demolishes the bug and steel type. Fourth is Volcarona, and we can't hurt it unfortunately, so we Brick Break for a little damage before we fall to a Bug Buzz. This lets us go into Boldore. Volcarona tries to set up, but Rock Blast just destroy the fire and bug type and he stands no chance. Then is Druddigon, who crits us with a Night Slash before we hit a 5-turn Rock Blast putting the dragon low. He hits us again with a Night Slash before Boldore picks up a second knockout. Last is the Ice Cream Vanillix. He quickly takes down Boldore with a Blizzard, so we just go into Crocodile. We connect to Stone Edge and that's enough to melt the Ice Cream and give us our first Gen 5 victory. On to the second. Iris is the second champion and the majority of her Pokemon are dragons. Crocodile and Dragonclaw will for sure be the MVP here. We need to do serious damage before he falls. Iris's lead is Hydreigon and turn 1 Pikachu hits a resisted Volt Tackle, but we get the paralysis and Hydreigon doesn't attack us. Turn 2 we hit an Iron Tail and get the defense drop before one move just takes us down. Now we go into Pignite to instantly take down Hydreigon with a Brick Break, and for some reason Iris goes into Aggron. We Brick Break again and it barely hangs on as it just automizes raising its speed. Iris goes for the full restore, so I Flame Charge boosting our speed on the heal. Then we hit a Brick Break to take it down after Flame Charge's damage. Third she chooses her ace Haxorus. We get off a Brick Break for decent damage thanks to a great attack stat as he sets up with Dragon Dance, not good. Then Haxorus kills Pignite with an Earthquake. I instantly go into Crocodile to intimidate Haxorus as he goes for another Dragon Dance before he falls to a Dragonclaw. Fourth is Druddigon. We Dragonclaw barely missing out on the KO before a Focus Blast brings us to the red. A final Dragonclaw though and we get to take down Druddigon. This now brings out her Lapras. A Stone Edge does fantastic damage before Crocodile falls to an Ice Beam. I now go into Leavanny to take down Lapras with an Energy Ball, leaving only an Archeops left. We Energy Ball, taking him below half and activating Defeatus, but there's no chance we survive an Acrobatics and we go down. I go into Palpitoad, who takes an Acrobatics and misses a Hydro Pump. We take one more attack before we connect to Hydro Pump, taking down Archeops and defeating Iris. With that, Gen 5 is beat. It's time to head to Kalos and Gen 6. Diantha is a champion of Kalos and who we take on next. Her team's pretty strong, but so is ours, with all of them being great. But we do have a very big weakness to Rock and her Mega Gardevoir. Hawlucha is her lead, and we have the better matchup here. We're faster than the Luchador Bird and take it instantly out with a super effective Volt Tackle. Then we take hefty recoil damage in the process. This brings out her T-Rex old Tyrantrum. An Iron Tail does a surprising amount of damage before Tyrantrum hits a critical hit head smash to take down Pikachu, and he puts himself low from recoil. I now go into Hawlucha, who actually looks like it can put a massive dent in her team. We hit a Karate Chop and being part Rock type, Tyrantrum falls too. She then sends out her Ice Dinosaur Aurorus, but this thing is 4 times weak to fighting, so a Karate Chop just demolishes him, and that's 2 quick knockouts for Hawlucha. But then is the bulky Dino Gudra. Our Karate Chop still is doing close to half as the Dragon Pulse is doing roughly the same amount of damage back to us. We exchange the same attacks once more, putting us both in the red, and Diantha now full restores, and I go for a risky move, High Jump Kick, but we land it and the damage from it is scary. Diantha heals once more, but we get lucky and connect our next one and it critical hits, so Gudra falls. That's probably like 30 critical hits this run so far. This brings out Galguys, who can immediately revenge kill us with a Shadow Sneak. I decide to give our own Gudra some time in the limelight. It's actually under level 2, which is not that good, but we outspeed the Ghost and Grass type to take it really low with an Ice Beam before we get Trick or Treated, adding the Ghost type to us. Diantha full restores her Galguys, but it's in vain as our Ice Beam rolls better this time and takes her down. This leaves her final Pokemon and by far the most scary Gardevoir. Gardevoir Mega Evolves into Mega Gardevoir and we outspeed thanks to the stat change not taking effect yet before a Moonblast brings us incredibly low. The next turn she outspeeds us again and takes us down. I decide to go into Greninja now, who's not Battle Bond yet unfortunately. We go for a Water Shuriken. I probably said that wrong. We hit Gardevoir though only twice before a single Moonblast destroys our Greninja. I now go into my last dragon, Noivern, who outspeeds Gardevoir and thanks to no item and acrobatics is more than enough to take down the Mega. Beating Diantha and becoming champion of Kalos, it's time to set sail to Alola. Hau is the person we fight to become champion here and he's always one of the most trickiest. His team really does pack a punch, although we have one of our strongest teams yet. We also have Greninja still, and that's so we can try and use Battle Bond. Hau's lead is an Alolan Raichu and we lead off with our Pikachu wearing the Alola hat. It's a terrible matchup for us. There's only one thing I want Pikachu to do, and he does. We survive a Psychic from Raichu just barely, and this means we can go for our Z move, 10 million Bolt Thunderbolt. This is a unique move to Pikachu, and I must say the animation is fantastic. Game Freak did a really good job. I do like what they did with some of the Z moves. By unleashing this attack, we actually managed to do over at half, even though it's resisted thanks to a critical hit. The next turn, Raichu wins the speed race and beats us with a quick attack, but this gives me the perfect opportunity to go into Greninja. We thankfully outspeed and hit a Night Slash to take down Raichu, and this in return activates our ability Battle Bond, and we transform into Ash Greninja. But there's a big issue. It's only going to be short-lived as Hal sends out a Leafeon. We go for an aerial ace, but our attack just isn't that great. We do half, and then a single Leaf Blade takes down Ash Greninja. Anticlimactic, I know. I can now go into Incineroar, another real powerhouse, and we take a Leaf Blade pretty decently. Then we deliver a Fire Fang to knock out the evolution. Hal sends out Tauros next, who intimidates us, and for some reason my screen's been a bit tiny cut here, so I do apologise. He hits an Earthquake and we go down to the red, activating Blaze, so our Fire Blast does a tremendous amount of damage to him. The next turn though, we do fall to an Earthquake, but we've done great damage. Our options are starting to get pretty limited, so I go into Rowlet. He hits a double edge and I'm thinking that's the end, but Rowlet survives on 1 HP and Tauros falls to his own recoil. Then Hal sends out Crabominable, the Ice and Fighting Crab. Rowlet outspeed, hits a Brave Bird and takes down the Ice Fighting Crab before losing its 1 HP to recoil. He did more than Ash Greninja did, I'm shocked. We now go into Lycanroc and out comes Noivern. This is coming down to the wire. We hit a priority Accelerock for over half as a Super Fang puts us at exactly half too. One more Accelerock and we take down Noivern. This just leaves his starter and ace Incineroar left. We connect to Stone Edge, putting Incineroar on just a sliver before he hits an Earthquake to take down Lycanroc. This leaves us with a 1-on-1. We go into our last Pokemon and probably going to say it's wrong, Naganadel. Hal full restores his Incineroar as our Sludge Bomb does close to half, but we get the poison too, so he takes a bit more chip damage, putting him under half. This means a final Sludge Bomb from our Ultra Beast and we take down Incineroar and we defeat Hal in a pretty close battle, but it was a fantastic one at that. It's time for the Switch games now. So for Trace, and we're back to Kanto, we've still got a full team of Pokemon we can use, which is fantastic. Although his team can be pretty easy usually, and we've got a Melmetal this fight. Let's destroy Trace. The battle starts off by Trace Mega Evolving his Pidgeot into Mega Pidgeot, and we do fantastic damage with a Thunderbolt before we take a Heat Wave to close to half. Then Trace pulls a double on us going into Marowak, so he's immune to our attack. We then Iron Tail for good damage also before we dodge a Boomerang. We Iron Tail again this time and he connects a Boomerang doing fantastic damage to us. We get off yet another Iron Tail and we get the defense lowered before his next Boomerang takes out Pikachu. I now decide to unleash Melmetal. Marowak's defense is lowered and we have a move called Double Iron Bash. Trace full restores and our Melmetal takes him down with ease. Trace now sends out Rapidash the Fire Horse to counter us. He hits the Flare Blitz and we take it alright to be honest, and our Double Iron Bash after recoil is still doing great damage. He then hits a bigger Flare Blitz the next turn, bringing us low as he critical hits, but he just takes himself out from recoil doing so. Trace now sends out Mega Pidgeot again. We take a Heat Wave, putting Melmetal on just 11 HP, but we survive and take down his Mega with Melmetal, and he's shown his true power here. But out comes Jolteon to instantly finish us off with a Thunder attack, but Melmetal did fantastic. We don't really have good options left, so I go into Muck, but we only know 3 moves, because Ash knew 3 moves in the anime. Sludge Bomb is looking like a 3 to 4 hit knockout as we luckily dodge a Thunder, but then he connects it and we're doing enough. So eventually we do get to take down Jolteon. Then out comes Slowbro. While we're at half, we just throw Sludge at him too and we snag a Poison, but a Psychic just immediately takes down Muck in yet another critical hit. Now we are really struggling. I now go into Pidgeot, who also knows 3 moves, and this was a very long exchange. If you see my other champion challenges, then you know Trace has about 5 billion full restores. So it becomes an exchange of Wing Attack, Surfs, and full restores. Eventually we get Slowbro low enough where he doesn't heal and Pidgeot picks up the knockout, but it's really weakened, and his last Pokemon is only a Vileplume though. Wing Attack does fantastic damage and Vileplume sets up a Reflect. So our next Wing Attack now doesn't kill and we take a Sludge Bomb to a sliver of health. Then Trace uses yet another full restore. This means we can bring Vileplume down low again, but we lose another Pokemon, Pidgeot. But do not fret, we send out Mr. Mime or Mimey with a Psychic attack, we take down Trace, beating Kanto for the last time. It's time to head to Gala. The champion for Sword and Shield is Leon. His team is really strong with a Gigantamax Charizard, and now we have Ash's champion winning team. How will Ash fare versus Leon this time in the games? Let's find out. Leon's lead is his Aegislash, and Pikachu here goes for Electro Web as he King Shield, meaning turn 1 is just a dead turn. The second turn we unleash a Volt Tackle for fantastic damage before Aegislash just instantly kills Pikachu with a Shadow Ball. I now go into Surfetched. I go for a Detect expecting the King Shield, but he doesn't go for it. Alright, I see. So now I go to attack. and he goes for a King Shield, reducing our Surfetch'd attack. Well done, Leon, you completely played me. Now we do get to hit a Brutal Swing for good damage before Surfetch'd gets hit with a Flash Cannon for good damage and reducing our special defense too. But a final Brutal Swing when he's not in shield form and he falls. This brings out Mr. Rhyme, the dancing Mr. Mime. I go for a Fury Cutter, still doing great damage considering our reduced attack stat before we fall to a Psychic attack. I decide this is a good time to send out Lucario, and unfortunately we can't Mega Evolve, but our Bullet Punch does bring into a sliver of HP as he goes for a Teeter Dance, confusing us. Leon now burns a full Restore, healing up before we break through and punch him again. Then Lucario breaks through once more to deliver a final Bullet Punch to take out Mr. Rhyme. This now brings out Haxorus. Lucario snaps out of confusion and hits a Force Palm for great damage and gets a Paralyze, and he gets Parahaxed. We then Force Palm one more time, bringing him low before he breaks through and hits an Earthquake to just obliterate Lucario. So our best play next is Dragonite, who outspeeds Haxorus and takes him out of a Dragon Claw. This then brings out the faster dragon Dragapult. He hits a Dragon Breath for solid damage before a Draco Meteor one-shots him, but at the downside of reducing our special attack stat harshly. Leon then brings out his Water Starter Inteleon next. A Dark Pulse critical hits us, putting us close to the end, but our attack isn't reduced, so we Dragon Claw to bring him to half. The next turn, he takes out Dragonite with a Dark Pulse. This gives us the best time to go into Gengar. We Gigantamax our Gengar and go for a G-Max Terror, and this is for sure enough to take down Inteleon. This leaves his last Pokemon, Charizard. Leon Gigantamaxes Charizard, so it's a standoff as we outspeed and hit another G-Max Terror for fantastic damage, as Charizard goes for a Max Rockfall for some reason, which we tank better. Then we both take chip damage as this sets up the Sandstorm. With that chip damage, however, our next and last G-Max Terror is enough to take down Charizard, beating Leon and becoming champion of Gala. It's time to head to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. The last champion is Geeta for Generation 9, and she's got some really unique Pokemon. Ash unfortunately retired at this point, but we can still do this challenge for him. What I'm going to do is use a different Pokemon for each generation now. I didn't want to just use starters, so we've mixed it up a little bit too. Her leader's a Sparfer, and Pikachu's faster, and a Volt Tackle does great damage, but our frailty shows as we instantly die to a Lumina Crash with a critical hit, but I'm not sure that mattered at all. My next Pokemon is Heracross. We outspeed a Sparfer and connect a 85% accuracy Mega Horn to take it down. Second, she then goes into Go-Goat for some reason, I'm guessing because of Play Rough, but our Mega Horn just obliterates the Grass Goat in one hit too. Third, she sends out King Gambit, and it's part Dark type, so even he doesn't take a Mega Horn well, which we've now hit 3 times in a row by the way, and it does half. Then we take a Zen Headbutt, barely hanging on with 24 HP. Heracross then connects a 4th Mega Horn to take down King Gambit. Geeta now sends out Veluza, and I'm thinking, alright, we're going to die to an Aqua Jet. Nope, she doesn't go for it, and we connect a 5th Mega Horn in a row to take down the Psychic Fish. Avalugg comes out, and at this point I'm shocked. I even checked Mega Horn's accuracy. Then we connect a Rock Slide for a tiny bit of damage before Heracross finally falls to an Avalanche, but what a shift he just put in. I send out Infernape next and go for a Flare Blitz, but Avalugg is bulky and hangs on with 1 HP, as he goes for an Earthquake, but Infernape hangs on with 3 HP too, activating Blaze. We then get to take down the Ice Slab with a Flame Wheel. This leaves 1 Pokemon left, and it's Erase Glamora. Geeta terastallizes it into a pure Rock type, and I just go for a Blaze boosted Flare Blitz for great damage considering, but we take ourselves out too. I then go into Greninja, and we get poisoned thanks to Glamora's ability, which is Toxic Debris. I go for a Water Shuriken, and we keep connecting it. We hit Glamora 5 times, bringing her down to 1 HP before Glamora goes for a Terra Blast, bringing Greninja super low. After poison damage, we're in the red, but this means we can just finish her off with a final Water type attack, defeating Glamora, beating Geeta, and defeating every single Pokemon champion as Ash Ketchum. Or have we? Atop of the Snowy Mount Silver is Legendary Trainer Red and a Champion Trainer 2. But our first attempt goes horribly. We can only take down half of his team before we just lose. Let's try again. Nope, still not happening. Hail just really hurts the Pokemon I've chose because I'm very smart and gave myself 2 flying types. But I like to persevere, so I'm going to keep on going. Attempt 15 and we get this fight. The battle starts off with a Pikachu standoff. Our Volt Tackle brings him low and his just outright kills us. And after recoil, we both just die, which I think is a fitting start to a Red versus Ash battle. Then is Lapras and we choose Donphan. A Rock Slide brings him to half HP before a Blizzard just demolishes us. We then send out Staraptor to revenge kill Lapras with a close combat. Then out comes Snorlax, who takes the close combat to literally 1 HP, which is bad because we definitely die to a blizzard after the defense drops, but it's good because he now falls to hail damage. We then go into our shiny Noctowl. I go for a foresight and I take a blizzard to half. I then risk it and put it to sleep with hypnosis. We then start using air slashes while we both keep taking hail damage too, but thanks to a miss we only bring him to 1 HP again before Red uses a full restore and we're just super low. We luckily land another hypnosis, so we get off a few more attacks before Red heals him yet again. Then we just fall to hail damage. I go into Glalie and I go for a headbutt and we get a flinch. We then keep headbutting as Blastoise luckily misses Focus Blast and then he falls. But this just brings out Charizard. We Ice Beam, we freeze him, but it just falls out instantly and he Flare Blitzes us to 13 HP and takes himself to the Red in recoil too. Red then full restores Charizard as our next Ice Beam critical hits him to take him out in one move. Another critical hit. The RNG is just absolutely insane this fight. This brings out Venusaur, who we bring low with an Ice Beam before we die to a Sludge Bomb, and after hail he's in the red. We send out Torkoal, our last hope, as Red full restores and we Flamethrower, critically hitting again and taking him out. I think we won regardless of the crit, but the amount of hypnosis hits, critical hits and freezes was just amazing. Team Plasma N and a champion himself, who also has a legendary. We need to win to continue. N leads off with Reshiram and we lead with Pikachu. We outspeed and hit a Volt Tackle, paralyzing the legendary as he hits a Fusion Flare to just obliterate us. We then send out Tauros and I just go for Fissures. We're just not lucky and we don't hit any and Reshiram takes us down. Then we go into Crocodile and we Dragon Claw for huge damage as we take him Fusion Flare. N4 restores his legendary, but we just keep Dragon Clawing and Crocodile gets to take him down. Then is Vanillix, but N's Vanillix is more powerful than Alder's and survives the Stone Edge barely before taking Crocodile down with a Blizzard. Perfect time to go into Pignite, who flame charges for the knockout and raises our speed, but this just brings out Caracosta. We do huge damage with a Brick Break before a Waterfall just destroys us. We send out Unpheasant, who actually can't really hurt this thing either, and it's looking like this is over. We barely survive a Stone Edge on 8 HP, but then we just die to an Aqua Jet the next turn, so it's all up to Kingler. Kingler comes out and hits a Stomp that does nothing, but we flinch, so our next Stomp takes him out. Then is Klinklang, who takes a Crabhammer and lives and Thunderbolts us, nearly taking us out, but our next Crabhammer deals with him. This brings out Zoroark, who we outspeed and Crabhammer for the one-shot too, leaving only an Archeops left. Kingler shows his true power by taking down the Rock and Flying Bird and saving our N attempt. It's time for the last champion of the games. Kieran, the most latest champion to be introduced and one of the hardest. This has a focus on double battles. As it's Ash's last battle, I decided to upgrade a few of our Pokemon moves from the pretty awful moveset. Things like giving Lycanroc Crunch Over Bite and Greninja Ice Beam. I've learnt my lesson from the last video. Our first attempt is actually quite good. We managed to make it to Hydrapple, but only with a weakened Infernape, so he just falls to a single attack. I think if I play this better, we can win very quickly. We lead with Pikachu and Greninja into Dragonite and Politoed. I Terrastalise Pikachu to power up his electric moves, as he's the one I think would probably get Terrastalized a lot in the anime. Then Greninja Ice Beams Dragonite. Protean activates, which turns us into the Ice type for the whole fight now, taking him to half. And we hit a boosted Volt Tackle, but Politoed has a Wakamberry completely negating the boost and takes half before a Weather Ball from Politoed kills Pikachu very easily. Dragonite then goes for a Thunder on Greninja, but thanks to our ability, we take it a bit better, but it still does massive damage. I now send out Sceptile. Greninja can take down Dragonite with an Ice Beam, and Sceptile's Leaf Storm does just enough damage to take down Politoed too, so we don't take any more damage this turn, which is best case scenario. However, this brings out two massive threats, Incineroar and Porygon Z. Incineroar fakes out Greninja turn 1, then Sceptile hits a Rock Slide, not for much damage, but we get the all-important flinch on Porygon Z. Then the next turn, Greninja hits a Rain Boosted Hydro Pump for huge damage as we Rock Slide again with Sceptile. This time Porygon Z does hit a Hyper Beam, and that's for sure a dead Sceptile, but we flinch Incineroar, so again amazing RNG. We send out Lycanroc in place of Sceptile, and Porygon Z's recharging, so only Incineroar to worry about. Greninja's Rain Boosted Hydro Pump just takes him out, and Lycanroc finishes off Porygon Z with a Stone Edge. This just leaves us against two Pokemon, his Ace Hydrapple and Grimmsnarl. Kieran Terrastalizes Hydrapple into a fighting type as Greninja's Ice Beam Grimmsnarls, and Lycanroc Stone Edge critical hits Grimmsnarl, putting him in the red, but he hangs on and kills Greninja with his Spirit Break. Then Hydrapple goes for a Fickle Beam on Lycanroc, but as he didn't go all out, we survive it. Now I send out Heracross. Lycanroc can instantly kill Grimmsnarl with an Accelerock, leaving us with a 2-on-1, as Heracross's Mega Horn does decent damage to Hydrapple, who then goes for a Terra Blast to kill Lycanroc. This leaves us with an Infernape and a Heracross left, but it's looking good for us. Infernape's Flare Blitz does great damage to Hydrapple, and Heracross connects another Mega Horn to bring him to the red, as an Earth Power obliterates Infernape too. This leaves us with a fully healthy Heracross, who connects the last Mega Horn of the run to take down Hydrapple, beating Kieran second try and defeating every single champion as Ash Ketchum. Today we want to try and beat every single Pokemon champion, and there is a lot of them now, as Paul. A lot of you guys voted, and it really looks like you want Paul. He's a really strong trainer and has access to some incredibly powerful Pokemon like Drapion, Gastrodon, and of course the monster Electivire, and many more. This should be quite an easy challenge, but who knows? If we add in some rules like the ones on the screen now to make this a little bit more challenging for ourselves. Also, side note, I won't be playing remakes of the same champion, so if we play Fire Red, we won't be playing Red. Let's get started. First up on our challenge is Pokemon Fire Red, and we have the champion for this game, Blue. Our level cap is 61 for this fight, and we have a really weird but powerful team. So his lead is Pidgeot, and we lead with our main Pokemon, Electabuzz. We outspeed Pidgeot and Thunder Punch for a huge amount of damage, but Pidgeot decides to be annoying and throw sand in our face, lowering our accuracy. Blue full restores Bejesus now, but we miss a Thunder Punch thanks to the sand. The next turn we Thunder Punch again, this time landing it, and Pidgeot throws more sand at us. Great. Thankfully, we connect the third time and take down Pidgeot. Blue decides to send out Rhydon now, and an Earthquake is definitely coming, so I swap to Murkrow on the move. We go for an Icy Wind here, dealing a solid chunk of damage to him and lowering his speed in the process, as he throws some rocks at Murkrow, doing over half and lowering our speed too. We have to switch now, so we can go into Metagross and we eat up the Rock Tomb extremely well. It does barely nothing to us. Then we can fire off a Meteor Mash, taking down Rhydon. Arcanine is out now, and we swap into our own fire type, Magmar, on the incoming Flamethrower. Arcanine goes for a priority Extreme Speed, and we Psychic for nearly half. He Extreme Speeds again, and our Psychic just misses out on the knockout. I know Blue will heal up the Fire Dog here, so I just go for another Psychic. We now have to switch, so I go back into Aggron to eat up the Extreme Speed. We take a Flamethrower to just under half before we surf on the waves and take down Arcanine. This brings out Blastoise now, and we have a great switch in. It's back to Electabuzz, and the Hydro Pump does a reasonable amount of damage to us. We outspeed and we hit a Thunder Punch as he sets up the rain and heals a little bit from his ability Rain Dish, but it doesn't matter. One more Thunder Punch and bye bye Blastoise. Alakazam is up, and we have the perfect answer to this in Murkrow. It can't attack us at all. It's actually a pretty long fight of full restores, recovers, and Shadow Balls, but eventually we finally take down Alakazam. Murkrow just isn't that strong offensively. This leaves his final Pokemon, Executor. We stay in an Icy Wind to lower his speed, and we do actually a massive amount with a critical hit. He just goes for a Hypnosis, but thanks to our ability Insomnia, he doesn't put us to sleep. This means with one more Freeze of the Air in Icy Wind, we can take down the three-headed Eggplant and defeat Blue, giving us our first champion victory, but there's plenty more to go, so let's move on. Lance is a champion in Generation 2. We can now use Paul's exact team he faced off in the Sinnoh League with against Ash. So his lead is Gyarados, and we lead off with Aggron. We are weak to it, but why did I lead with him, you may ask? Two words: Stealth and Rocks. He hits a Waterfall for a good chunk, and we get up our Stealth Rocks. He hits another Waterfall and flinches us. We have to switch now so we can go into Gastrodon. Waterfall still does a solid amount thanks to our dual typing. Gyarados Waterfalls again, critical hits us and flinches us. Fantastic. Time to switch again. So we go into our absolute monster, Electivire. Waterfall still does nearly half to us, however. I know I trained up this guy in speed, so we outspeed and hit a Thunder Punch, destroying Gyarados and putting an end to his flinches. He sends out his level 50 Dragonite next. Rocks do 25%, and then we outspeed and an Ice Punch destroys the first of his 3 Dragonites. The level 49 Dragonite comes out and gets shredded by an Ice Punch too. Doesn't stand a chance. His third level 49 Dragonite is a problem. It lives. Nah, it doesn't. I'm joking. It dies in one hit too. Charizard takes 50% from Stealth Rocks, so one Thunder Punch and down he goes as well. This just leaves Aerodactyl left. And with an Ice Punch, Electivire sweeps through the whole of Lance's team. This felt good to take some revenge from our last run. Let's move on to Generation 3. Well, technically this is Generation 6, but you guys wanted to see Omega Ruby, Steven. So here he is, and he has a Mega Metagross. So his lead is Skarmory, and we lead off with Aggron. Skarmory's faster and goes for a Spikes as we set up our Stealth Rocks. He goes for another layer of Spikes, and our Thunder Punch does close to half. He gets up 3 layers of Spikes, severely affecting our switching, and we take him out with a higher roll Thunder Punch, taking down the Steel Bird. This brings in now his own Aggron. I decide to be very risky here and see who's faster. Thankfully it's us, and one Earthquake and we show our dominance as the best Aggron, and down he goes. Claydol is out now and an Earthquake is coming, so we swap into our Honchkrow. Now we can go for a Defog and remove all the annoying spikes as he swaps into his Cradilly. I don't want to take a rock move, so I then swap into Drapion, and he does in fact throw rocks at us. Thankfully he doesn't get a boost, and it does a good amount though. I hit an Ice Fang doing over half and he confuses us. Honestly, some things never change. Thankfully we break through it and hit an Ice Fang to take down Cradilly. Claydol is back out now and we hit ourselves in confusion as he sets up a Reflect, boosting his team's defense. I choose to switch into Gastrodon now and take whatever move he throws at us, and it's an Earth Power. We are pretty bulky, so we do take it reasonably well. He sets up a Light Screen and we go for a Surf, doing over half to him. He goes for an Earth Power again and our Surf just misses out on the knockout. This means Steven will full restore. It took a while, but between the Light Screen boost and full restore spams, we've finally taken down on our 7th Surf. Now it's our Maldo. We're on 87 HP after the exchange of moves with Claydol. I opt to go for a recover and our Maldo X's us to 21 HP, but it does look like we are healing more than he's doing damage. So we heal up to a healthy amount and then we hit a Surf to take down our Maldo to just under half. One more Surf of the wave and our Maldo falls as well. This just leaves Metagross left. Steven Mega Evolves and we swap into Honchkrow. He went for a Zen Headbutt, but it doesn't affect us thanks to being Dark type. A Bullet Punch does close to half to us, but our Dark Pulse critical hits, taking out Mega Metagross and giving us a pretty clean win over Steven, to be honest. Let's head over to the other Generation 3 champion. Wallace is our next champion for Emerald. His speciality is water types, but I think we have a good enough team to deal with him. So his usual lead is the scary Whale Lord, and we lead off with our Electabuzz. Our Thunderbolt takes him all the way down to his Slither, as his Double Edge does a good chunk of HP to us. Wallace full restores him now, but we just take him back down with a Thunderbolt to the red. This means on the next turn, we say goodbye to the whale. Gyarados comes out as it has Earthquake, but we are faster, and one 4x super effective Thunderbolt destroys him. Next is Whiscash, and we have to switch. I go into Ursaring now as I see this as a perfect Pokemon to set up on. We eat an Earthquake reasonably well on the switch. We then go for a Swords Dance as he goes for an Amnesia, boosting his special defense. Now we can hit a boosted Stab return, and we critical hit, taking down Whiscash. Tentacruel is Wallace's next Pokemon. It outspeeds us but misses a Hydro Pump, and we hit a return that makes short work of Tentacruel and gives Ursaring another knockout. Ludicolo is 4th and goes for a Leech Seed over Double Team for once, but a return means it won't get any HP back, and it falls as well. This leaves his last Pokemon, Milotic. It gets a little bit of chip back with Leech Seed and then goes for a Toxic, the worst move for Milotic to use on us as we have the ability Guts, powering up Ursaring even more. So a massively boosted return demolishes him, giving Ursaring a dominant victory over Wallace. It's time to move on to Generation 4 now. But before we do that, 98% of you are not subscribed yet. So if you like what you're watching and Pokemon, subscribe for more. Back to the video. Cynthia is a champion and she has a strong team with a lot of coverage. We can now go back to what I class as our main team for this run. So her lead is Spiritomb and we lead off with Aggron. We get up our Stealth Rocks and we eat Dark Pulses very well. So 2 Earthquakes and we take down Spiritomb. Lucario comes out and we have to swap. We go into Honchkrow, but he doesn't take an Aura Sphere well at all. I stay in and he Aura Spheres again. Honchkrow roosts to see if we can heal more than it does, but it doesn't look like that's happening. So on the next Aura Sphere, I swap into Frostlass. We outspeed and hit a Thunderbolt for half, as this Earthquake doesn't do too much damage to us. One more critical hit Thunderbolt, and Lucario falls. She then sends out Roserade, but we're an Ice type with Ice Beam, so one move and down goes Roserade as well. Milotic is Cynthia's next Pokemon, but we have really good special attack, and a Thunderbolt does over half, as Milotic just sets up an Aqua Ring for HP recovery. So one more Thunderbolt, and Milotic falls as well. Togekiss is next, and takes some Stealth Rock damage. We outspeed, and a Thunderbolt does a massive amount of damage, as the Air Slash does a good chunk to us. I probably should have just Ice Beamed. I stay in as I know Cynthia will probably heal, and she does. So our next Thunderbolt brings Togekiss back down, and paralyzes him. So the next turn, we finish off Togekiss with one more Thunderbolt. This leaves her last Pokemon, and by by far the scariest, Garchomp. Not risking Frostlass, I swap into Gastrodon. Garchomp connects a Dragon Rush, but it looks like we can live another, so I stay in and a Dragon Rush brings us to only 12 HP as we connect an Ice Beam and demolish Garchomp. That was really close to losing Gastrodon then, that would have sucked. With that though, we beat Cynthia pretty easily and can head on to our next champion. First up in Generation 5 is Alder. Unlike Cynthia, he has a wide range of Pokemon with good type variety, but some of his Pokemon have a big weakness to fire types. So we lead off with Electivire into a Selgo. A Selgo goes for the move me first, allowing him to steal our move and use it first. So he hits us with a Fire Punch, but it doesn't do too much, as our Fire Punch just destroys him for a one-hit knockout. Bouffalant is out and the Earthquake is coming, so we get an easy swap into Honchkrow. Now the Stone Edge is coming, so we can double out into Gastrodon and tank the Stone Edge. We are faster than Bouffalant and our Scald gives us the burn, reducing his attack stat. Exactly what we wanted, as his head charge still does a good amount of damage to us. He takes some recoil and burn damage, so then we go for a recover to get back a little bit of our HP. Alder full restores him and we scald him back down, but we don't burn. I go for a scald again and this time we do get the burn thankfully, as his head charge is still ruining us. He's going to fall to burn damage now, so our best play is to recover and let him take himself out, leaving Gastrodon on a nice amount of HP. Escavalier is up next and we scald, burning him turn 1. He hits a very weak X now. We now recover and he goes for a Giga Impact. That still does a decent amount. We recover again on the turn he recharges. This means we can take down Escavalier with another Scald. Alder chooses Volcarona next and it can't really hurt us except for Hyper Beam, but he can set up. And he does, so he's boosting all of his stats with Quiver Dance, as our Scald does about half to him. Then we get hit by a massive Hyper Beam, doing half to us, as our Scald brings him to a Slither. We recover on the turn Volcarona recharges, but another Hyper Beam brings us all the way down to 41 HP. That was a misplay. We then take down Volcarona with a Scald. Druddigon is out 5th and we've got to switch. So I go into Frostlass as he hits a payback for a good chunk of damage. We thankfully outspeed and an Ice Beam looks like it's taking out Druddigon, but he survives and outrages us to only 5 HP. That was way too close. We can then take out Druddigon with one more Ice Beam. This leaves his last Pokemon, Vanillix. We got to switch again now. So I go into our Drapion as his Flash Cannon doesn't do too much damage to us. The next turn, we outspeed and hit a Fire Fang, and thanks to our ability Sniper, we critical hit, ending him in just one turn and beating Alder. Let's move on to our next Generation 5 champion. Iris is our next champion and the majority of her Pokemon are dragons. We have quite a bit of ice coverage, so I'm not sure how hard this will be. So she leads off with Hydreigon and a Dragon Pulse does nearly half to Electivire, as we hit an Ice Punch taking him low. His next Dragon Pulse leaves us on only 38 HP before we can take down the 3-headed beast with an Ice Punch. This now baits out Aggron. It usually automizes, but I won't risk Electivire, so I swap to Gastrodon on the double edge. It does a solid chunk to us, but we outspeed the next turn and take it down with just one Scald. Druddigon is her third Pokemon, and we recover all of our HP as he misses a Focus Blast. So the next turn we hit an Ice Beam that critical hits and makes short work of Druddigon. Haxorus, Iris's ace, is next. We need to attack the threat in front of us as it does indeed Dragon Dance, and our Ice Beam brings it to the red. Iris full restores, but it's in vain and we take it all the way back down. Haxorus now attacks us with an Earthquake, doing huge damage to us, but we survive and finish it off. Lapras is next, but it cannot touch Gastrodon at all. We recover as she goes for a Sing, but we dodge it, and we hit a Sludge Bomb. Lapras now surfs, boosting our special attack thanks to our ability Storm Drain. So our next Sludge Bomb does a good chunk, as Lapras puts us to sleep with Sing. Lapras surfs us again, and we wake up and take it out. Now we are at a +2 special attack for Archeops, and we're full HP. His Acrobatics does so much damage to us, but a +2 stab boosted Scald takes down Archeops in a single hit, giving us a victory over Iris, and Gastrodon put in amazing work. Let's move on to Generation 6. Generation 6, and we have Diantha as the champion. We have answers to most of her Pokemon, so I think this should be a good battle. Her lead is Hawlucha, and we lead off with Drapion. Hawlucha Swords dances turn 1 to boost his attack, and our Rock Slide does close to half. He Swords dances again, and now this is getting a bit scary, as our Rock Slide takes him low. Diantha now full restores him, and this thing is now at a +4 attack and full HP. I'm worried. Our Rock Slide does a bit more damage to him, and the next turn turn, he goes for a flying press for a huge amount of damage as we go for a poison jab, taking him to the red. Thankfully we poison him, so he falls to that. If we didn't poison him, we was in big trouble. Tyrantrum the T-Rex is up next, and we swap into Gastrodon, and luckily we dodge a head smash. I thought we may be slower, so I go for a recover, but we're actually faster, and his crunch does a solid amount to us. The next turn, we fire off a Scald, bringing him to the red, as he crunches again, putting us low. I go for a recover now to restore HP, as he crunches once more. I decide to finally take out the T-Rex now, as Diantha isn't healing him, so we finish him off with one Scald. Galgeist is out, and we actually have to swap. For the first time in many runs, he actually hits a move on our Honchkrow, a Seed Bomb, but it does nothing. We outspeed and hit a Dark Pulse for the one-hit knockout on Galgeist. Aurorus is up next, and we've got to swap again. I go into Aggron, and Aurorus sets up a light screen, boosting his team's special defense. The next turn, we can Iron Head though and take down the Ice and Rock Dino in just one move. Now is Goodra. It's got good bulk, but we outspeed it, and an Iron Head does a huge amount of damage, and we get the flinch. So the next turn, one more Iron Head, and down goes Goodra. This leaves just Gardevoir left. It's weak to steel though, and we're full HP. Diantha Mega Evolves Gardevoir, and we get hit by a Thunderbolt for over half of our HP, and then we just take out Mega Gardevoir in a super effective Iron Head, beating Diantha and beating Generation 6 without any issues. How is the person we fight to become champion here, and I'm actually worried about Incineroar and his Z move. So first up is Alolan Raichu. We lead off with Gastrodon, as it's really our best answer to this thing. He hits a Psychic for close to half, and our Scald does half to him, and we get the burn. He Psychics us again, and I recover, but he gets a special defense drop, meaning we have to switch now. I go into Drapion on the incoming Psychic to negate it completely. Raichu hits a Thunderbolt, bringing us to half, as we knock him out with an Earthquake. Tauros is next. It has the ability Intimidate, and it's going to go for an Earthquake. Our best swapping is always Honchkrow to negate the Earthquake. Tauros outspeeds us and hits a double edge, doing massive damage and taking a good chunk in recoil as well. I go for a Roost to see if I can stall it, but it doesn't look like we can. So on his next double edge that brings us to the red, I go for a Dark Pulse and we take down Tauros, but that leaves Honchkrow practically unusable now. Crabominable is Hal's next choice, and on the Stone Edge I swap into Aggron. He misses, so we take no damage. We outspeed now though and can set up Stealth Rocks to chip away at his team when they come in, as he goes for a power up punch, nearly taking down Aggron, but with a super effective Iron Head, we can deal with the Ice Crab. Now is a huge problem in Incineroar. It could Z-move, Earthquake, or just Flare Blitz, and we don't really have a great switch apart from Gastrodon, but he's already took a bit of damage and I don't want to risk losing him. We have no choice, so we swap into Gastrodon as he goes for an Earthquake, bringing us to only 87 HP. We have to swap here. Gastrodon is just too valuable to lose, so I go into Drapion on the Darkest Lariat, but it still does a good chunk of damage, even though we resist it. I fire off an Earthquake to get off as much damage as I can, as Incineroar goes for a Z-move, Inferno Overdrive. Unfortunately, there is no way Drapion lives, and here we suffer our first death of the run that I wanted to try and avoid, but we didn't really have a choice. Now we can go into Electivire. With Incineroar weakened and a threat of a Z-move gone, we Earthquake to take down Hal's ace. Up next is Leafeon, and it annoyingly charms us, lowering our attack harshly, as our Ice Punch does basically nothing, but we get the freeze. This gives us a free switch into Frostlass. One Ice Beam can demolish Leafeon, who stays frozen throughout the rest of the battle. This leaves his last Pokemon now Noivern, the Dragon and Flying type. It takes Stealth Rocks damage but outspeeds us and hits a Dark Pulse. Luckily we tank it reasonably well and can end Hal with one more move. Our first death of the run in this fight, but I think it was unavoidable. Let's move on to the Switch games. First up is Trace from Let's Go Pikachu. His Pokemon only have 3 moves, but he has a good type variety and a Mega. We add 2 monster Pokemon to our team now, in Nidoking and Gyarados. His lead is Pidgeot, and we lead off with Electabuzz. I made sure I didn't have max AVs this time, so we wouldn't just sweep through his whole team with one Pokemon. So Pidgeot Mega Evolves, but we're still faster, and one Thunderbolt demolishes him as always. This brings out Vileplume. We hit an Ice Punch for a decent amount as he charges up a Solar Beam. We hit an Ice Punch again, and he's now under half, but his Solar Beam critical hits, taking us down to 83 HP. However, the next turn we can freeze our hand again and take down Vileplume. He brings out Rapidash next, and we've got to swap, so I go into Nidoking, who resists a Flare Blitz but still takes a good amount from it. We have insane move coverage though, so one Surf gets a one-hit knockout on the Flame Horse. Now it's Slowbro. We have to switch as I don't trust a one-hit knockout with Thunderbolt, so we go into Gyarados. Slowbro opts to set up a Light Screen, boosting the team's special special defense. Our Gyarados is a physical attacker though, so a crunch does a good amount to him, as Gyarados takes very little damage from Psychic. We crunch again and get the defense drop, meaning Slowbro is definitely done for. So the following turn, we take him down with one more crunch. Now Jolteon comes out, but we have a great wall for this in Nidoking. It can't touch us. Jolteon quick attacks us for very little damage, as our flamethrower does close to half. We exchange the same moves before Nidoking can finally take Jolteon down, and we do it with an Ice Beam. His last Pokemon is Marowak. I know it has a ground move, but I choose to stay in and go for Surf, thinking I can possibly take it down, but we don't, and he critical hits, putting Nidoking on only 4 HP. Trace will heal now, so we just stay in and attack. We take him back down, and then the next few turns are literally just Trace full restoring him, and we keep hitting moves. He full restores a total of 3 to 4 times before we can finally put an end to him and beat Trace. It's time to move on to Pokemon Sword and Shield. The champion for Sword and Shield is Leon. His team is pretty strong. We now have to substitute in Weavile and Ninjask, as Honchkrow isn't available in these games, and we lost Drapion. So his lead is Aegislash, and we lead with Aggron for one move, and that is Stealth Rocks. We get up our rocks, and he hits a Sacred Sword, dealing huge damage to us. We stay in and go for an Earthquake, as he doesn't King Shield, so Aggron can take him down in just one attack. Haxorus is next, and Aggron isn't in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, so after being a solid Pokemon throughout the run, we let him fall so we can get a safe switch. Rest easy, Aggron. We can now go into our newest member, Weavile. We outspeed and connect an Icicle Crash, and there is no way Haxorus survives, and he falls. His next Pokemon is Dragapult, but it's going to suffer the exact same fate as Haxorus. One Icicle Crash after Rocks damage, and the second dragon returns to his ghost friends. Now it's time for Mr. Rhyme. It takes some damage from Stealth Rocks, and that's enough for our Weavile to get a stab knockoff and deal with a dancing Pokemon. Now he's Inteleon. I don't trust us to take it out, and Weavile is pretty frail, so I swap into Ninjask as he just goes for a Tearful Look. We Swords Dance, and Inteleon is just spamming Tearful Look, reducing our attack. He finally attacks us and does over half, as we bring him pretty low with a Metal Claw, but I choose to sacrifice Ninjask here for a switch into Electivire, as this is exactly what I want to deal with his last Pokemon. So we go into Electivire, and it's time to Dynamax. We hit a Max Lightning to take down Inteleon and set up Electric Terrain, boosting our electric moves more. So his last Pokemon is Charizard, and thanks to Aggron instantly loses 50% of his HP to Stealth Rocks. We outspeed, and with Electric Terrain there is zero chance he can attack us, so Electivire in its last battle defeats Leon, and we beat Generation 8. Now on to Scarlet and Violet and our last champion. The last champion is Jita for Generation 9, and she has a pretty unique team. We have some new faces on our team as well, like Gliscor and Torterra. Her lead is Espartha, and we lead off with Torterra. I set up my hazard Stealth Rocks, and she hits a Lumina Crash, doing a good chunk of damage and lowering our special defense. Knowing I probably can't take another attack, we swap into Weavile. We outspeed Espartha, and a knockoff destroys the Ostrich in just one move. Avalugg is Jita's second Pokemon, and I go into Ursaring. It takes 25% to Stealth Rocks, and then we fire off a close combat, taking it to the red, but this lowers our defense and special defense, so our body press demolishes our bear and we lose another Pokemon. I go into Gliscor now to give him some time to shine, and we connect to Stone Edge to deal with Avalugg and take it down. She then sends out Veluza, and we have a good Pokemon for this, Torterra. We go back into him, then Torterra outspeeds Veluza, and we hit a Wood Hammer, demolishing him and taking a little bit of damage in recoil. Fourth is Go-Go, and we swap into our Frostlass. We outspeed, and an Ice Beam brings him to the red as he just hits a very weak Horn Leech. So the following turn, Frostlass can take out Go-Go with one more ice attack. Fifth is King Gambit, the evolved form of Bisharp. We swap into Gliscor again, as I think we practically wall this thing, and we hit our Earthquake, bringing him to about 30% as his Catalcleave does nothing to us. One more Earthquake and Gliscor collects his second knockout. This just leaves Glamora left. It terastallizes into a pure rock type. Gliscor outspeeds and earthquakes, bringing Glamora to the red, as it then throws toxic spikes on our team thanks to its ability. It hits a dazzling gleam, but Gliscor tanks it like a champ, and one more earthquake takes down Glamora, beating Jita and beating every single Pokemon champion with Paul's team. Today we want to try and beat every single Pokemon champion, and there is a lot of them, as Alain. I asked, and over 50% of you voted, and you chose Alain. He's a very powerful trainer who beat Ash in the finals of the Kalos League. He has access to some incredibly powerful Pokemon like Mega Charizard, Tyranitar, Metagross, and more. This should be quite an easy challenge in later games, but early on we're going to have to play smart so we don't lose anyone. We can also add some rules like the ones on the screen to make it even harder for ourselves. Also, as a side note, I won't be playing remakes of the same champion, so if we play Fire Red, we won't play Red. Let's get started. First up is Pokemon Yellow, and we have the champion for this game, Blue. We only have 3 Pokemon right now. This could potentially be rough, but we have solid coverage on our Pokemon. Blue's lead is Pidgeot, and we lead off with our specially designed attacker, Tyranitar. We outspeed the Bird Jesus turn 1 and we hit an Ice Beam. With enough EVs in special attack, this secures a one-hit knockout. Exeggutor is Blue's second Pokemon. It takes a little bit of chip damage thanks to our ability, and an Ice Beam to the face just about secures a knockout, giving Tyranitar already 2 kills. Blastoise, Blue's ace, is out third, and I opt to stay in and Thunderbolt, which does a shocking amount of damage. Blastoise sets up the rain with Rain Dance and heals with its Citrus Berry. Thanks to the HP restored from the berry, Blue won't heal his starter Pokemon now, so Tyranitar can take him out with one more electric attack. This now brings out his Rhydon. Thanks to Blastoise setting up the rain, it's now powered up our only water type attack, Water Pulse. That's enough for Tyranitar to secure yet another knockout. Now is Alakazam. It has nothing it can do to me, and we have Crunch. He sets up a Reflect, and one Crunch from our absolute powerhouse destroys Alakazam, leaving only one Pokemon left. Arcanine is that final Pokemon. It comes out and intimidates us, but we're a special attacker. We outspeed and smash a Water Pulse, taking him all the way down to the red, and we get the Confusion. Arcanine then hits himself in Confusion, taking him to just a sliver. Blue now full restores, removing the Confusion and healing Arcanine, as we then land a critical hit Water Pulse to destroy Blue with just a special attack in Tyranitar. Now that was an easy first champion, but don't worry, there's plenty more to come, and I know this is going to get way harder. Let's move on to Generation 2. Lance is our champion in Generation 2. Well, technically 4 because we're playing Heart Gold. We can only add 1 Pokemon, yes, 1 to our team, and that's Weavile. However, against his team we match up super well. Lance leads off with Gyarados and we lead off with our Metagross. Thanks to Clear Body, Intimidate doesn't lower our attack stat. We can outspeed the Water Snake that's not a dragon but should be, and one Thunder Punch obliterates him, giving us our first knockout. Now Charizard comes out, the second dragon that's not a dragon, and we swap into Tyranitar on the Fire Fang, which does basically nothing to us. He then goes for a Dragon Claw that does nothing yet again, and we set up my favourite hazard, Stealth Rocks. This will do 25% to each of his team when they swap in now. He hits another weak Dragon Claw as we miss a Stone Edge. He Dragon Claws us again the next turn, but when we do land a Stone Edge, Charizard goes down super fast. Now is Lance's ace, level 50 Dragonite. I don't know what moves come in, so I swap into Metagross. Thankfully he goes for an Outrage, which we resist and we don't take much from it at all. The next turn we outspeed and have Ice Punch, and after Stealth Rocks that makes short work of his ace and down he goes. Lance then sends out his 49 Dragonite, but that meets the same fate, and after Stealth Rock dies to a single Ice Punch also. Aerodactyl is Lance's next choice, but it's no match for us. It hits a weak Crunch and a Frozen Fist takes down the ancient Pokemon Aerodactyl. This leaves now his last Pokemon, the level 49 Dragonite. Just like everybody else that dared stand before Metagross, a super effective Ice Punch destroys him, giving us a victory over Lance. So far, so good. No deaths. Let's move on to Generation 3. In Pokemon Ruby, Steven is the champion. His team is pretty strong and we're now back down to 3 Pokemon. His lead is Skarmory and we lead off with our Tyranitar. We are still a special attacker, so one Flamethrower easily takes down the Steel Bird. Armaldo is Steven's second Pokemon of choice. Tyranitar yet again shows how powerful it is and hits a Surf for a second one-hit knockout. Third, Steven chooses Claydol. We outspeed and Surf again. This time we don't quite knock it out and he sets up a Light Screen, boosting his team's special defense. Steven then full restores Claydol and we hit an Ice Beam, but we're not even doing half now. I go for a Crunch and we put him back down on a Sliver as Claydol shakes the earth with Earthquake, doing a nice bit of damage to us. Steven then full restores again and we Crunch, this time doing half, and we get the defense drop. This means we definitely can knock it out now with one final Dark type attack. Steven's fourth Pokemon is Cradily. We outspeed and fire off a freezing Ice Beam that does a solid 75% to him as he goes for a Giga Drain and it puts us in the yellow. We stay in an Ice Beam once more to take down Cradily. 5th, Steven sends out his ace, Metagross. I don't trust that we can one-hit KO it, so we swap into Charizard for the first time. Metagross goes for a Meteor Mash that critical hits us, and after Sandstorm damage we're at half. We outspeed the following turn however and hit a Flamethrower that does enough to take down Metagross and leaving only one Pokemon left. That last Pokemon is Aggron, and I can't stay in with Charizard, so I swap back into Metagross as he did in fact go for an electric move, Thunder, but thanks to Metagross's decent bulk, we tank it very easily. We now outspeed and hit a super effective Earthquake to take down Aggron and beat Steven. Tyranitar is an absolute monster for us, but even he can't deal with this next champion. Let's move on. Wallace is our next champion for Emerald. His speciality is water types, and I'm very worried on how our team will cope with this. So let's talk about Wallace. I failed this fight a lot. I had to restart over and over and over. Sometimes his Whiscash, like you're seeing now, would brick wall my team. Without a solid grass option, he was too hard to deal with. The main issue was Milotic too. We just didn't have the raw power to take him down, and one Surf or Ice move from him would often end the job and kill my whole team. Oh, and let's not even get started on Ludicolo, who could set up to max evasion, chip away at us with Leech Seed, then demolish my whole team with Surf. This fight was so RNG reliant and incredibly challenging to do. I think it took me maybe 20 attempts or over, but eventually and finally we get this battle. So our lead is Tyranitar into Wailord. We need a high roll to take it out in one hit, otherwise it sets up the rain and that's big trouble for my team. Thankfully we do, and Tyranitar takes him down with just one Thunderbolt. Next up is Gyarados. It hits a super effective Surf, but thanks to no rain, we take it reasonably well, and we can fire back with a Thunderbolt. Gyarados being 4 times weak to electric attacks doesn't stand a chance, and it falls. Third is Tentacruel. He outspeeds us and poisons us with Toxic. This usually isn't good. We hit a Thunderbolt though, and this does solid damage to him. A switch to Metagross now would be possible, but we can't really take any damage, so we stay in, and thankfully he misses his Hydro Pump, so Tyranitar can secure another knockout with Thunderbolt. Now another big problem, Ludicolo. We are starting to take big toxic damage and we need to switch. So we switch into Charizard and he sets up a double team. We have Fly, so we fly in the air as we dodge a Leech Seed. He takes some Sandstorm damage before our Fly connects, doing massive damage, and then he boosts his evasion even more. Unlucky for us, Sandstorm brings him to the red, which means Wallace will now full restore. We fly back in the air and we both take more chip damage from Sandstorm before we connect our Fly again, bringing him back down. Ludicolo surfs now and this destroys Charizard, putting us on only 22 HP. Then we take Sandstorm to 11 HP. We have to swap now, we have no choice. We can go into our last remaining healthy Pokemon, Metagross. We take the Surf reasonably well and Ludicolo gets hit with Sandstorm. Wallace heals again and we land a Meteor Mash for half of his HP. We outspeed the next turn, thankfully, land another Meteor Mash and take down Ludicolo. With 2 Pokemon left, the next is Whiscash. It has Earthquake, but we outspeed and Meteor Mash for a critical hit, bringing him to the red and raising our attack, as he just goes for an Amnesia. Wallace now full restores, but we have an attack raise and our next Meteor Mash does great damage to him. So we finally take down Whiscash without taking any damage with one more attack. Finally is Milotic. We are pretty healthy and we have a +1 attack, but Thunder Punch is special, I forgot this, and we do a good chunk as he hits a Surf that takes us to 72 HP. Now I hit a Meteor Mash, which leaves him on just a sliver as he goes for Recover to heal off the damage. He takes a bit of Sandstorm damage and then it activates his Citrus Berry, which puts him back in the green. Metagross's Meteor Mashes again, and this time we get a high roll and take down Wallace, beating Emerald. This was the toughest fight so far and I'm glad we got through it deathless. From now on we get to start adding Pokemon to our team too, so this should be fun. Let's head to Gen 4. But before we do that, I'd like to thank today's sponsor for the video, me. A massive 96% of you are not subscribed yet, so if you like what you see, consider subscribing. Back to the video. Cynthia is a champion and she has a strong team with a lot of coverage. We now have Weavile on the team permanently, so we can potentially just destroy her. And yes, in the next video we will be taking on Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl Cynthia. I'm pretty worried about that. Cynthia's lead is a Spiritomb and we lead off with our Weavile. We set up a Swords Dance to put us at a +2 attack, and a Silver Wind does a nice little bit of damage to us. Turn 2 we can hit a Stab Ice Punch, and at a boosted attack Spiritomb stands no chance and goes back to the Ghost Realm. Cynthia's second Pokemon is Lucario. Luckily we have a fighting type move, otherwise we couldn't do much to him. We outspeed and a low kick does enough damage to pick Weavile up its second knockout. Togekiss is Cynthia's third Pokemon and it's part flying type, so one super effective Ice Punch takes it down and we're already halfway through her team. Now she sends out her ace Garchomp. It's 4 times weak to ISO and we outspeed. The Hammerhead Landshark goes down to a single blow and this is starting to look like a clean sweep for Weavile. Cynthia now sends out Milotic. We've seen just how devastating Weavile can be, so I stay in and go for a knockoff, but it actually doesn't do too much to this bulky water type at all, and a Surf to us brings us low. We can't take another attack, so we got to switch. Our only switch into water types attacks is Metagross, so we swap into him. A Surf is still doing nearly close to half though on the switch. We outspeed and electrify our claws and hit a Thunder Punch, and we critical hit, so the threat that was Milotic is no more. This now leaves Cynthia's last Pokemon, Roserade. I know it has Shadow Ball and I'm not risking any Pokemon, so I swap into Charizard. Roserade Shadow Ball does about 25% on the switch in, but now we outspeed, fire off a flamethrower and take down Cynthia's last Pokemon, beating Generation 4. That was a nice battle after Wallace. Let's move on to Gen 5. First up in Generation 5 is Alder, and like Cynthia he's got a wide range of Pokemon with good type variety, and we now finally have a completed team to match against him with. We lead off with our ace Charizard. A Selgor really can't hurt us at all. We actually outspeed and a flamethrower just destroys him, giving us an easy knockout. Second Pokemon is Bouffalant, and our switch-ins for this are pretty limited. It has coverage for most of our team. We swap into Tyranitar and he hits a Stone Edge and we tank it reasonably well, but it still hurts us. We then connect to Stone Edge the next turn to bring Bouffalant low as he hits a super effective Mega Horn to bring Tyranitar to only 62 HP. I don't want to risk the Stone Edge miss here, so I go for a Thunder Punch and thankfully it does just enough damage to take down Bouffalant. Alder's first Pokemon is Druddigon and we have to swap. I go into Metagross as he hits an Outrage and we tank it like a champ. We outspeed the Druddigon and hit an Ice Punch and we get the freeze. Perfect. Then he suffers confusion from Outrage. Unfortunately for us, Sandstorm chips his HP a little bit too much and now Alder will go for a full restore. Our Ice Punch brings him all the way back to the yellow though, and we're starting to take damage from Rough Skin. One more freeze of our claws and an Ice Punch takes down Druddigon, but now we're in the yellow thanks to Rough Skin damage adding up. Volcarona is Alder's next Pokemon and this could be a problem. There is no way we are staying in, so we swap into Charizard. We have Air Slash and we outspeed, and this brings it to the red as it just sets up a Quiver Dance. After Sandstorm damage and Bug Buzz on the switch, Charizard has already lost 25%. Volcarona outspeeds and Hyper Beams but misses, so Charizard manages to take it down. If it connected, I think we lost Charizard there. That was lucky. His next Pokemon is a Scavalier. It's 4 times weak to fire, so one flamethrower makes short work of the bug. Alder's last Pokemon is an Ice Cream Vanillux, but he's also weak to fire, so Charizard can take him down with one more flamethrower, giving us the victory over Alder. But we still have another Gen 5 champion to go, so let's go do that. The other Generation 5 champion is Iris, and we recently did a run with her beating Pokemon X if you're interested in that sort of thing. The majority of her Pokemon are dragons, and I'm expecting Weavile to put in a good shift versus her team. So Iris's lead is Hydreigon, and we lead off with our Unfezant. We are faster, we hit a super effective U-turn that critical hits thanks to our ability. Then we go into Tyranitar, as Hydreigon does a little bit with Dragon Pulse. Sandstorm chips away at Hydreigon, so Iris full restores, and we set up our Stealth Rocks. The next turn, Hydreigon hits a Surf that critical hits us, that's basically just crippled our T-Tar, and we hit an Ice Punch, but we don't do enough to take it down. We've got to swap. We go back into Unfezant, who doesn't take a Surf well at all either, and that puts us on half as well. We can finally take it down with one more U-turn, and with that we go into our Charizard. Iris now sends out Druddigon as her second Pokemon. Charizard outspeeds and hits a Dragon Pulse, bringing Druddigon low, and he goes for a Rock Slide, but we dodge it again. That could have been the end again for Charizard. One more Dragon Pulse and we take down the second Pokemon. Archeops is now Iris's third choice, and we swap into our Bisharp. We eat the Rock Slide pretty well, and then he outspeeds and Rock Slides again. We don't get flinch thankfully, so one super effective Iron Head destroys the prehistoric bird. Iris's answer to us is now Aggron. It's probably going to go for an Automize, but we've got to swap anyways. It does go for an Automize on the next turn, raising its speed as we go into Metagross. Aggron now outspeeds, and an Earthquake brings Metagross to half as we retaliate with our own Earthquake. But Aggron can't stand up to Metagross and it falls. Iris sends out Erase now Haxorus. It takes Stealth Rock's damage and that breaks its Focus Sash. So we swap into Charizard as Haxorus does go for an Earthquake. We outspeed Haxorus and a Dragon Pulse brings him all the way to a Sliver as he sets up a Dragon Dance, boosting his attack and speed. Thankfully we still have Sandstorm active from Tyranitar, so it takes a chip damage and falls to the weather. This leaves Iris's last Pokemon, Lapras. Our team is pretty weakened at this point and we don't really have an answer for this. Weavile is our only healthy Pokemon, but it's pretty frail defensively and probably can't one-hit knock it out. I choose to go into Bisharp and Lapras hits a Surf to 44 HP. I stay in now thinking after Stealth Rocks and Sandstorm and Iron Head will take Lapras down, but it doesn't. But we flinch. That means one more Iron Head and down goes Lapras. RNG saved us here again, and we're going into Generation 6 still deathless thanks to that flinch. Gen 6 and we have Diane VS as a champion. Her team has a weakness to most of our Pokemon, and now we have our own Mega Charizard X, so this might be the quickest battle yet. Hawlucha is her lead, and I know this thing can't touch me from a previous run, so I Mega Evolve into Mega Charizard X. We then set up a Swords Dance, putting us at a +2 attack, and he hits a super weak Poison Jab. Now we can go for a Tough Claws, 2x attack boosted Dragon Claw, and it's way too powerful and takes down Hawlucha in one move. Tyrantrum the T-Rex dies to one Dragon Claw also. Gudra can't stand to a boosted 2x Dragon Claw and falls in a critical hit as well. Aurorus, the Ice Dinosaur, dies to a single Dragon Claw as well. Galgeist, as tradition, can't live to a single attack either and falls without attacking me once again. This just leaves her last Pokemon, Mega Gardevoir. We outspeed and hit a boosted Earthquake, which is enough to show our dominance over Kalos once again, and we sweep Diantha with a Mega Charizard X. Let's head over to Alola. How is the person we fight to become champion here in Alola? And for once, I'm not too worried about his Incineroar. It's the other Pokemon I'm worried about. But after our Diantha sweep, I'm pretty confident with our team. How's lead is an Alolan Raichu, and our best answer is probably Metagross, so we lead with him. We get hit by a Thunderbolt that does half, and our Earthquake just straight up knocks out the Alolan Raichu. His swap into Metagross is Incineroar, and a Z move is definitely coming. Our best answer to it is Tyranitar. We swap in and set up Sandstream with our ability, and Hal does in fact start his Z move. We have good special defense in the sand and we resist it, so I'm hoping the Inferno Overdrive doesn't do too much, and it does close to half. Incineroar now hits an Earthquake to bring us to just a Sliver, and we connect a Stone Edge to knock it out. That's a threat taken care of. Now is Tauros though, another threat. We've got to switch and I go into Unpheasant on the Earthquake. Tauros double edges us for massive damage as our return critical hits thanks to our ability, but Unpheasant after Sandstorm damage is really low on HP. Crabominable comes out and has a massive attack stat. We've got to switch. I go into Bisharp expecting the Stone Edge and we eat it reasonably well. The next turn we can outspeed the Ice Crab and hit a super effective Iron Head for the one-hit knockout. Leafeon is Hal's next Pokemon, and it doesn't really attack us, it just spams Charm over and over as we chip away with Iron Heads, slowly doing less and less damage. I eventually swap into Weavile, and as I do, Leafeon decides to finally go for a Leaf Blade, and it does tremendous damage to Weavile. The next turn we can take out the annoying evolution with a stab Ice Punch from Weavile. This now brings out Noivern. Not knowing if I'm faster, I don't want to take the risk, and I swap into Charizard on what I thought would be a Flamethrower, as I forgot his moveset temporarily when I was recording, but he goes for a Dragon Pulse that does around half to us. He Dragon Pulses us again, and it puts us on 11 HP as our Dragon Claw only does half to him. Now we're in a predicament. Well, I put myself in a predicament. Bisharp sorts of deals with his moveset well, but I was convinced it had Flamethrower at the time. Eventually, I do swap into Bisharp anyway, and he goes for a Dragon Pulse on us. This is where I make the stupid misplay of going into Unpheasant for the sacrifice, and this is when the light bulb finally went off in my head and I realised it doesn't have a fire move, so Unpheasant dies for nothing apart from my stupidity. Now I go into Weavile, and we do in fact outspeed, and Ice Punch takes it out. Honestly, I made a stupid misplay and our Unpheasant paid for it. You live and you learn. Let's move on to the Switch games. The first champion of the Switch games is Trace from Let's Go Pikachu. His Pokemon only really have 3 moves, but we only have a Mega Charizard available to us. However, my Charizard does have max AVs, so this is definitely going to be a close repeat of Diantha. Let's give it a shot. His lead is Pidgeot, and we lead off with our Charizard. We Mega Evolve into our Charizard X, and Trace Mega Evolves his Pidgeot into a Mega Pidgeot. With our max AVs, we are definitely faster, and we just obliterate Bejesus with a single Thunder Punch, giving us our first knockout. This then brings out his Marowak, but a massive Flare Blitz destroys his second Pokemon with no issues. Third is Vileplume, but there is no way it can stand to our mighty Charizard, and it falls to a Flare Blitz as well. This puts us at nearly half HP though, just from recoil alone. His fourth Pokemon is Slowbro. It survives a Thunder Punch, but it just goes for a Psychic, which doesn't do too much to us at all. So the following turn, Trace heals him up, and we bring him all the way back down with another electrifying Thunder Punch, and we get the Paralyze. Not that it matters, as Slowbro falls to just one more attack. Rapidash is Trace's next Pokemon, but we have Earthquake too, so the Fire Horse stands no chance and is swallowed by the earth with an Earthquake. This leaves Trace's last Pokemon and his starter Jolteon, but there is also no chance he can stand to the might of our Mega Charizard X, and he goes down, giving us an easy victory over Trace. If we didn't have such a good attack AV and speed, we could potentially just be wrecked here, so I will take that. And it's also fitting that the 2 times we've used Mega Charizard X, it has swept. Let's move on to Generation 8. One of our final champions and Sword and Shield champion is Leon. His team is pretty strong, and we have swapped out our Unpheasant Death with Malamar, giving us a unique Pokemon with a unique ability that, if I play around, could potentially be quite fun. Leon's lead here is Aegislash, and if you guys have seen my challenges, you know the 2-word move I'm going to set up here, and it's Stealth and Rocks, as Aegislash just goes for a King Shield. Turn 2, we hit an Earthquake that doesn't quite take out the Sword and Shield Pokemon, and he retaliates with a Sacred Sword that nearly takes out our monster T-Tar in just one attack. The next turn, however, we can take it down with one more Earthquake. Leon's second Pokemon is Haxorus, and we have to switch. We go into our Charizard here, and he hits a weak Iron Tail, not doing too much to us at all. The next turn, we outspeed and hit a Dragon Claw, bringing him low as Haxorus outrages us, putting Charizard on only 4 HP. I'm not risking a speed tie, so I swap into Metagross on the incoming Dragon attack, and we eat it reasonably well. Haxorus now gets confused and breaks through and hits an Earthquake, bringing Metagross to the yellow, but we freeze our claws and take down the Dragon with an Ice Punch. Dragapult is Leon's next Pokemon, and it's got insane coverage. Our switch-ins are pretty limited. I know Metagross is not in Scarlet and Violet yet, so after being with us from the very start, he sacrifices himself and goes down to a Shadow Ball. Thanks for your service, Metagross. Metagross's sacrifice now gives us a free switch into our Weavile. We outspeed and an Icicle Crash to send the Ghost Dragon to its grave in a single ice move. Next up is Mr. Rhyme, the dancing Mr. Mime. It takes 25% to Stealth Rocks, and that's enough for Weavile to hit a powerful Dark type attacking knockoff and secure yet another knockout. Inteleon is Leon's 5th Pokemon. We can't take it out in one hit, and Weavile is pretty frail defensively, so we swap into our Malamar, hoping it goes for a Mud Shot, and it does. Thanks to our ability, Contrary, think I said that right, doesn't lower our speed, it raises it, which is exactly what I wanted. Now we can Dynamax and hit a powerful Psychic attack in Max Mindstorm, but we don't do enough damage to take down Inteleon, but we do get up Psychic Terrain, so our next one is more powerful. Inteleon Mudshots us again, putting us now at a +2 speed, and this is perfect. One more Max Mindstorm and we take down Leon's Inteleon. This leaves his last Pokemon, Charizard. It immediately takes 50% of its HP thanks to Stealth Rocks that we set up earlier, and then he Gigantamaxes. Thanks to our now +2 in speed, and we are faster, a Max Rockfall obliterates Gigantamax Charizard, giving us a victory over Leon. We suffered another loss here, but it was worth it. Let's move on to our final champion. The last champion of the run is Jita for Generation 9 and Scarlet and Violet's champion. With Metagross's demise, we've swapped in Alon's last Pokemon that we know of, and that's Chestnut. So we've now used every Pokemon he's ever had. Jita's lead is Espartha, and we lead off our last battle with a Pokemon that started our first battle, Tyranitar. Espartha hits a Dazzling Gleam, doing over half of a critical hit, but our Tyranitar
retaliates with a massive crunch, and that's enough to take down the Psychic Ostrich. Jeter's second Pokemon is Avalugg, and we swap into our Bisharp. Even though Avalugg has great bulk, our Iron Head is just way too powerful, and we do close to half. And we get the flinch. One more Iron Head from our Bisharp and we take down the Ice Slab untouched. Go is Jeter's third Pokemon and I go into Charizard. We fire up our fist and hit a Fire Punch to toast the Goat with a super effective critical hit, and that makes short work of him. Jeter's fourth Pokemon is King Gambit, and what better time to use our newest team member, Chestnut. Can we just appreciate his model too? I love it. We outspeed and can go for a stab close combat that is 4 times weak to and take down the Samurai in just one attack. Jeter's fifth Pokemon is Veluza. I've got max speed and hoping we do as our defenses are dropped. We are faster and Chestnut picks up yet another knockout with a Seed Bomb. This leaves Jeter's last Pokemon, Glimmora. It terastallizes into a pure rock type and I know we are faster. Our Seed Bomb doesn't quite do enough damage to take down Glimmora though, and she fires off a powerful Sludge Wave that takes down Chestnut after he put in some really solid work for his first performance. In a fitting way to end this alarm challenge, I go into our Charizard with a mighty Earthquake. We take down Glimmora, finishing off the last champion, beating Scarlet and Violet and winning the run.
Today we want to try and beat every single Pokemon champion, and there is a lot of them now as May. If a Pokemon faints, it's gone from the whole run. I can't use any items in battle, and there will be strict level caps. Full rules are in the description below. Let's get started. First up is Pokemon Fire Red, and we have the champion for this game, Blue. Some of his Pokemon looking quite scary for us, but let's see how we deal with our first champion. Blue's lead is everyone's favourite bird, Pidgeot. I decided to lead off with our main Pokemon for this run really, Blaziken. We have access to an electric move with Thunder Punch, so we go for that and we do over half. Bird Jesus retaliates with a Feather Dance, harshly reducing our attack. I opt to go for another Thunder Punch, and thankfully we still do enough damage to take down Blue's first Pokemon. His second Pokemon is Rhydon. We have to switch so we can go into our War Turtle. Rhydon shakes the ground and hits an Earthquake, doing massive damage to us on the switch. Being risky already, I decide to stay in and go for a super effective Waterfall. It's looking close, but we do enough damage to get a one-hit knockout, and down he goes. Blue's third Pokemon is Executor. My switching is Blaziken as he goes for a Giga Drain that does just a little bit of damage to us. The next turn we can outspeed and hit a Blaze Kick that doesn't quite knock it out, and Executor then puts us to sleep. I forgot this thing doesn't have a Psychic attack, so I panic switch into our Skitty. Blue full restores up his 3-headed Eggplant on the switch. The next turn, Skitty misses a Sing and Executor misses a Sleep Powder. I decide to shoot off an Ice Beam as he goes for a Giga Drain. It does over half and it heals himself in the process. I play it risky again here and go for a Sing. Thankfully we connect, so now he's asleep. We shoot off another freezing Ice Beam to put Executor in the red. This means another heal is coming now, and he'll wake up, so we've got to switch. Eevee is our option now to go into. We switch into Eevee after Blue full restores, and the next turn I go for a return that does nearly half, and Executor puts us to sleep. Executor then goes for a Light Screen, but we wake up and hit another return, putting him back on his Sliver as he shoots eggs at us, doing nearly half. Finally, we can take down this annoying Executor with a final return. Blue's next Pokemon is Alakazam. This thing is a huge problem for me. I expect the Light Screen or a Future Sight, but on our Venusaur switching, he goes for a Psychic, doing massive damage to us. This is not good. I make the third risky play of this fight already, and I stay in as he goes for a Future Sight attack, and we put him to sleep with Sleep Powder, and I set up a Leech Seed for passive damage and extra recovery as he stays asleep. Alakazam still doesn't wake up, and we fire off a Giga Drain, doing solid damage and slowly gaining back our lost HP. We then take the Future Sight attack, but it's not doing much damage to us at all. Alakazam then wakes up and Future Sights again as we finish him off with another Giga Drain. Blue's fifth Pokemon is Arcanine. Now our team is pretty whittled down and we don't really have good switchings anymore. The fire move is definitely coming, so we swap into War Turtle as the flamethrower does very little. Now the extreme speed is coming, so we've got to switch again. This time we go into Beautifly and we take the Future Sight attack on top of that, putting us at a low HP already. I now swap into Blaziken on the flamethrower and it does a little bit to us. I burn a turn of sleep here too as we tank an extreme speed, putting us in the yellow, and the next turn we get hit by an extreme speed again. Thankfully we wake up and we hit a Thunder Punch that critical hits and does over half. It looks like we can survive one more attack, and we do by the skin of our teeth on 7 HP, and we hit another electrifying Thunder Punch and paralyzing. That is fantastic. We now can't take another attack, so we swap into our Eevee. We're pretty low now though also, but he's used all of his PP for extreme speed. So now we can go for a dig underground, which dodges Arcanine's flamethrower, then finish him off with a ground attack. Our team is demolished now, and we have his ace left, Blastoise. Thankfully, we have a great switch into a semi-healthy Venusaur. He misses the Hydro Pump, which is fantastic for us, and we then go for a Giga Drain, doing massive damage and healing to full. Blastoise sets up the rain, but it's in vain, and he heals with his Citrus Berry. This means Venusaur beats our first champion with a final grass move. This was probably the hardest fight I've ever had with Blue. I'm scared of what lies ahead for us. Let's move on to Generation 2. Lance is the champion of Johto, and the next we face. We can now evolve our Eevee into Glaceon, giving us a good ice type into his team of dragons and flying types. Lance leads off with Gyarados, and we lead off with our Venusaur. We have a great speed Eevee, so we outspeed and put the Water Snake to sleep with a Sleep Powder. Turn 2, Venusaur hits a Giga Drain for a little amount of damage. Turn 3, we Leech Seed, as Gyarados wakes up and hits an Ice Fang, doing close to half, but with Leech Seed we get some of our HP back. We then miss a Sleep Powder, and Gyarados for some reason flails for nothing. We miss Sleep Powder again and get hit by another Ice Fang. We then miss Sleep Powder for the 3rd time in a row, and Gyarados hits a weak flail, but our Leech Seed now puts him in range for Lance to heal. We then put him back to sleep after the full restore, and we start chipping away at him with Giga Drains again. Eventually we get to a point where we can swap into Blaziken. I then opt to set up a Swords Dance as Gyarados falls to Leech Seed damage. Aerodactyl is Lance's second choice. Aerial Ace stings us, but a Charged Thunder Punch zaps the ancient bird and takes him down. Third up is Charizard. We are faster, and electrifying attack takes him down in one move as well. I stay in versus his level 49 Dragonite and go for another Thunder Punch, but we don't get the knockout. Thankfully he misses his Dragon Rush, so Blaziken can pick up yet another KO with Thunder Punch. Lance's ace is out, his most powerful Dragonite, and we've got to switch. I go into War Turtle as he outrages, and it does insane damage to us. I need to stall it out, so I go into Munchlax, but he gets obliterated too. Venusaur takes a 3rd outrage as his Dragonite finally gets confused. I honestly don't have a switch in for this. Thanks to our EVs, Venusaur actually outspeeds, and we connect to Sleep Powder, putting his rage at ease. We then go for a Leech Seed, and then we Giga Drain to get back our HP. While Dragonite's sleeping, we've got to take advantage of this and switch. Now is the time to unleash Glaceon. For some reason it doesn't learn Ice Beam, so we've got to settle with Hidden Power, but Hidden Power Ice is enough to finish off this monster. This leaves one more Dragonite left. We outspeed it though, connect our Hidden Power Ice, and we defeat our second champion with no casualties. This is pretty rough so far. We're getting pretty lucky with RNG, but we are making some smart switches too. Let's move on to Generation 3. In Pokemon Omega Ruby, Steven is the champion. His team is pretty strong and he has a Mega and Metagross. I think we match up pretty well against his team though. Steven's lead is Skarmory and our best lead is Blaziken. Turn 1 we can set up a Swords Dance to boost our attack by 2 stages, and Skarmory sets up Spikes to hurt our team when we switch in. I then go for a Blaze Kick to take him down to his Sturdy, and he sets up a second layer of Spikes. I know Steven will heal now, so I set up another Swords Dance to put us at +4, as he does in fact heal the Steel Bird. Now we can bring him back to his Sturdy with another Blaze Kick, as Skarmory goes for a super effective Aerial Ace, doing nearly half. With a last fiery kick, Blaziken takes down Skarmory. Steven's second Pokemon is Aggron, but it won't survive a +4 boosted Sky Uppercut. But then I realise it has Sturdy too. He goes for an Earthquake, putting us on only 2 HP. We just nearly lost our Blaziken there. Thankfully we can take it down with one more Sky Uppercut. Claydol is Steven's third Pokemon, and I'm not risking losing Blaziken. We swap into our Beautifly on the Earth Power, and then we go for a Quiver Dance, which boosts our special attack, our special defense, and our speed, as Claydol then sets up a Light Screen to boost his team's special defense. The following turn we Bug Buzz that still does a tremendous amount of damage, as Claydol sets up a Reflect. Steven will definitely full restore now, so I take this opportunity to boost yet again with Quiver Dance. Now we can fire off a Bug Buzz that just straight up knocks Claydol out in one attack. Cradily is part Grass type, so a boosted Bug Buzz destroys him in just one bug move as well. Our Moldo is Steven's 5th Pokemon. Like the many that stood before Beautifly, a Bug Buzz destroys
the ancient bug, and down he goes. This leaves his last Pokemon and his ace Metagross. Thanks to our earlier quiver dances, we outspeed, and Metagross, being part-type sidekick, doesn't take a bug buzz and falls in one move, giving Beautifly another knockout and beating Steven. But we still have another champion in Gen 3 to face, and that champion is Wallace. He's a champion for Emerald and his speciality is water types. This has the potential to be scary for our team, but I believe we have the coverage to deal with him. Wallace's lead is a powerful Wailord, and we have substituted back in Skitty. It's not updated on my team as I did forget to swap it out, I'll be honest. Let me know how mad you are at me in the comments. I heard they're good for the YouTube algorithm. Anyhow, we outspeed Wailord and put it to sleep with Sing. We then set up a Sunny Day, reducing water type attacks and now allowing us to use Solar Beam. We fire off a Solar Beam and do a massive amount of damage to Wailord as he stays asleep. This means the next turn we can finish off the whale with a final grass type Solar Beam. Tentacruel is Wallace's second Pokemon. Tentacruel's faster and hits a Toxic, poisoning our Skitty, and we connect another Sing, putting Tentacruel to sleep. We don't really have a way to hurt this too much, so I take the chance to swap into Blaziken. Tentacruel doesn't wake up, and now I can hit a Thunder Punch that doesn't do much as I wanted. We then set up a Swords Dance to boost our attack more, but I still forget that Thunder Punch is special. But we critical hit, putting him in the red. I know Wallace will go for a heal, so I Swords Dance again, and then we go for a Thunder Punch because my brain is just mush. But we critical hit this Thunder Punch once more, as Tentacruel just poisons us. We electrify our fist for a final time, and we critical hit him again to take him out. Ludicolo is Wallace's next Pokemon, but with our massively boosted attack stat, we don't allow him to set up, and we take him out with a critical hit Aerial Ace. How many back-to-back crits was that? Whiscash is Wallace's next Pokemon, and toxic damage is starting to rack up on Blaziken. I don't want to take a ground move here as well, so we swap into Venusaur. An Earthquake does a little amount to us, but now we can hit a Giga Drain. With Whiscash being 4 times weak to grass, it has no chance to survive and falls in one move. Fifth, Wallace sends out his ace, Milotic. We put it to sleep and then we go for a Leech Seed, but we miss. We then land our Leech Seed and Milotic stays asleep. We can now start firing off huge Giga Drains, but he wakes up and an Ice Beam critical hit puts us on only 23 HP. After Leech Seed, we have only about 47 HP, and I don't know what I was thinking here, but I swap into Water Turtle on the incoming Ice Beam. It does nothing, and then we take a Surf. The problem is, Water Turtle can't really hurt Milotic much either, and we put him in the red. This means Wallace is going to full restore. Thanks to Leech Seed, we are chipping away, but I swap into Beautifly, and he doesn't take a Surf well at all either. All because I swapped him from Venusaur. We go into Eevee, and a Surf does close to half, but we heal with Leech Seed. We take one more Surf to only 28 HP, and we hit a return that does a massive amount of damage, and after Leech Seed, we take down Milotic. This now leaves Gyarados. From my misplay, our team is severely weakened, and this thing has Dragon Dance. I go into Water Turtle and Gyarados Surf, which does nothing. I hit an Ice Punch for a small amount of damage, and then he starts setting up. This is pretty bad. Gyarados hits an Earthquake, nearly taking down Water Turtle, as we still haven't put it at half. We then swap into Beautifly on the Earthquake, which obviously does nothing to us. And then I swap into Skitty, but Gyarados goes for a Hyper Beam, and that takes down our little cat, giving us our first death of the run. We now though get a clean swap into Blaziken, thanks to the recharge, and with a super effective Thunder Punch, end Gyarados and beat Wallace. Gyarados was always going to be a problem, but I didn't play that too well at all, and it cost us Skitty. Let's move on to Generation 4. Cynthia is a champion, and yes, I've heard you, we are finally doing the harder version in Brilliant Diamond. This is a rematch too, so she's an even higher level and has EV trained Pokemon and items. However, I do have an ace up my sleeve. That ace is Beautifly. Cynthia's lead is Spiritomb, and we lead off with our Beautifly. We are faster, and my strategy here is to Quiver Dance. The more boost we get, the better our special defense, speed, and special attack. We take a Dark Pulse that does around half, and then we go for another Quiver Dance. This means we can definitely live another move, but Spiritomb goes for a Will-O-Wisp, so we're slowly going to start taking chip damage. I go for a Roost, and Spiritomb goes for Sucker Punches, so now we're back to full HP. Spiritomb is just going for Sucker Punches, so it's prime time to start boosting. The aim is to get to a +6 in special attack, special defense, and speed, and that's what we do. We finally get there, and after some Roost and burn damage and another Dark Pulse, we're still at close to half, but now we can unleash the beast. With a +6 boosted Stab Bug Buzz, we can take down Spiritomb in one move now. Cynthia sends out her second Pokemon, Milotic. It does have Flame Orb and Marvel Scale, but it has no chance to use it, and Beautifly takes down Milotic with a single Bug Buzz as well. Third is Togekiss. Thanks to part flying type, it does resist bug buzz, but we have psychic, and a psychic move is too much for Togekiss and it falls as well. Her 4th Pokemon is Roserade. It's part poison, so it's weak to psychic as well, so it has no chance of living, and down goes Roserade. Her 5th Pokemon is Lucario. Once again, being weak to psychic means Beautifly picks up yet another one-hit knockout. This leaves her ace and her final Pokemon Garchomp, but our Beautifly is just way too powerful, and with a final bug buzz, we end Garchomp, sweeping BDSP Cynthia with a Beautifly. Now, I know next time I'm probably not going to have a boosting move, but this time I will take it. Let's move on to Black and White. First up in Gen 5 is Alder. Like Cynthia, he has a wide range of Pokemon with good type variety. Alder's problem is his lead is super easy to set up on if you have a fire type with a set up move. That lead is a Selgor. We lead off with our Ace Blaziken. A Selgor actually connects a Focus Blast that does half to us as we set up a Swords Dance. He then goes for a Me First, stealing our Blaze Kick and putting us on 97 HP before we take it down with a single Blaze Kick. Bouffalant is Alder's 2nd Pokemon. We outspeed and a Sky Uppercut knocks out the Buffalo in just one punch. 3rd, Alder sends out a Scavalier. Being 4 times weak to fire, a single Blaze Kick gives Blaziken its 3rd knockout. Alder now sends out Volcarona. Not wanting it to set up in my face, I go for a Thunder Punch. Volcarona is actually faster, but he misses an Overheat as our attack brings him quite low. Not risking a critical hit, I swap into our Munchlax, but Alder goes for a full restore. Volcarona now starts setting up Quiver Dances, and our Earthquake does nearly half to him. He sets up a 2nd Quiver Dance as our Earthquake brings him low. Volcarona now goes for a Hyper Beam, and Munchlax, being the absolute tank it is, survives and takes down the bug with a final Earthquake. Alder now sends out Druddigon. I swap into War Turtle as he goes for an Outrage, nearly taking us out. I've got to swap again, so I go into Glaceon. Outrage still does a great amount of damage to us, but Glaceon is faster, so the next turn we fire off a single Ice Beam and that takes down the dragon. Alder's final Pokemon is Vanillix, the Ice Cream. We swap into Blaziken and a Flash Cannon does nothing at all, but it puts us on 69 HP. We can then outspeed and hit a final Blaze Kick to defeat Alder, but Generation 5 is not over yet, we still have another champion. Iris is the other champion, and the majority of her Pokemon are dragons. We do have a Glaceon, but her Pokemon have great coverage for that. Let's see how we do. Iris's lead is Hydreigon, and we lead off with Munchlax. A Dragon Pulse does a solid chunk to us, and we hit an Ice Punch for roughly half. And we get the freeze. Fantastic. We can then freeze our fist again and hit another Ice Punch, but we don't quite do enough damage to secure the knockout. This means Iris is now going to heal and thaw him out, which she does, as we hit yet another Ice Punch. Hydreigon brings Munchlax to half with the Dragon Pulse, and this time, instead of him living on a sliver, we land a critical hit, so that takes out her 1st Pokemon. Her 2nd Pokemon is Druddigon. I want to switch here, so I go into Venusaur, as the Dragon Tail does a solid half and then puts us into Blaziken. I then go back into Venusaur, and a Rock Slide puts us on only 46 HP. I now make a super risky play and Sleep Powder. Thankfully we connect it. The next turn we set up a Leech Seed to start getting back some recovery. Now we can Giga Drain, bringing back more HP as Druddigon wakes up and hits a Flamethrower, putting Venusaur back low. We put Druddigon back to sleep and finish it off with one more Giga Drain, and we've restored some of our HP too. Iris then chooses to send out Lapras. We just put this to sleep with a Sleep Powder too. With a super effective Giga Drain, we do over half to him and we nearly heal to full. One more Giga Drain and down goes a Transport Pokemon, and we're basically at full HP now. Aggron is Iris's next Pokemon, and we miss a Sleep Powder as he goes for an Automize, raising his speed. He now outspeeds us, and a Double Edge hits us for a good amount of damage as we put him back to sleep. I then go for a Leech Seed to start getting back more HP, and I realise Aggron's weak to grass, so he wakes up and Double Edges us as our Giga Drain just demolishes him. He Double Edges us again, and I put him back to sleep, and I keep restoring HP with Leech Seed. On the turn I know he's going to go down, I go into Glaceon as Leech Seed takes him out. Archeops now goes for an Acrobatics, and we take down this big threat with just a single Ice Beam. This now leaves her last Pokemon, Haxorus. It has a Focus Sash and it can set up with Dragon Dance. I decide to risk it, stay in and go for an Ice Beam as he hits an Earthquake that brings us to only 6 HP. Our Ice Beam brings him all the way down to 1 HP, and this is exactly why I brought Quick Attack for situations like this. So we finish off Haxorus with a Quick Attack and defeat Iris and Generation 5. There's still a lot more champions to go though, so let's carry on with Generation 6. Diantha is the champion of Kalos and who we take on next. She has some great Pokemon, but it's usually a pretty easy battle. Let's see how challenging it is for me. Holucha is her lead, and I lead off with our main character Blaziken. A Flying Press does amazing damage to us as our Thunder Punch just straight up knocks out Holucha. Tyrantrum is Diantha's second Pokemon of choice. Our Sky Uppercut looks like it's about to knock it out, but it lives on just a sliver. But we get super lucky and we dodge a head smash, so Blaziken lives to see another day. The heal is coming, so I stay in and go for a Sky Uppercut again. We know we can definitely take down the T-Rex now with a final attack. Gudra is Diantha's third Pokemon, and I've got to switch. Our best answer is probably Glaceon, so that's who I swap into. Gudra hits a Muddy Water on the switch, and thankfully there's no accuracy drop. The following turn we outspeed, and a Stab Ice Beam brings Gudra to below half, as he actually connects a Focus Blast, putting us in the red. One more Freezing Ice Beam and we take down the bulky dragon. Next up is Aurorus. I can't stay in, so we swap into Venusaur. It's a risky play, but I don't think it'll go for an ice move. Luckily he goes for a Thunder and he misses. Being part rock type, a Giga Drain does a solid amount as Aurorus sets up a light screen, boosting his team's special defense, but he doesn't have enough HP and goes down to a second Giga Drain. Galagaist is Diantha's fifth Pokemon. We go for a Sludge Bomb. Thanks to light screen, Galagaist lives it and gets poisoned. It then uses Trick or Treat, adding the Ghost type to our Venusaur. We go for another Sludge Bomb that brings Galagaist to a sliver, and she goes for Phantom Force. As is tradition in the Ghost realm, Galagaist dies to poison, so once again it lands no attack on us. Her final Pokemon is Gardevoir and her ace. She Mega Evolves and we stay in. We take a Psychic, but not very well, and we live on only 14 HP, but we can put her to sleep with Sleep Powder. Now we go for a Leech Seed to chip away at her health and get some passive recovery. Not wanting to risk her wake up and lose my Venusaur, I swap into Munchlax. Gardevoir stays asleep, so we take no damage on the switch, and then she takes a little bit more damage from Leech Seed. Gardevoir then wakes up and Moonblast, but Munchlax eats it up and hits back with an Earthquake, bringing Gardevoir to the red. Leech Seed doesn't quite take her down, so she's going to go for a heal here. On the full restore, we go for an Earthquake again, and we're doing half, so it's definitely a 2-hit KO. Munchlax is still sitting healthily, so after a final Moonblast, Munchlax picks up the knockout with an Earthquake, beating Diantha. It's time to sail to Alola and take on the champion there. How is the person we fight to become champion here, and I'm pretty worried about Incineroar and his Z move. If we make it through this deathless, I'll be quite shocked. How's lead is an Alolan Raichu, and our best answer is probably Glaceon. Raichu goes for a Focus Blast but misses, and our Shadow Ball brings him to only 1 HP, which is a very good start for us. Either a heal or another move is coming, so I go for a quick attack. Weirdly, Hal doesn't heal, so Glaceon picks up a quick knockout without taking any damage. However, this now brings out the monster Incineroar. A Z move is definitely coming. I swap into Water Turtle, the only thing that can probably tank it reasonably well, and how does Inferno Overdrive? It does a massive amount of damage to us, but we do hang on in the yellow. I won't be able to take a Darkest Laria or an Earthquake, so I swap into Blaziken, and even though we resist it, he went for Flare Blitz, and that still does about half to us. I now go into Beautifly on the incoming Earthquake. We need damage off, we just can't take this thing down, so I stay in and Bug Buzz, and we do a solid amount before Incineroar takes down our MVP of Cynthia, severely weakening himself. Thanks for your service, Beautifly, you did great. Now we can go back into Blaziken, and we can guarantee a knockout with a Sky Uppercut. Another threat, Tauros, comes straight out and intimidates Blaziken, so we've got to swap. This thing could probably demolish my whole team. I go into Venusaur, and my plan is to stall this thing. It hits an Earthquake on the switch, doing a good chunk, and then goes for a Double Edge, bringing us low. I then connect to Sleep Powder, putting it to sleep. Next turn, I go for a Giga Drain, which puts Tauros on only a sliver of health, and it restores a lot of our HP. This is bad because now Hal's going to full restore, as he does full restore and wakes up Tauros. But we know this, so we put him straight back to sleep with another Sleep Powder. We now go for a Synthesis to put us basically on full HP. Predicting the wake up, and I was right to, we go for another Sleep Powder. Tauros does another hefty chunk to us with Double Edge, and we put it back to sleep. We can now Giga Drain again, and Tauros stays asleep. So one more Giga Drain, and we finally take it down. And we've got nearly full HP. We played that great, I think. However, there's another problem now, and that's this threat, Crabominable. It's probably faster than us, and it knows Ice Hammer, but that's a move that lowers its speed. The plan is to swap into Glaceon on the Ice move, which he does in fact go for. Still does a hefty chunk to us though. Now the Stone Edge is coming, so it's back to Venusaur. We eat up the Stone Edge super well, and now we outspeed. So off to sleep you go as well. We hit a Giga Drain, doing nearly half to him, and he stays asleep. We Giga Drain again, and now he's in the red, and he doesn't wake up. One more Giga Drain, and we deal with the Ice Crab. Noivern is Hal's 5th Pokemon. We have to swap now, so we go into our Munchlax, as Noivern hits an Air Slash, but Munchlax tanks it extremely well. Noivern's Dragon Pulse puts Munchlax pretty low, but a freeze of the fist and an Ice Punch takes down the Flying Dragon. Hal's last Pokemon is Leafeon. Leafeon goes for a Leaf Blade to put Munchlax on only 11 HP as it tanks an Ice Punch really well. The next turn we swap into Venusaur on a weak Quick Attack, then we tank yet another weak Quick Attack, and finish off the Leafeon with a Sludge Bomb, beating Hal but suffering yet another death. Let's move on to the final 3 games. First up is Trace from Let's Go Pikachu. His Pokemon only have 3 moves, but we have to downgrade our team to just an Eevee, Venusaur and Wartortle. Thankfully these games are pretty easy, especially if you have good AVs, so I'm not too worried. Trace's lead is Pidgeot and we lead off with our Venusaur. This is a bad matchup for us to be honest, but I'm wanting to put it to sleep. We miss our first Sleep Powder and we take an Air Slash, but we don't take it too well. We miss our second Sleep Powder and now we're at half. We finally land our third Sleep Powder though, and now we start attacking. A Sludge Bomb does actually a massive amount, but not enough for the knockout, so the full restore is coming. Trace fully heals his Pidgeot as we Mega Drain for nearly half and restore some much needed HP. With a final Sludge Bomb, we can take out Mega Pidgeot with not too many problems. Now is Rapidash and we've got to switch. I go into Wartortle, who easily eats up the Flare Blitz. We can outspeed and hit a super effective Waterfall to destroy Rapidash, and that deals with a Fire Horse. Third up is Vileplume. I'm not worried about it at all. A freezing Ice Punch does a solid amount to him as he sets up a Reflect, boosting his team's defense. Trace full restores his Vileplume, but we just bring it to half now. We Ice Punch again and Vileplume hits a weak Sludge Bomb, but he gets a poison, that's a bit unlucky. One more Ice Punch and we knock out Vileplume. Now this brings in Jolteon. We've got to switch and Venusaur is the play as it really can't hurt it. On the switch we take a Thunder, but it does practically nothing to us. We can then Mega Drain for huge damage and heal up most of our missing HP as Jolteon just thunders again. We're just too bulky for it to matter. A final Mega Drain and down goes his starter Jolteon. Slowbro is his 5th Pokemon, but it's weak to grass and our monstrous Venusaur lands a critical hit to take down Slowbro in just one move. This leaves only Marowak left, but it's a ground type. A final Mega Drain from our Venusaur and we show our dominance over Trace once more and beat him. Let's move on to Sword and Shield. The champion for Sword and Shield is Leon. His team is pretty strong and we're down to only 5 Pokemon now. This could be rough, but unfortunately a lot of our team are not available in the next games, so we can make some sacrifices if we need to. Leon's lead is his Aegislash and we don't have Stealth Rocks this fight. We lead off with Blaziken for the final time. Our play is definitely a Sword Stance to raise our attack by 2 stages, as Aegislash just goes for a King Shield. We now hit a boosted Blaze Kick which critical hits and takes down Aegislash in just one fiery attack. Second is Haxorus. I stay in and go for a Stone Edge, being able to play riskily with Blaziken now. We thankfully connect it and take down Leon's second Pokemon with no issues. This now brings out Mr. Rhyme, the dancing Mr. Mime. It's part Ice type though, so a boosted super effective Blaze Kick to the face destroys the dancing Mr. Mime. Leon now sends out Inteleon. I thought we might be faster, but we're not, and one Snipe Shot obliterates Blaziken, putting an end to him, and we suffer our 3rd death of the run. He's been a great Pokemon to use, rest easy dude. We can now swap into Venusaur and Inteleon goes for a tier 4 look, reducing our special attack and our attack, as our Giga Drain still does a massive amount, putting him in the red. Leon then uses a full restore, but we're still just doing massive damage to Inteleon. We get hit with a Snipe Shot that does a solid chunk before we finish off Inteleon with a Giga Drain. 5th is Dragapult. Our switch-ins are pretty limited as it has a diverse move pool, so I stay in and Dragapult Flamethrower does a good amount, but we live it and connect to Sleep Powder, putting it to sleep. Now I swap into our Wartortle. Dragapult stays asleep, so we take no damage on the switch. Dragapult stays asleep again, and Wartortle's Ice Beam brings Dragapult low. He wakes up the next turn, and a Thunderbolt puts us on 10 HP from a critical hit before Wartortle can secure a knockout with Dragon Pulse. This leaves Leon's last Pokemon and his most well-known Charizard. He Gigantamaxes, and we stay in to take a Max Overgrowth that sets up grassy terrain, and we suffer our 4th death of the run. This, however, now gives us a free switch into Munchlax. Our play is to Dynamax. Charizard outspeeds us, but Munchlax's bulk means it tanks a Max Rockfall extremely well as a Sandstorm kicks up. We retaliate with our very own Max Rockfall and we obliterate Gigantamax Charizard in one rock move, giving us a victory over Leon, and now it's time for the final champion. The last champion is Jita for Generation 9 and she's got great great type variety and some cool Pokemon. The problem with doing this as May now is until the Indigo disc, we only have access to Glaceon and Munchlax. I tried this fight several times with different movesets and we can't make it past King Gambit. So with that in mind, I decided to substitute in some of May's Pokemon from the games, that being Tropius, Slugma and Pelipper. Let's finish this. Her lead is Espartha, and we lead off our last battle with Glaceon. Espartha outspeeds us and Illumina Crash does a good amount before Glaceon's Shadow Ball easily takes out the Psychic Ostrich. Onto the big problem that was King Gambit. We swap into our Slugma and King Gambit's Stone Edge misses, but then our Overheat misses. That's really unfortunate. The next turn King Gambit connects his Stone Edge and it's way too powerful for our little Magma Slug and he takes us down, putting us at death number 5. I go into Tropius now and we have Earthquake, and we outspeed. It does close to half and then he misses a Stone Edge. Our next Earthquake brings him low, but King Gambit hits his Stone Edge and it lands a critical hit, and that ends Tropius 2. Super unlucky so far. That now puts our death count at number 6. Pelipper is our next choice. We set up the rain thanks to our ability Drizzle and Surf to finally get past her second Pokemon. Jeter's third choice is Go-Go. I stay in with Pelipper and go for an Ice Beam, doing just over half as Go-Go's Horn Leech restores some of his HP. We Ice Beam again, bringing him to the red as he hits another Horn Leech. Pelipper is severely weakened, but we take down Go-Go with one more ice attack. Avalugg is Jeter's next Pokemon. The rest of our team don't deal with it super well. I stay in and go for a Roost, removing our flying type as a Crunch critical hits, putting us low again. We Roost again, and this time he goes for an Avalanche, which we take fantastically. We now fire off a Surf, doing a tremendous amount of damage to him and put him in the red, but an Avalanche now is neutral, and that takes down Pelipper, putting us at 7 deaths. Now we have our original 2 Pokemon left. We go into Munchlax, we outspeed the Ice Slab and hit an Earthquake to take it down. Jeter now sends out Veluza. We tank a Liquidation pretty nicely and an Earthquake is doing close to half. We dodge an Ice Fang and our next Earthquake does another great chunk of damage. Veluza hits a final Ice move before falling to our Munchlax. Jeter's last Pokemon and her ace is Glamora. She terrestrializes into a pure Rock type and hits a Sludge Wave, putting Munchlax on just a sliver as our Earthquake does just over half to her. Toxic debris fly everywhere and Glamora takes down Munchlax with a final Sludge Wave. We now have 1 Pokemon left and our final Pokemon for the run, Glaceon. We are faster and with a final Ice Beam we beat Glamora, beating Jeter and winning the run. Today we want to beat every single Pokemon champion, and there is a lot of them, as Drake from the Orange Islands. Drake is a unique trainer in being extremely powerful, only losing to Ash in the series. If he does manage to beat them all, there's 3 powerful trainers he must face to claim victory. With some added rules for more difficulty, could Drake beat every Pokemon champion? First up is Pokemon Fire Red, and we have the champion for this game, Blue. We've got a really strong team actually, although some of our moves are questionable. Let's see how our first battle plays out. Blue's lead is his Pidgeot, and we lead off with our lead for this run, Ditto. The only thing we can do turn 1 is transform, and an Aerial Ace just really hurts us. We then Sand Attack, but Pidgeot has Keen Eyes, so we take an Aerial Ace again. I then Whirlwind Pidgeot into Rhydon, and the next turn we get to lower his attack with a Feather Dance before we fall to a Rock Tomb. I now swap into Venusaur and set up the Sun with Sunny Day as he misses a Rock Tomb. We then take down Rhydon with one super effective Solar Beam. Out next, Blue chooses Alakazam, but it can't live to Venusaur's power and falls to a single Solar Beam too. Blue then sends back out Pidgeot, who takes a Solar Beam to just under half as it Sand Attacks us, but we connect our next Solar Beam to put it on just a sliver of HP as it goes for a Feather Dance. Blue 4 restores up Pidgeot, and I just start spamming Vine Whips to bring it low before Venusaur finally falls to Pidgeot. I now go into Electabuzz, whose moveset looks like this. Amazing, I know. And we connect a Thunderbolt on the full restore to take down Pidgeot. On Arcanine, we connect a Thunder and paralyze it as we take a Flamethrower in return. The next turn, a Thunder Punch finishes off Arcanine. Then is Executor. We hit a Thunder again and we get a Paralyze again as we get put to sleep. We burn a few turns of sleep as Executor misses all of his attacks before we deliver a critical hit Thunder to take it down, leaving only a Blastoise left. I miss a Thunder and immediately die to a Hydro Pump. I then swap into Gengar as we then miss a Hypnosis and Blastoise sets up the Rain. We miss another Hypnosis and Blastoise misses a Hydro Pump. We then finally put it to sleep and I realise I have Thunderbolt, so we start going for that in return. This brings Blastoise super low, which eats its berry, healing it a little bit. Then the next turn, Blue goes for a full restore as our Thunderbolt just brings him back down. Another heal and another Thunderbolt. But now Gengar can finally finish off Blastoise, defeating Blue and our first
first champion of the run. It's time to take on the Johto champion. Lance is a champion of Johto and the next we face. Our Dragonite is definitely going to be needed here, but I'm seeing some issues with our team already. But let's take him on. Lance leads off with Gyarados and we lead off with Ditto. We transform turn 1 and we intimidate Gyarados as Waterfall does nothing to us. We then both proceed to hit pretty pathetic Dragon Pulses at each other as Gyarados eventually critical hits us as I go for a Flail. Lance then doubles out into Aerodactyl as our Flail does nearly half to him. Then Aerodactyl just takes us out of a Thunderfang. I swap into Gengar, then we outspeed and we get to take it down with a Thunderbolt. Then is Charizard. It survives a Thunderbolt on 1 HP before hitting a Shadow Claw for big damage. Lance 4 restores, but we critical hit our next Thunderbolt to take him down. Then is his ace level 50 Dragonite. I Hypnosis to put it to sleep, and then we just spam Thunderbolts. It heals with its berry, but Dragonite never wakes up from its nightmare and Gengar gets to take it down. Then Lance sends out a level 49 Dragonite. I just went for a Thunderbolt for chip damage as it takes down Gengar with a Dragon Rush. Now I unleash our Dragonite. One Ice Beam takes him down. An Ice Beam then takes down Lance's last Dragonite, leaving only a weakened Gyarados left. Lance 4 restores, but a 4-time super effective Thunderbolt makes short work of him, defeating Lance with not many issues. It's time for Hoenn though, where 2 champions await us. In Pokemon Ruby, Steven is a champion. He has mainly rock and steel types. The issue is going to be our leads, and I'll tell you why. Steven's lead is a Skarmory, and we lead off with Ditto. Now thanks to my rules and your feedback, I don't switch out, so we transform as he hits Steel Wings and sets up spikes. We manage to set up a max layer of spikes, which is fantastic for chip damage, but then it becomes an exchange of very weak attacks. We eventually run out of PP quite quickly in our attacking moves, so we have to spam Toxic and Spikes that do nothing until Skarmory eventually takes us down. I now swap into Electabuzz and finish off Skarmory with a Thunder Punch. This brings out Aggron. I misplay trying to Thunder and we miss and take an Earthquake to a Sliver in return. We then connect a Thunderbolt and that takes down Aggron thanks to its low special defense. Third is his ace Metagross. A Thunderbolt brings him low before a Sidekick finishes off Electabuzz. I now go into Gengar and go for a Nightshade, forgetting it does a set amount of damage, and we take a Meteor Mash to the red and he raises his attack. On the full restore, I Thunderbolt, which is doing way more damage, and it's a 2-hit knockout, so Gengar gets to take down Metagross. Fourth is Claydol. We can't hurt it too much, so I just go for Nightshades as he starts to set up the screens, raising his team's special defense. He then kills Gengar with an Ancient Power. So I go into Venusaur and Vine Whip on the full restore for a critical hit. Then Steven heals again, and we keep Vine Whipping. A few more Vine Whips, and we take down Claydol. This brings out Steven's Ancient Bug Armaldo. I go for a Sunny Days, we take a weak slash, then fire off a Solar Beam for big damage, and then we take an Aerial Ace low. A final Solar Beam and we take down the Ancient Bug, leaving only a Cradily left. After spikes, our Solar Beam does enough damage to one-hit knock out Cradily, beating Steven, but we're not done in Hoenn yet. There's one more champion still to face. Our second champion for Generation 3 is Wallace. He's a Water-type specialist, and we've got great coverage for his team, so I'm not that worried about this fight. Let's give it a shot. Wallace's lead is a massive Wailord and Ditto transforms too, but we take a massive Water Spout, instantly crippling our Ditto. The next turn we hit a Blizzard, fishing for a freeze, and we get it, but Wailord instantly falls out and kills Ditto with a Blizzard. That's not great, but this gives us a switch into Electabuzz, who can hit a critical hit Thunderbolt to take down the huge whale. Second Wallace sends out Gyarados, and a 4-time super effective Thunderbolt makes short work of him too, but then his Whiscash. We don't have any way to hit him thanks to having 4 electric moves, so he immediately kills Electabuzz with an Earthquake. I now go into Venusaur and we get to set up the Sun as he Amnesia's raising his special defense. We then hit a 4-time super effective Solar Beam to one-hit knock out the Catfish. Then Wallace chooses Milotic. It survives a Solar Beam on a sliver of HP and then hits a hard Ice Beam. Wallace full restores and we keep on attacking with Solar Beams. We don't do enough damage to take it out, so Wallace keeps on healing it. The Sun fades and I have to reset it up. The next turn we hit a much higher damage roll Solar Beam to finally take down the bulky Water type. This brings out Tentacruel. A Solar Beam does fantastic damage to him and an Ice Beam puts us in the red. Venusaur then picks up yet another knockout, leaving only a Ludicolo left. It can settle double teams, but it's Grass and Water type, so a neutral boosted Solar Beam from our absolute powerhouse Venusaur takes him down in an easy Wallace fight for once. It's time to take on Sinnoh's champion. Cynthia is the champion of the Sinnoh region. Her team is a powerful one. Our coverage is our strength, but I'm worried about a few of her Pokemon. Cynthia's lead is Spiritomb and Ditto transforms but doesn't take a Dark Pulse well. We then Dark Pulse ourselves for pretty mediocre damage as Spiritomb outspeeds us and takes down Ditto. I send an Onyx for some Limelight and we dig underground, but our weak attack stat shows here and we bring it low before a Dark Pulse just destroys us. Cynthia full restores, so Onyx gets to hit a Rock Slide. We hit another Rock Slide and then we fall to Spiritomb. I send out Electabuzz to immediately take down Spiritomb, but then comes Garchomp and we can't do any damage to it, and Garchomp with its monstrous attack takes us down with an Earthquake. I send out our Dragonite now, who outspeeds Garchomp and takes him down with a 4x super effective Ice Beam. Cynthia then sends out Lucario, who lives a Thunderbolt at below half and hits a Dragon Pulse for huge damage. A final Thunderbolt, and we are bringing this fight slowly back. Out comes Milotic, and we keep using our electric moves, but it's not enough to take it out, and an Ice Beam just destroys Dragonite. I go into Gengar, who also knows an electric move, and he takes down Milotic. Cynthia's 5th Pokemon is part Flying type, and a Thunderbolt brings him low as the Sidekick puts us on only 50 HP. A final Thunderbolt, and this fight is starting to look a lot better for us. Out comes Roserade, who we put to sleep straight away, and we start Nightshading. We bring Roserade to the yellow before Cynthia full restores on our Nightshades, meaning an Energy Ball just finishes off Gengar. I go into Venusaur and a Vine Whip does literally like 1 damage as we take a massive extra sensory attack. I then choose to set up the sun with Sunny Day, and the next extra sensory puts us on only 9 HP. Luckily we are faster, so a Solar Beam finishes off Cynthia in a very close battle. On to Unova now, where 2 more champions await us. First up in Generation 5 is Alder, and he's got some solid Pokemon with definitely a bug theme going on. The lack of fire moves might hurt us here, and yep, the lack of fire coverage did. We can only get to his Scavalier and we just barely with a Venusaur. We only have grass moves too, and we genuinely do like negative damage. I somehow need to keep someone else alive to stand a chance. Attempt 2, Alder's lead of a Selgor means Ditto can instantly transform thanks to Imposter, rather than waste a turn using Transform. We hit a Bug Buzz for great damage before a Bug Buzz brings us low too. We win the Speed tie the next turn and Ditto picks up its first knockout. Then comes Volcarona. We go for me first and use Overheat for good damage, then Volcarona overheats us to take down Ditto. Our best swapping is Onix. We're very fragile still, as a -2 Bug Buzz does a tremendous amount of damage before a Rock Slide picks up the knockout. Then comes Druddigon, who we hit with a Rock Slide for good damage before falling to an Outrage. I go into our Dragonite now and immediately deal with his threat with an Ice Beam, but this brings out Alder's Ice Scream Vanillux. We Thunderbolt for good damage and paralyze him as he gets Parahaxed. I then Hyper Beam, but he lives on 1 HP, hits the Blizzard, and that just one hit knocks out Dragonite. I send out Electabuzz as Alder full restores, and our Thunderbolt brings him down and paralyzes him again. I Thunderbolt into the red and he gets haxed again, so our Electabuzz picks up the knockout. On Bufalon, we Thunderbolt before instantly dying to a single Earthquake. I go into Gengar and Thunderbolt again as we then get hit by a Stone Edge. Luckily our next Thunderbolt critical hits, meaning we have Gengar for a Scavalier. We hit a Hypnosis luckily and we get to put it to sleep. We Thunderbolt for good damage and then we Thunderbolt again. Then a Scavalier wakes up and Iron Heads us for the knockout, leaving us with only a Venusaur left again. I go for a Sunny Day as he Giga impacts for massive damage, but we just have just enough damage to take down a Scavalier and beat Alder, but not convincingly. We still have 1 more champion left in Unova to face. Iris is the second champion and the majority of her Pokemon are dragons. We've got solid coverage with our own Dragonite. Let's give the champion of dragons a shot. Iris's lead is Hydreigon and our Ditto instantly transforms to them. We take a Dragon Pulse, putting us extremely low, and our Dragon Pulse puts them on a Sliver too. Iris full restores, but we bring it straight back down. Then, once again, we luckily win the Speed tie to take down the first of the dragons. This brings out Druddigon. We are faster than this too, and we do some serious damage, literally putting her on 1 HP before we fall to a Rock Slide. We send out Onix and Rock Slide to take down Druddigon. This brings out Lapras though. Our Rock Slide does fantastic damage, but we're just too frail, meaning we can't take an Ice Beam and we fall. I send out Electabuzz next and Thunderbolt to revenge kill Lapras, then is Aggron. We hit a Thunderbolt and do great damage as it just goes for an Automize, but a slow Pokemon is still a slow Pokemon. Electabuzz outspeeds and takes it down. This then brings out a Ace Haxorus. We do really low damage with a Thunderbolt before we instantly die to an Earthquake. We then go into our own Dragon and we hit a 4x super effective Ice Beam to take her out. This leaves just an Archeops left. 1 final Ice Beam and we take down Archeops and beat Iris in a pretty easy battle. It's time to head to Kalos and the 3DS games next. Diantha is the champion of Kalos and who we take on next. Her team's pretty strong and she's got a Mega Gardevoir that it doesn't look like we have a solid answer for. Holucha is a lead and Ditto hits a Flying Press for actually better damage than I thought as Holucha Swords Dances. That's not good. Then Holucha hits a Poison Jab for massive damage as our Gengar Flying Press brings him to a Sliver. Diantha now burns a full restore, healing Hawlucha as our Poison Jab doesn't do anything. Then Hawlucha outspeeds us and takes us out of a Poison Jab. I now send out Electabuzz, who hits a Thunderbolt to take down the Luchador bird. Diantha then sends out Tyrantrum and the T-Rex. We hit a Thunderbolt for great damage as he connects a critical hit head smash to take us out, and he survives a recoil on a Sliver. Always a Sliver. Here with Venusaur, I decide to go for a Sunny Day so we can use Solar Beam as he hits another head smash for big damage. But we just hold on and he goes back to being extinct to recoil. Then is Aurorus, the Ice Dinosaur, but it's part Rock type too, so a Solar Beam from our Monster Grass type takes it down. This brings out Gudra. We actually can't attack this thing due to Sap Sipper raising his attack stat. Then a Fire Blast in the sun is for sure enough to take down Venusaur. I'm running out of options, so I go into Onix. Our Rock Slide does good damage, and even in the sun and muddy water just takes us out. Onix is so frail. This is looking bad now. I have to go into Dragonite, then we go for an Ice Beam. It brings Gudra low as we take a Dragon Pulse to nearly half. Diantha full restores, but our Ice Beam brings her to what looks like exactly half. A final Ice Beam and we barely take down Gudra. Then out comes Galgeist, who's nowhere near as bulky as Gudra and falls to a single Ice Beam, leaving only a Gardevoir left. But Diantha Mega Evolves her, powering her up as our Hyper Beam that looks fantastic does half damage to her, meaning a Moonblast from a Mega equals a dead Dragonite. We only have Gengar left, and he for sure can't take a Psychic attack. If we Hypnosis, we might miss, and we need a little chip before Thunderbolt can kill. I go for a Confuse Ray, and Gardevoir does in fact hit themselves in confusion, and with that, Thunderbolt does just enough damage to take down Mega Gardevoir, defeating Diantha and Kalos. It's time to set sail to Alola. How is the person we fight to become champion here, and he's always one of the most trickiest. His team really does pack a punch. Incineroar is a massive threat and its Z-move, but so is half of his team. This could be rough. How's leaders in Alolan Raichu, giving us a pretty cool Pokemon to use with Ditto transforming. Although we both can't hurt each other as I exchange Psychics and Thunderbolts with Raichu, both of us doing roughly the same damage. Eventually we're both really low and Raichu has been faster. I go for a Thunderbolt and Hal actually switches his Raichu into Incineroar as we critically hit our Thunderbolt. That was insanely lucky. We then connect a Focus Blast for Ditto to take out probably one of the biggest threats on his team. This then brings out Tauros, another huge threat. Ditto outspeeds and connects yet another Focus Blast for a straight up one-hit knockout, and Ditto's finally showing its power. Then out comes Noivern, who is unfortunately much faster than our Ditto and takes us out with a Dark Pulse, but that's the best start we could ask for. I now go into my own Dragonite as Noivern hits us with a super effective Dragon Pulse, bringing us low as our Ice Beam demolishes him as he's 4 times weak to ice. This then brings out the Ice Crab Crabominable. I go for a last hurrah by going for a Hyper Beam, which looks fantastic and does solid damage, but not enough as an Ice Hammer connects and takes down our Dragon. I then swap into Onix, who connects an Iron Tail and picks up a knockout for itself. Hal sends in Leafeon, and it's faster, and we know how frail Onix is, so just one Leaf Blade even with our high defense, and down he goes. Leafeon resists all 3 of my last Pokemon, so our best bet is Gengar. We Confuse Ray to confuse him and he hits himself. He then breaks through, but just Baby Doll's Eyes, reducing our attack stat. Our best way to hit him is Nightshade, which does a set amount of damage and is a 3-hit knockout. We bring him to the red with Nightshades as he breaks through confusion again and Leaf Blades us, but Curse Body activates, so now he can't attack us. So Hal swaps into his Alolan Raichu, who immediately falls to a Nightshade. He comes back into Leafeon and decides to not give up and use another full restore as we just Nightshade. We Nightshade again, putting in 1 hit off losing as a Leaf Blade puts Gengar low. A final Nightshade and we take down Leafeon, beating Hal in actually a very convincing win thanks to Ditto. It's time to head back to Kanto and the Switch games. So for Trace we have a full team of Pokemon for once, which is fantastic. Although his team can be pretty easy usually. Let's destroy Trace. The battle starts off by Trace Mega Evolving his Pidgeot into Mega Pidgeot, although we don't take an Air Slash that well. This means when Ditto does transform, as there's no abilities in this game, we transform into a Mega Pidgeot. The next turn we hit an Air Slash for good damage as we take yet another Air Slash. The following turn Trace pulls a double on us, switching into his ace Pokemon Jolteon, and we do a tiny bit with Air Slash. We then proceed to dodge a Thunder and hit a Heat Wave for good damage. We dodge another Thunder and Heat Wave again to bring Jolteon to the red. Trace now full restores his Jolteon and we just keep on attacking him. Eventually though, Jolteon does connect to Thunder and takes down Ditto. I decide to go into Onix now. We take a Pin Missile, barely scratching our rock before digging underground. We dodge the next attack and deliver a devastating dig for the 1-hit knockout. Then is Vileplume. It's the same strategy for Jolteon here. We dig underground as Vileplume reflects, making our attacks now do less damage, but our digs still do over 25%. The only attacking move Vileplume has is Solar Solar Beam, and as we are digging, it can never touch us really, so eventually we take it down without taking any damage. Then is Slowbro. Our Rock Slide does nearly 50% to Slowbro as the surf puts us extremely low. We Rock Slide again, putting Slowbro in the red, and we get a flinch perfect. Trace now uses one of the 5000 restores he has, and we miss a Rock Slide, so RNG comes full circle. We connect a last attack before Slowbro finally takes down Onyx with a surf on the waves. I now decide to go into Electabuzz. While this is an easy knockout on Slowbro from a Thunderbolt, then comes Rapidash the Fire Horse. A Thunderbolt brings him to below half as a Flare Blitz doesn't do too much to us. A final Thunderbolt attack and we take down Rapidash. Then is a brick wall for us shortly after, Marowak. We have zero moves to attack him with, so we have to sit there and let him slowly kill our Electabuzz with Boomerangs, and eventually he falls. Now I go into Venusaur. With no sunny day, I charge a Solar Beam turn 1 as we take a Fire Punch and eat it like it's nothing. Then our Solar Beam just leaving only one Pokemon left, Mega Pidgeot. We Solar Beam as Trace hits an Air Slash for good damage before our final attack connects the next turn to take down Pidgeot and beat Trace. Now it's time to head to Gala and take on Sword and Shield's champion. The champion for Sword and Shield is Leon. His team is really strong with a Gigantamax Charizard. The power creep could catch us off guard here. Leon's lead is his Aegislash, and I don't know if this is a bug or just how Imposter works with Aegislash's ability, but Aegislash King Shield and we Shadow Ball, but we don't change stances. It's pretty weird. Then we hit a Shadow Ball on Aegislash for very little damage, but we get the special defense drop as Aegislash's Shadow Ball does way more to us. Then Aegislash King Shield again, making sure we can't do big damage as his defenses are raised, but we do bring him to the red before Aegislash finishes off our Ditto with a Shadow Ball. I decide now to send out Onyx, and there's only two words for this: Stealth and Rocks, to set up hazards to hurt the whole of Leon's team as Aegislash's Flash Cannon just obliterates us, but your sacrifice won't be in vain, Onyx. I now go into Gengar and we can finish off Aegislash with a Nightshade, and the animation looks really cool actually. I've never used this move in Gen 8 before. Leon now sends out Haxorus and it's gonna kill us, question is when. It takes Stealth Rocks damage, then we confuse it with Confuse Ray and Haxorus doesn't care, proceeds to break through and one-shot us with an Earthquake. We've lost half of our team already and only took down one of Leon's. I'm looking at my team and I need to save Dragonite and Electabuzz, so we go into Venusaur. I set up a Sunny Day as thankfully Haxorus hits itself in confusion. The next turn we can hit a resisted Solar Beam that still does a good amount of damage considering, and Haxorus snaps out of confusion and hits a massive Outrage bringing us low. A final Solar Beam from Venusaur and we take down Haxorus, but this just brings out a faster dragon in Dragapult, who now has a Sun Up and a boosted Flamethrower definitely takes us down. I decide to go into my own dragon in Dragonite now. Dragapult is faster and a Dragon Breath does close to half as our Ice Beam just demolishes him, giving us another knockout. But this then brings out Mr. Rhyme, the dancing Mr. Mime. We can't take it out in one move, so our best option as always is to go for a Hyper Beam. And after Stealth Rocks, we bring him super low, but it's not enough and Freeze Dry KOs our dragon, leaving us with one Pokemon versus his 3. But I've saved Electabuzz for last for a reason. We Thunderbolt Mr. Rhyme to take it down, leaving Leon with 2 Pokemon both weak to Electric. First is Inteleon, and after Stealth Rock's damage, a Thunderbolt is enough to take it down, leaving us with a 1-on-1. Leon sends out Charizard, who immediately takes 50% thanks to Onyx's sacrifice. Charizard Gigantamaxes, raising his HP a little bit, but our quick and powerful Electabuzz takes it down with a Thunderbolt, beating Leon and becoming champion of Gala. It's time for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet's champion. The last champion is Geeta for Generation 9, and she's got some really unique Pokemon. We've had to say goodbye to Onyx, and luckily, according to Bulbapedia, Drake had one Pokemon, Rhyhorn, although not much of it is known. Her lead is a Sparfer and Ditto transforms. A Sparfer is faster and a Dazzling Gleam hurts us as our Dazzling Gleam does roughly the same amount. A Sparfer Dazzling Gleams us again and I go for a Lumina Crash, doing less damage but lowering the special defense harshly. Then we outspeed the Psychic Ostrich and take it out with an overkill critical hit Dazzling Gleam. But this just brings out King Gambit, who we Dazzling Gleam immediately for a bit of chip damage before succumbing to a Katal Cleave. I now give Rhyhorn its time to shine. We Earthquake to put King Gambit on just a sliver of HP as his Iron Head does massive damage, but Rhyhorn survives on 8 HP himself, wanting to make a good first impression. Then the next turn we can take it down with an Earthquake. Geeta now sends out Veluza the Psychic Fish and it just quickly takes us out of a priority Aqua Jet. I choose Electabuzz as my answer and we Thunderbolt, and that's enough damage to take down the Psychic Fish. This brings out the bulky Avalugg, who's not bulky especially defensively as our Thunderbolt does big damage and then we take an Avalanche for big damage also. Thanks to us being fast faster, we get to take down the Ice Slab the next turn. Then Geeta sends out Go-Goat, who resists all 4 of our electric moves. A Thunderbolt barely scratches the Goat as a Horn Leech takes us out and restores a tad bit of his HP too. I now go into Dragonite however, and we shoot a freezing Ice Beam to take the Goat down low, as he doesn't attack us and bulks up instead. So the next turn we just get to take down the Goat without taking any damage. This leaves Geeta's last Pokemon and Ace Glamora. She terastallizes into a pure rock type, but we are faster and an Ice Beam does a good okay amount of damage and we snag a freeze perfect. Our next Ice Beam does a solid amount, bringing her lower as she stays frozen. Our third Ice Beam then critical hits to take down Glamora, beating Geeta and every single Pokemon champion as Drake. Or have we? Atop of the snowy Mount Silver is a legendary trainer Red and a champion trainer. Red leads off with his Ace Pikachu and our lead is Ditto. We don't even get to transform before a Volt Tackle obliterates us and does big recoil to Pikachu. I then go into Venusaur and straight away I Sunny Day to get rid of the pesky hail as Pikachu Iron Tails us and lowers our defense. But the next turn we can hit a Solar Beam to finish off Pikachu. Red sends out Charizard next and we've boosted the Sun. We hit a Solar Beam for basically nothing before dying to an Air Slash. Then I send out Gengar. We outspeed Charizard and take it down with a Thunderbolt. Then Red sends out Lapras. We hit a Thunderbolt bringing it low before taking a super effective Psychic to bring Gengar to under half 2. A final Thunderbolt and we take down the Transport Pokemon. Out next is Blastoise, who barely hangs on from a Thunderbolt before connecting a Blizzard and freezing us at 10 HP. Red 4 restores and we stay frozen. We then 4 out, Thunderbolt again and critical hit Blastoise, so our RNG has come full circle. Red sends out Snorlax and we confuse Ray and it hits himself. We then get off more chip damage with a Thunderbolt before Snorlax finishes off Gengar with a Shadow Ball. We now send out Onix and hit a Rock Slide, flinching Snorlax. We Rock Slide again, flinching him again, but our damage is just so low. Red 4 restores Snorlax and I just decide to use Bind for once before dying to a single Blizzard attack. I go into Electabuzz now and running out of options. Our Thunderbolt does an okay amount of damage and we take a crunch for a lot, but we get static off him, paralysing him. We Thunderbolt again and we take one more crunch to near the end as our next Thunderbolt puts him on 1 HP and luckily he gets Parahaxed. Red then 4 restores Snorlax again and our next Thunderbolt does a little. We just keep attacking and we get the paralysis off once more before we fall to a crunch. Our last hope is Dragonite, who hits a T-Bolt putting Snorlax on a Sliver, but we luckily dodge a Blizzard. Our Ice Beam puts him on 1 HP, but we dodge yet another Blizzard, meaning we got super lucky. Last is Venusaur, who can't take an Ice Beam nearly as well as Snorlax but puts us to sleep. We stay asleep and take a Sludge Bomb. We stay asleep again and take another Sludge Bomb. We can't take another hit, but luckily we wake up and take down Venusaur, beating Red in a very close fight. Team Plasma N and a champion himself, who also has a legendary we need to win to continue. N leads with Reshiram and we lead off with Ditto, which means we have a Reshiram, although it's bad for both of us as Reshiram's Fusion Flare does nothing and I set up a Reflect for some reason. Then Reshiram extra sensories us as we hit him back with the same move. We exchange moves once more, but Reshiram wins the speed tie and Hyper Beams Ditto for the kill. We send out Onix on the turn he's recharging and you can see our attack is so low, we don't kill it. We Rock Slide once more and we take an extra century, but Reshiram ends up killing Onix too. We then send out Gengar to finish it off with a Thunderbolt. Caracosta comes out and a Thunderbolt takes into his Sturdy as we live a crunch. We then finish him off. Out third is Archeops, who is weak to electric, and Gengar picks up the KO here too. Fourth is Klinklang, who's actually Zoroark, and tanks a hit and finishes Gengar with a Night Slash. I go into Electabuzz now and take down Zoroark with my favourite move this run, Thunderbolt. Klinklang takes massive damage and Metal Sounds us, but we just take it down with no issues, leaving only a Vanillix left. We Thunderbolt for close to half before a Blizzard just one-shots us, leaving us with 2 Pokemon both weak to ice. But Dragonite can finish the fight, winning it with a Hyper Beam, leaving one champion left to face. Kieran, the most latest champion to be introduced and one of the hardest. This has a focus on double battles. Honestly, this fight was impossible. So for the first attempts, I could barely make it past his first 2 Pokemon without nearly losing all of my team. Then on Incineroar and Grimmsnarl, we just have no chance. 23 attempts later and it still wasn't happening. At this point, I stopped leading with Ditto and tried other leads too. I also decided to try and give the Pokemon a bit better moves as it was quite clear we're struggling with Gen 1 movesets. They just don't work well
well in this format. We did manage to make it to Hydrapple this time, but we just took way too much damage, and Venusaur's moveset is just so limiting. While we can bring Hydrapple low, we can't survive 2 Pokemon just beating on us. This is the hardest Kieran fight I've ever had. It's not until attempt 40 we get some sort of a battle, and I'll explain what happened. We lead off with Ditto and Electabuzz into Politoed and Dragonite. Ditto will transform into Dragonite, and this is the best strategy there is. We Thunderbolt Politoed, but its Wakamberry means it tanks it reasonably well. Then Politoed Ice Beams our Ditto, but we survive it thanks to Multiscale. Thankfully, we outspeed the other Dragonite to take down Politoed with a Thunder. If we didn't, we just lost there. Before a Breaking Swipe from Dragonite takes down our Dragonite and does good damage to Electabuzz. But we get the static proc, so he's paralyzed. That's also best case scenario. We now send out our Dragonite as Kieran goes into a monster Porygon Z. Electabuzz outspeeds him and hits a Thunderbolt for great damage before a Hyper Beam from Porygon Z just destroys Electabuzz. Dragonite's Dragon Pulse then deals with a Porygon Z, and Dragonite gets para-haxed. This is the RNG we need to stand a small chance. I now go into Rhyhorn as Kieran sends out Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl sets up a Reflect as Dragonite's Ice Beam breaks Dragonite's Multiscale. Rhyhorn can then finish off Dragonite with an Ice Fang. But now is Kieran's Incineroar, who intimidates us, lowering Rhyhorn's attack. I get faked out on Dragonite, and then Grimmsnarl's Spirit Break takes Dragonite low and lowers our special attack not great, before an Earthquake does very little damage to his Pokemon. This time Dragonite can Dragon Pulse Incineroar, activating his Citrus Berry, healing him back up before a Darkest Lariat knocks out our Dragonite, and a Spirit Break from Grimmsnarl does a little chunk to Rhyhorn, before our Earthquake critical hits Incineroar, taking him out, which again, the RNG is just nuts, but it's exactly what we need. With Incineroar down, it's safe to go into Venusaur as Kieran sends out his last Pokemon Hydrapple. He terrestrializes into a pure fighting type as Grimmsnarl Sucker Punches Venusaur, as Venusaur's Sludge Bomb takes out Grimmsnarl, giving us a 2v1 versus Hydrapple. Now we miss a Rock Slide with Rhyhorn though before he dies to an Earth Power, but our last Pokemon is Gengar, who has a smooth sidekick now, which we hit and critical hit again for over half of his HP as a Sludge Bomb brings him to a Sliver and poisons, as Hydrapple's Earth Power puts Gengar on 5 HP but we survive it. This means Hydrapple dies to poison, and with that we beat Kieran and defeat every single Pokemon champion as Drake. Today we want to try and beat every single Pokemon champion, and there is a lot of them, as Sawyer. What if Sawyer didn't lose to Ash and continued to fight Pokemon champions? With powerful Pokemon like Sceptile, Salamence and Slacking, could he defeat every Pokemon Games champion? Let's find out. And if a Pokemon faints, it's gone from the whole run, and I can't use any items in battle. Full rules are in the description below. Let's get started. First up is Pokemon Fire Red, and we have the champion for this game, Blue. We only have 3 Pokemon for a lot of these champion runs, so we've got to play smart to not lose anyone. Blue's lead is Pidgeot, and we lead off with our powerhouse Slacking. We have such great stats, but our ability Truant may hinder us. We outspeed Bearjesus, and with a powerful Rock Slide take it out in just one attack. Blue's second Pokemon is Alakazam. I stay in to burn a turn of Truant as I know it'll probably future sight or set up screens. It does set up a Reflect boosting his team's defense, but Slacking's massive attack stat and Alakazam's general frailty means it does not survive a return. Executor is Blue's third Pokemon, and I don't want to be put to sleep. I swap into Salamence as he just goes for a Giga Drain that does nothing to us. The next turn we are faster and we hit a Flamethrower that critical hits and takes down the 3-headed Eggplant. Blue's fourth Pokemon is Rhydon. We have an easy switch into our Sceptile as he goes for a Scary Face, reducing our speed stat. Reflect wears off too, and we are still faster. We hit a Leaf Blade to take down Rhydon with no issues as well. Now is Blue's Arcanine. We've got to swap. Our best swap is Slacking to absorb the Flamethrower and pray for no burn. Thankfully, we don't get burned. The next turn, we can hit an Earthquake and with our massive attack stat, destroy Arcanine. This leaves Blue's last Pokemon and his ace, Blastoise. I accidentally swapped into Salamence rather than Sceptile here, so Blastoise sets up the Rain for free. Now we swap back into our Sceptile as Blastoise hits a Rain-boosted Hydro Pump that still does a hefty amount to Sceptile. Our Leaf Blade does over half to Blastoise as he hits another boosted Hydro Pump, putting us low. Blastoise's Berry activates, restoring his HP, and this is going to be a close call. We hit a Leaf Blade and do just enough damage to take him down, beating our first champion. There's plenty more champions to go, so let's head to Johto. Lance is the champion of Johto, and the next we face. Luckily we have our own dragon, and we have good ways to deal with his team, so this should be a pretty easy fight. Lance leads off with Gyarados, and we lead off with Sceptile. Gyarados intimidates, hits us, lowering our attack by 1 stage. Sceptile is faster, and a Thunder Punch now misses out on the knockout thanks to the Intimidate, and Gyarados retaliates with an Ice Fang, bringing Sceptile low too. One more Thunder Punch and we get our first knockout of the fight though. Lance now sends out Charizard, and the easy switch is into Salamence. Charizard's Fire Fang does nothing to us on the switch in, so the next turn we outspeed and an Aqua Tail destroys Charizard in just 1 attack. Lance now sends out Dragonite. Salamence outspeeds and a Dragon Claw makes super short work of his first Dragonite. The second Dragonite comes out, it takes a Dragon Claw, but it survives it on literally 1 HP and thankfully misses his low accuracy move Dragon Rush. Lance now goes for a full restore, but Salamence is just way too powerful and a Dragon Claw claims him this time. Aerodactyl is Lance's 5th Pokemon. It's faster and a Rock Slide brings us very low and we flinch. That's not good. We now swap into Slaking and Aerodactyl misses a Rock Slide as we return the hacks and take him out with an Ice Punch. Lance's last Pokemon is his ace, the level 50 Dragonite. Slaking is picking his nose and Truant in, so we take an Outrage, but it does only half to us. I know we are faster as Truant went first, so with a single Ice Punch, Slaking takes down his ace, beating our 2nd champion of the run. That was a very short fight. Let's now move on to Omega Ruby. Steven is the champion of Hoenn and the next champion we face in Omega Ruby. His team is pretty strong and he has a Mega, but so do we. We can finally have our full team for a battle, but we can't afford still to lose anybody. Steven's lead is Skarmory and our best lead is Salamence. Our Flamethrower brings a Steel Bird to its sturdy as Skarmory hits Salamence for a weak Steel Wing. Steven now burns a full restore on healing Skarmory as we bring it all the way back down with another fiery attack. With our last Flamethrower, Salamence takes out the Steel Bird and picks up its first knockout. Steven now sends out Aggron. We swap into Aegislash as he goes for a Stone Edge, but he misses. This is the best time to go into Sceptile, so we double into him as an Earthquake doesn't hurt us too much. Now we Mega Evolve, and Mega Sceptile looks fantastic. We hit a Focus Blast to bring Aggron down to its sturdy, as an Iron Tail actually does quite a lot of damage to us and it lowers our defense. With a Shake of the Earth, Mega Sceptile picks up its first knockout. Cradily is Steven's 3rd Pokemon, and we unfortunately have to switch. We go into Aegislash as Cradilly's Sludge Bomb doesn't affect us. Now we outspeed thanks to IVs I guess, and hit a Sacred Sword putting Cradilly in the red, as a weak Giga Drain does nothing. Steven now full restores up his ancient Pokemon and we just Sacred Sword again. With a final Sword attack from our Sword Pokemon we get a 3rd knockout. Claydol is Steven's next Pokemon and we are definitely switching. I go into Chloritza as Claydol sets up a light screen. Our ability though is great, so a Water Pulse still does a tremendous amount of damage as Claydol just sets up another screen. With a final Water Pulse we can take down Claydol. Steven's next Pokemon is Armaldo, the Bug and Rock type. A Mega Launcher boosted Water Pulse still does fantastic damage as Armaldo hits a pathetic X-Scissor. Showing our true power, we take down Armaldo with a final Water type attack. Steven's last Pokemon is his ace Metagross. Light Screen wears off and he Mega Evolves. He's faster and a Meteor Mash doesn't do too much to our little Chloritza, who resists it, but our Dark Pulse leaves him on just a sliver. We swap into Slaking, who dodges a Giga Impact and with a return finishes off Mega Metagross, beating Steven. It's time to go back in time and head to Emerald. Our 2nd champion for Generation 3 is Wallace. He's a Water type specialist and I'm kind of worried even though we do have a Sceptile as he's got coverage for him. Wallace's lead is a powerful Whale Lord and we lead off with our powerful Slaking. We outspeed and hit a stab return doing massive damage but just missing out on the knockout, so Wailord sets up the rain. Wallace now full restores and our ability Truant means nothing really happens this turn. The next turn Slaking gets a better roll and we take down Wailord with a single return. Wallace now sends out Tentacruel. We Truant again and Tentacruel toxes us, putting us on a timer. Now we can attack and one return from our absolute powerhouse destroys Tentacruel. Ludicolo comes out and we swap into Salamence as he sets up double team. We connect to Dragon Breath and paralyze him as he sets up more double teams. We Dragon Breath but we miss as he serves us for practically nothing. We Dragon Breath again, this time putting him low as he keeps surfing. We luckily connect another Dragon Breath despite his evasion boost and take down the pesky Ludicolo. Wallace now sends out Milotic and Ice Beam is definitely coming, so we go back into Slaking, who's in the yellow after poison. We go for a slack off but his surf and poison bring us back down. This is isn't a battle we can win. We swap into Sceptile on the surf that does a tiny bit of damage to us. He has Ice Beam and we can't one-shot this thing, so I go for a Swords Dance, raising our attack by 2 stages as Milotic's Ice Beam brings us super low. The next turn, our Leaf Blade critical hits, taking down Milotic in just one move. Wallace now sends out Whiscash. It's 4 times weak to grass, so a boosted Leaf Blade takes him down with no issues. Wallace's last Pokemon, however, is an issue. It's Gyarados. We can't take it down in one move and our team is weakened. I swap into Salamence, who takes a Hyper Beam reasonably well. I then go for a Dragon Breath, doing only a quarter as he has to recharge. I sit here thinking now, as it looks like we have to sacrifice somebody on our team. So I choose to go for an Aerial Ace with Salamence, but it critical hits, meaning we beat Wallace deathless. That was insanely close and I'm glad that's over. Let's head to Sinnoh. And remember guys, if you like what you see, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. It helps the channel grow a lot. Cynthia is a champion of the Sinnoh region. Her team is very scary for us. I think we can win if I can set up with Salamence, so that's definitely the strategy here. Cynthia's lead is Spirit Tomb and we lead off with Salamence. It's a perfect Pokemon to set up on, so we start Dragon Dancing. We can take 3 Dark Pulses without a crit before we go down, so the plan is to roost and get to a +6 in attack and speed. After a scary critical hit, we managed to get to max attack and speed. Now we can unleash Salamence on Cynthia. A Dragon Claw deals with Spirit Tomb in 1 attack. Garchomp comes out, but a 6 times boosted Dragon Claw, down he goes as well. Lucario falls to a single Earthquake. Milotic goes down to a single Dragon Claw as well. Roserade then falls to a single Dragon Claw, and her final Pokemon, Togekiss, also falls to a Dragon Claw, as it's not Fairy type this generation. Thankfully, Sawyer has an excellent Pokemon for this battle in Salamence, so we make super quick work of Cynthia, and we can move on to Generation 5 and get closer to having our strongest team available. First up in Generation 5 is Alder, and like Cynthia, he's got a wide range of Pokemon with good type variety. We don't match up too great versus his team, as we're not that bulky. Let's give it a shot. Our lead is Salamence, and he leads off with a Selgor. The fight starts off bad as we get hit by a critical hit Bug Buzz, bringing us to basically half as we set up a Dragon Dance. I then roost off the missing HP as a Bug Buzz brings us close to half again. I decide to take out a Selgor with a Fire Fang the very next turn. Alder then sends out Vanillux as his answer, but we have an attack boost, so a Fire Fang quickly takes out the Ice Cream as well. Alder's first Pokemon is Druddigon. A boosted Dragon Claw does enough damage to take it out, but we also go under half from the ability Rough Skin. Alder's 4th Pokemon is Buffalon. I don't want to risk not getting the kill here. I swap into Slacking as Buffalon hits a Stone Edge that doesn't do too much to us. The next turn we fire off a Return, bringing him low but not doing enough to take out the Buffalo, so we get hit by a Head Charge that does great damage and puts him in the red. Alder will full restore here, so I burn my Truant turn for free. I play it slightly risky here and go for another Return as Buffalon Head Charges, nearly taking us down, but thanks to the hefty recoil, he's now in the red again. We have to swap, we have no choice. Our only option now is Sceptile. We don't take a Head Charge well at all and nearly go down, but Buffalon takes itself out in the process. Now is Volcarona, and back to Salamence we go. The Bug Buzz doesn't do a lot as we resist it, and we can roost off the damage. We exchange Roost and Bug Buzz until we're at a decent HP. Then Volcarona hits an Overheat, reducing his special attack stat. We roost again, and Volcarona starts setting up. That's not good. He goes for one more Quiver Dance. I go for a Dragon Dance to try and boost my attack quickly. The next turn Volcarona gets greedy and sets up again, but we take him out with a Dragon Claw. But that activates his ability Flame Body, so now our attack has been halved. Alder's final Pokemon is a Scavalier. It's 4 times weak to fire, and we Fire Fang, but we don't do enough to take him out, and he Giga Impacts, bringing us to only 32 HP after burn damage. Thankfully, Alder's out of full restores, so a final Fire Fang takes him out, and we get the victory. That was super close. Our team was so demolished, but we are still deathless. Let's take out the second Generation 5 champion. Iris is the next champion in Univert, and the majority of her Pokemon are dragons. We have solid Ice-type coverage, but defensively our Pokemon might not hold up well. Let's give it a shot. Iris's lead is Hydreigon, and we lead off with Sceptile. It's our last battle until we finally have a full team, so let's do this. With Sceptile, I set up a Swords Dance turn 1 to boost our attack, and we survive a Flamethrower, and no burn thankfully. The next turn with a Dragon Claw, Sceptile can take down Hydreigon in just 1 attack. Iris's second Pokemon is Druddigon, but it meets the same demise as Hydreigon and falls to a single Dragon Claw. Iris's third Pokemon is Lapras. We have the advantage here though, and with his Seed Bomb we can take down the transport Pokemon. So far so good. Iris sends out a race now Haxorus, and it has a Focus Sash, so we can't stay in. I swap into Salamence and lower its attack with Intimidate as he hits a critical hit X-Scissor. The following turn we hit a Dragon Claw to bring him down to his Sash and break it. Haxorus goes for a Dragon Dance and that's not good. Thankfully though, Iris will heal him up, and with a super effective Dragon Claw we can take him out as his Sash is gone. Iris now sends out Archeops, and now we use our third member Slacking. We tank a Rock Slide decently on the swap. The next turn, Slacking can now fire off an Ice Punch with its amazing attack stat and destroy the prehistoric bird. Finally is Aggron. We can't attack thanks to Truant, and he sends up an Automize, raising his speed. The next turn we take a weak Double Edge and shake the earth to defeat Aggron with an Earthquake, giving us a victory over Iris and Generation 5. It's time to head over to Kalos and get our full team. Diantha is the champion of Kalos and who we take on next. We now have a full team of some incredibly strong Pokemon, so let's see how we do into Generation 6. Hawlucha is our lead and we lead off the battle with Slurpuff. We might look small and not scary, but we are. Hawlucha sets up a Swords Dance and a Stab Dazzling Gleam straight up takes out the Luchador bird. Diantha's second Pokemon is Tyrantrum, the T-Rex. It stands no chance against our Cupcake and we take it down with another Dazzling Gleam. Diantha sends out Aurora's third. Our Surf does a solid amount to him and he sets up a Light Screen boosting the team's special defense. Our next Surf then doesn't do too much, but it puts her in range of Diantha healing as we take half from a Blizzard. The best play now is to swap into Aegislash as Diantha fully restores her Ice and Rock type. Somehow we are still faster than this thing and a Sacred Sword demolishes the Ice Dinosaur. Diantha chooses Gudra next. A fire move is definitely coming, so we swap into Clawitzer who tanks it very well. We then take a Dragon Pulse that doesn't do too much to us and an Ice Beam brings a bulky dragon to half. We take one more Dragon Pulse putting us at 63 HP before we can take it out with one more Ice Beam. Diantha sends out Galgeist and we have to switch. I go into Salamence on the incoming Seed Bomb which does literally 10 damage after Intimidate. We can now fire off a Fiery Flamethrower and take down Galgeist in a critical hit. This leaves her last Pokemon, Gardevoir. She traces Intimidate and lowers Salamance's attack by one stage. Our best switch in is Slacking, so we swap into him. Diantha Mega Evolves and then hits a Moonblast, dealing nearly half to Slacking. The next turn we are faster, and a stab boosted return from our powerhouse destroys Mega Gardevoir, giving us a nice deathless victory over Diantha. Let's sail to Alola. How is the person we fight to become champion here, and for once I'm not worried about his team. We actually have a great switch into Incineroar's Z move this time, so let's give it a shot. How's lead is an Alola and Raichu and I lead off with Sceptile. Raichu's Psychic does over half to us as an Earthquake from our Sceptile takes out Raichu in one powerful attack. How now sends out Incineroar and the Z move is definitely coming. I go into our check for this, Salamence. We reduce his attack by one stage with Intimidate and then Incineroar goes for the Z move, Inferno Overdrive. It does a solid chunk to us but nothing to worry about this time. The following turn we can outspeed and hit an Earthquake to do a solid chunk to Incineroar as he then fires back with a Darkest Lariat. This move looks so cool. He puts us low before making a switch into Leafeon on our Earthquake. Well played, Hal. However, we still have a fire move, so after taking a quick attack putting us on 40 HP, we take out the evolution with a Fiery Flamethrower. Hal's next Pokemon is Crabominable. An Ice Hammer or a Stone Edge is definitely coming, so we go into Aegislash who tanks it like a champ. I then go for a King Shield, blocking Crabominable's Ice Hammer and harshly reducing his attack stat. He then connects an Ice Hammer the next turn that does nothing to us and lowers his speed in the process, as we go for a super effective Sacred Sword to put him on a Slither. Hal now heals his Ice Crab, but another Sacred Sword brings him straight back down. Hal now plays us again and swaps into Noivern as our Sacred Sword does a little chunk to him. We have to swap, so into Slurpuff we go. The Dark Pulse doesn't do too much to us on the swap, and the next turn Noivern hits an Air Slash, and of course he flinches us. I am a risky player, so I stay in and take an Air Slash to 18 HP, and then we fire off a Dazzling Gleam for the knockout. Hal now sends out Tauros. We take the Intimidate and it's time to switch. I go into Aegislash on the Double Edge and it does nothing. I now King Shield to see what he will do, and now he's going to Earthquake of course, so we swap into Slacking. The Earthquake does a little chunk to us and the next turn he's faster and a Double Edge does way more. Thanks to the recoil he's taught, Slacking can now take out Tauros with a return. Now Hal goes back into his weakened Incineroar. We are truanting and Incineroar hits a Flare Blitz bringing us super low, but we do survive it. That's another risky play. This means Slaking can now outspeed and take down Incineroar with a Rock Slide. Hal's final Pokemon is a very weakened Crabominable. We have a solid check to this in Aegislash, so we swap into it. Hal full restores Crabominable on the switch, and then we take an Ice Hammer very well. This time our Sacred Sword must max roll as we take down the Ice Crab in a final hit, beating Hal and Alola. It's time to move on to the Switch games. Now, usually we start off with Trace, but this is our first champion run where we have 0 Pokemon available to us. So technically we can't beat every champion with Sawyer. I know for a fact we could, as the Let's Go games are very easy, so I'll put a question mark for now. We'll come back to this at a later date. Let's take on Generation 8. The champion for Sword and Shield is Leon. His team is strong, but so is ours. We can make a few sacrifices here if we need to, but honestly, I think we got this. Leon's leaders is Aegislash and we lead off with Sceptile. Aegislash goes for a King Shield and that is just perfect for us as I set up a Sword stance boosting our attack to a +2 for free. The following turn we can take down Aegislash with a single Earthquake. Leon chooses Dragapult for his second Pokemon. Sceptile is a fast Pokemon though and we outspeed. A boosted 2x Dragon Claw takes him down with ease. Leon then sends out Haxorus. It suffers the exact same fate as the previous dragon and goes down to a boosted Dragon Claw. Sceptile is putting in some solid work so far. Leon sends out Mr. Rhyme, the dancing Mr. Mime, and I'm feeling risky, so I hit a neutral boosted Leaf Blade and that stops the dancing of Mr. Rhyme as we pick up yet another knockout. Leon now sends out Inteleon. It's a water starter though versus a grass starter, and a single Leaf Blade takes him down too. It's starting to look like a Sceptile sweep, but Leon's ace is a Charizard, and a Gigantamax one at that. I want to see if we can take it down with Sceptile and sweep Leon, so I Dynamax and Leon Gigantamax his Charizard. I hit a Max Wormrind, bringing Charizard to below half and lowering his attack, as a Max Airstream nearly takes us out, but Sceptile hangs on. Charizard though now gets a speed boost, so he's going to outspeed us. Not sacrificing any of my team, I decide to play around his 2 remaining turns. We swap into Clawitzer as Charizard hits another Max Airstream, boosting his speed by another stage, and we survive it. This means Charizard will now go for a Grass move Max Overgrowth. We swap into Salamence, lowering his attack again, and survive the attack as he sets up the grassy terrain. Charizard now goes back to his regular form, he outspeeds us and throws rocks at Salamence, but doesn't get a stat raise. In a fitting way to end Leon, Salamence takes down Charizard with a Dragon Pulse, beating Leon and leaving only Scarlet and Violet's champion left. The last champion is Geeta for Generation 9. She has some really unique Pokemon, but she's usually not very strong. So Sceptile, Slurpuff and Aegislash, we had to leave them with the Professor. Not because they're still not in the games, right Game Freak? Right, let's do this. Her lead is Espartha and we lead off our last battle with Clawitzer. Espartha is naturally faster than Clawitzer and goes for a Lumina Crash. Thanks to the power of friendship, Clawitzer dodges it and takes down Espartha with a single Dark Pulse. I forgot about this mechanic to be honest. Geeta now chooses Go-Go and we send out our Slaking, who's been such a fun Pokemon to use. We can fire off a Fire Punch and we just miss out on the knockout as Go-Go gets burned from it anyways, reducing his attack stat. He goes for a Bulk Cut, raising his attack and defense, but it doesn't matter. On our Truant turn, he hits a weak Horn Leech, restoring a tiny bit of HP. This means the following turn, Slaking can pick up another knockout with a Fire Punch. Geeta's next Pokemon is Avalugg, and I decide to go into Clawitzer. It has great physical bulk, but it's not so much on the Spadef side of things. Clawitzer's Mega Launched Aura Sphere takes out the Ice Slab in just one move. That might be the first time we've done that. Geeta now chooses King Gambit. I decide to stay in an Aura Sphere one more time as it's 4 times weak to fighting, and Clawitzer yet again picks up a knockout. The power of this thing is great. Geeta's next Pokemon is Veluza. Seeing no reason to swap, I stay in. Veluza hits a weak Cycle Cut and Clawitzer shows its power once more and takes it out with a single Dark Pulse. This leaves Geeta's last Pokemon, Glamora. She terrestrializes into a pure rock type and hits a Sludge Wave, bringing Clawitzer to only 62 HP as we fire off a stab boosted Mega Launch Water Pulse for a one-hit knockout, beating Geeta and beating every single champion except for Trace as Sawyer. Today we want to try and beat every single Pokemon champion, and there is a lot of them, as Dawn. Yes, probably the most requested person ever on my channel to do this has finally arrived. Dawn has a very limited selection of Pokemon from the anime, some that are not even available in certain games too, so we're also going to be using some of their in-game Pokemon and some rental Pokemon as well. If a Pokemon faints, it's gone from the whole run, and I can't use any items in battle. Full rules are in the description below. Let's get started. First up is Pokemon Fire Red, and we have the champion for this game, Blue. Our Pokemon are definitely some of the weakest I've ever had during the game. I've used some of her in-game team too, like Kadabra, Blossom and Clefairy. Let's do it. Blue's lead is Pidgeot, and we lead off with Clefairy. We get smacked by an Aerial Ace, but a Thunderbolt actually does fantastic damage to Pidgeot, putting it in the red. Blue will definitely full restore now, so we can just bring him back down with another Thunderbolt. Pidgeot throws sand in Clefairy's eyes, lowering his accuracy before we take it down with a last electric attack. Blue chooses Alakazam second, and we swap into our pre-evolution, Kadabra. He sets up a Reflect, boosting his team's defense. The next turn we outspeed and smash an Ice Punch, that's a special move in this generation, and we critical hit, taking out Alakazam. Fantastic start. Third he sends out Arcanine, and this thing is scary, but I do have a strategy. We swap to Quilava on the Flamethrower, and then we get hit by an Extreme Speed, putting us at low HP. We then Toxic him and get hit by another Extreme Speed, putting us low. Now I go for Rest. I'm stalling him out, and then eventually, when Toxic's done quite a bit of damage, I swap into Piloswine on an Extreme Speed. He would kill me now with a Flamethrower, but Blue will heal, meaning we can hit an Earthquake and take down this extreme threat. Executor is his next choice, and we swap into Blossom and dodge a Sleep Powder. We hit a Sludge Bomb, poisoning him and take an Egg Bomb to the face. We then hit another Sludge Bomb and get put to sleep before Poison takes down Executor. Blue's next Pokemon is Rhydon. I burn a turn asleep and then we dodge a Rock Tomb. Then he hits a Scary Face, lowering our speed as well. And finally he hits a takedown before we wake up and fully heal ourselves and take him out with a Giga Drain. Blue's final Pokemon and his ace is Blastoise. He sets up the rain turn 1 and we Giga Drain for way over half. His berry heals him a little bit and then he hits a weak Hydro Pump. This means we take him down with a final Giga Drain, finally defeating our first champion Blue, but there's plenty more to go. Lance is the champion of Johto, and the next we face, we can actually use a full team of Dawn's Pokemon now for this fight, as I chose the Heart Gold version. We have some powerful Pokemon in Mamoswine, and then we have a Piplup. Lance leads off with Gyarados and we lead off with Pachirisu. We don't look scary, but a 4-time super effective Thunderbolt shows Lance we mean business as we take down Gyarados. He decides to not play around too and send out his ace, a level 50 Dragonite. Pachirisu then goes for a Hidden Power Ice, which does over half and activates his berry, healing him. Then he hits an Outrage, nearly taking out Pachirisu in just one attack. We go for a U-turn that does like 1 damage, and then we go into Mamoswine. We also then take a hefty amount from Outrage too. Thankfully his Dragonites are super slow, so Mamoswine outspeeds and hits an Ice Fang to take down the first of many Dragonites. On Charizard I swap into Togekiss as a Fire Fang doesn't do too much to us. We then throw rocks at Charizard and we get the stat race, increasing every stat by 1 stage. Lance then sends out Aerodactyl, and an Ancient Power brings him to a Sliver as a Rock Slide really hurts us. I roost as Lance then full restores his Aerodactyl as well. Then we throw more rocks at him and we get another stat raise, perfect, so now every stat is at a +2. I then roost again on the full restore, and now we have a very high special attack stat. We take down Aerodactyl. Dragonite then dies to an Ancient Power, and this just leaves 1 Dragonite left. With a ×2 boosted Air Slash, Togekiss practically sweeps Lance on its own, and that was a much needed win. On to the next champion. I decided I'm not quite ready to get rid of my main team yet, so we're taking on Pokemon Omega Ruby Steven. He has mainly Rock and Steel types and a Mega Metagross. This is going to be a rough one for sure. I'm doing as many games as I can where we can use as many of our main Pokemon. I'm probably going to regret this. Steven's lead is Skarmory, and I decide to lead with Piplup. I have to let these get some action too. We can't just keep them on the team and not use them. We set up Stealth Rocks, and Skarmory sets up a layer of spikes in return. I go for a Surf and actually do a solid amount of damage before we take an Aerial Ace, but not too well. With a last Surf, Piplup actually picks up a knockout. You go, little buddy. Now he's an issue for my team though, Cradilly. With how weak some of our Pokemon are, we just don't have great switch-ins. I go into Buneri, and after Spikes, Giga Drain puts us below half. It looks like we can just about live another, so I hit an Ice Punch for okay damage as he Giga Drains again, putting us on a Sliver. This is not good. I swapped to Togekiss, but I guess Steven predicted that and Sludge Bombed. We are Fairy type now in this generation, so it's super effective, and we get poisoned. Togekiss then hits a super effective Aura Sphere, nearly getting the knockout, but Cradilly survives and Sludge Bombs again, bringing us to the red after poison. Steven full restores, and I Aura Sphere again. This time we critical hit, taking it down, and that's a threat gone, but our team is battered and bruised already. Aggron is Steven's next Pokemon. Our best switch-in is Quilava, so I swap into him. We take an Iron Tail that still does nearly half to us, even though it's resisted. I decide to Flamethrower, Kadabra, but we don't get the knockout, and Aggron hits an Earthquake, and that's death number 1. RIP Quilava. This lets me go into our probably strongest Pokemon, Mamoswine. Steven full restores, but an Earthquake just demolishes him and brings him to his sturdy. One more Earthquake, and Aggron takes revenge for Quilava. We're halfway through his team now, but we are battered. Our Moldo, the ancient bug, is out. We Earthquake to bring him low, and then we take weak X's at anyhow. Ice Fang will kill, so I go for that, but Steven doubles into Claydol, and we land a super effective hit on him, bringing him low. With a final Ice Fang, we pick up the kill on Claydol, and that's another massive threat beat. He sends back out on Moldo, but after Stealth Rocks, a Stone Edge finishes him off, and this just leaves his ace. This is Metagross. We have to whittle this thing down so we can take it out with an Earthquake. We've got to sacrifice some of our team here. I don't have a choice. I swap to Piplup, who survives a Meteor Mash on 3 HP, refusing to give in, but then he gets bullet punched, and we lose our second Pokemon of the run. I then go into Pachirisu. In a last act of heroism, Thunderbolt critical hits Metagross, getting all the damage we need before he dies to a Giga Impact. This means Mamoswine can now come in for free and definitely pick up the kill on Mega Metagross, and with that we lose half of our team, but we defeat Steven. That was a really hard one. It's time to take on Hoenn's second champion. Our second champion for Generation 3 is Wallace. I've added some Pokemon to our team from the games now, and I've chose to give myself just a Mr. Mime. Let's see if we can defeat Wallace. Wallace's lead is a powerful Wailord, and we lead off with our little Apom. We once again show our power by connecting a Thunder doing massive damage, and Wailord sets up the rain. This means Thunder will now always hit, so Wallace full restores, and we Thunder to take down the whale. We Thunder Tentacruel and paralyze him as he poisons us. We Thunder spam some more, and we get the Parahacks on Tentacruel, which is perfect. This means Apom takes down his second Pokemon. Third is Ludicolo, and we've got to switch. I go into Kadabra, and he starts doing the usual double team. We Ice Punch, but we're doing nothing, and he goes for a Leech Seed. We bring him to round half as he hits a Surf, and with Leech Seed, Kadabra is nearly dead, so I swap to Blossom on a weak Surf. Now we actually get kind of lucky and connect a few Sludge Bombs in between Wallace's heals, so we actually get to take down Ludicolo without much issues. Wallace sends out Milotic next. I hit a Sludge Bomb to try and poison him, and his Ice Beam nearly kills us, so we've got to swap. So into Clefairy I go, who doesn't take an Ice Beam well at all. Then Milotic toxics us, and we hit a Thunderbolt, activating his berry and putting him on nearly half. Milotic hits a Surf, but we survive on 10 HP, and then we critical hit a Thunderbolt to take down the Water Serpent. But this means as Whiscash comes out, Clefairy falls to poison, and that's death number 4 already. Damn. Now we go into our newest member, Mr. Mime. A Psychic does over half to Whiscash, as an Earthquake really hurts us in return, but we take him out with a final Psychic attack. This just leaves a Gyarados left. We are faster, and a 4-time super effective Thunderbolt takes him down, beating Wallace but losing more Pokemon on the way. It's time to go to Sinnoh. Cynthia is a champion of the Sinnoh region. Her team is very scary. We have our full team from now on, so Mamoswine and Togekiss are here to stay. However, we still have a very fragile team. Let's see how we handle her. Cynthia's lead is Spiritomb, and we lead off with Togekiss. We are faster, and we hit Air Slash. Thanks to our ability, Serene Grace, we flinch him. This means another Air Slash, and that's the first Pokemon down already. We Air Slash flinch Milotic once, and then he Aqua Rings the turn after we Air Slash him again. Thanks to Aqua Ring HP recovery, Cynthia won't full restore, so we can take him out with a final Air Slash. This brings out her ace Garchomp. I swap to Mamoswine as we dodge the low accuracy Dragon Rush. We then outspeed and hit our Ice Fang, and we flinch him. Dawn is using up all of her RNG this fight. Then we take down her ace with a final Ice move. On Lucario, I swap to Mr. Mime, and we eat an Aura Sphere okay. We go for a Psychic, but we don't knock him out, and an Earthquake just destroys us. As soon as he joins the team, he leaves the team. RIP Mr. Mime. I go into Ambipom and get revenge for Mr. Mime with a Fire Punch. This now brings out her own Togekiss. We hit a Thunder Punch for huge damage, but an Aura Sphere puts us on 2 HP. That was close. Our team is so frail. I then swap back into our own Togekiss on a weak Water Pulse. We then throw rocks at Togekiss and get a boost again. Perfect. Cynthia full restores, but we just keep throwing rocks at him. Eventually, we hit him in the eye and he falls over. This just leaves Roserade, but a stab +1 Air Slash, and this means we get the victory over Cynthia, but yet again losing a Pokemon. Let's head to Univers, where 2 champions await us. First up in Gen 5 is Alder, and like Cynthia, he has a wide range of Pokemon with good type variety. I'm worried about him. I predict a lot more deaths for us. His team packs a punch, and we're very frail. I decide to lead with Boneri, which is possibly a bad idea, but we'll see. I just can't have him on the team and not use it. And it pays off instantly as Boneri dodges a Focus Blast and critical hits a Selgor for a 1-hit knockout.
Perfect. Next out is a scary Druddigon. I'm feeling confident, so we hit an Ice Punch that does a good amount of damage, but Druddigon goes for an Outrage, which definitely knocks out our bunny, and now we're at 6 deaths. We send out Mamoswine, who can chomp down on the dragon and finish it off with an Ice Fang. Third, he sends out Volcarona. I don't have many good swaps, and our only one is Togekiss. We swap into Togekiss, and he goes for an Overheat, doing a big amount of damage but reducing his special attack stat by 2 stages. I go for a Roost, and he starts setting up Quiver Dances, boosting his stats. I now get hit by a -1 Overheat and throw rocks at him, but we don't get a boost. He Quiver Dances again as we keep roosting up. He's now back at a neutral special attack stat and for some reason goes for a Bug Buzz, which does nothing to us as we get the knockout with an Ancient Power. Vanillix, the Ice Cream, is out and our Aura Sphere does a tremendous amount of damage as he sets up a Light Screen, boosting the team's special defense. Alder full restores and our next Aura Sphere doesn't do that much. I'm forgetting Vanillix is an Ice type here, so I go for an Aura Sphere again. We miss out on the KO and then take a massive Blizzard, nearly taking us out. I then knock it out with Ancient Power and get a stat boost by 1, but we're only at 19 HP. Alder chooses Bufalon and Light Screen is still in effect. I have 0 switching, so I go for an Air Slash and we get the flinch. This means Light Screen has now weared off and a +1 Aura Sphere knocks out Bufalon. This leaves his last Pokemon as Scavalier. We can't take it out in one hit for sure, and I can't lose Togekiss, something has to swap in here. I go into Kadabra on an Iron Head and it just obliterates us. That's death number 7, fantastic. Now I get to switch into Ambipom. We hit a 4-time super effective Fire Punch and we don't KO. He then hits an X-Scissor, but we do survive it, thank goodness, meaning we can punch him again for the victory. This is pretty insane. Most of our Pokemon can't even take one hit and we're losing them left and right. On to the next champion. Iris is the other champion, and the majority of her Pokemon are dragons. We've swapped in 2 more Pokemon that Dawn used in-game, and they're pretty good in Magmortar and Wormadam, although not very good for this fight. Iris's lead is Hydreigon, and we lead with probably our MVP so far, Togekiss. Nothing on our team can really take hits, so we hit an Aura Sphere, severely hurting Hydreigon, and then we take a Dragon Pulse decently as well. With a final Aura Sphere, the first of her dragons goes down. Second is Lapras, and this thing is an issue. I swapped to Magmortar on the Ice Beam, and it crits us doing half. That's fantastic. I then swap to Blossom on the Surf, which we take a little better. Blossom then hits a Giga Drain and critical hits Lapras. Karma, Lapras, Karma. And then Iris sends out Druddigon next. We Hidden Power Ice, doing exactly half to him, and he hits a Flamethrower, but we survive it at just under half HP. One more Hidden Power Ice, and down Druddigon goes. This brings out a race Haxorus. If it sets up Dragon Dances, we lose a run here. I swap to Togekiss on the X-Scissor. We then go for an Ancient Power to break his Focus Sash, and we get a stat raise. This is exactly what we needed, as she then starts setting up Dragon Dances. With a now +1 Air Slash, we take down Haxorus, and that's such a relief for me, honestly. Iris then sends out Archeops, and Aura Sphere demolishes a prehistoric bird, and this just leaves her with 1 Pokemon left, Aggron. It has a weak special defense, and we're at +1 and have Aura Sphere. So with that, we take down the Metal Beast and defeat Iris, deathless for once, I'm shocked. But we still have more champions to go, and the upcoming ones won't be a pushover. Diantha is the champion of Kalos, and who we take on next. Our team is looking good into her team, but we definitely can't take hits. I think we can do this, so let's give it a shot. Hawlucha is her lead, and we lead off with Magmortar. Turn 1, he sets up a Swords Dance, which could be scary, but Magmortar's great special attack stat makes short work of him with a super effective Psychic. She sends out the T-Rex next, Tyrantrum. I play it risky and go for a Focus Blast. We do connect here, and that is 1 extinct dinosaur again. Third is Goodra. I'm feeling super confident in our Magmortar, so I stay in, but look how little a Psychic does as we dodge a Muddy Water. I get off a little bit more chip damage before a Muddy Water does do a lot more to us than I hoped. I have to switch now, and the only thing that can come in safely is Togekiss. We then proceed to Air Slash, and honestly, we're doing about 25%. It's a 4-hit knockout. We can never do enough to take it out, so Diantha burns full restore after full restore, while Goodra occasionally hits Fire Blast. It's a pretty long exchange, but Togekiss does come out on top eventually. Now, I see no reason to swap on the Ice Dinosaur Aurorus. It's 4 times weak to an Aura Sphere, and Togekiss just takes it out in one move. Then is Gourgeist. As is tradition, an Air Slash makes very short work of her, and she doesn't land a hit on us. This just leaves Gardevoir left. She Mega Evolves, and we swap into Mamoswine as she goes for a Thunderbolt. Mamoswine is faster than her, and an Earthquake does tremendous damage, but in return we take a Moonblast, really hurting us. Diantha now burns full restores, and we keep bringing her back down with Earthquakes. Eventually she succumbs to Mamoswine, and we defeat Diantha, and we're making solid progress as Dawn. However, the Alola champion is up next, and he is a pain.
How is the person we fight to become champion here in Alola? And I'm just going to say this, we have zero switch-ins to a Z move. Even Magmortar will fall to one. This could make or break the run. House lead is in Alolan Raichu and I lead off with Mamoswine. It's a risky play, but it plays off again as Raichu misses the Focus Blast and an Earthquake definitely knocks out Raichu. However, this now brings out Incineroar. Magmortar has no defense investment, so an Inferno Overdrive will kill him. I decide to sacrifice what I see as a least valuable member here, and that's Wormadam. He never got a chance to show how great he could have been, and an Inferno Overdrive takes away that chance from him. RIP Wormadam, your sacrifice won't be in vain. However, we've now dealt with a Z move, but not Incineroar himself. I go into our MVP Togekiss and throw rocks at him, and we do a solid amount, but no stat raise. Then we take a Flare Blitz. It does so much damage to us, but puts him in range to dying from recoil. An Aura Sphere from Togekiss takes him out, but we are at so low HP now. House sends out Crabominable next. Nothing on my team can swap into this either. I stay in an Air Slash hoping for a flinch, but it just takes out the Ice Crab, so I'll take that. We're slowly making our way through How now. Then comes Tauros. This is fast and it's got a great attack stat. Once again, zero switch-ins on our side. I go into Blossom, who doesn't take a double edge well, just under half, but Tauros is taking recoil. This means a second double edge puts us on death number 9, but we've got some great damage off on Tauros thanks to it. I now look at my team and I'm deciding what to do. Tauros outspeeds everything and does just way too much damage. I go into Mamoswine and Tauros hits a double edge, nearly taking Mamoswine out too, but because of all the recoil, an Earthquake finishes him off. This is starting to get really bad. He only has 2 Pokemon left, a Leafeon and a Noivern. On Leafeon, we have an easy switch into Magmortar. A Leaf Blade does so much damage to us even though it's resisted, but Flame Body burns him, reducing his attack stat. This is perfect. We can now swap to Togekiss, who thanks to burn tanks a Leaf Blade even better. We can then boost up some HP to get back to full as Leafeon just goes for Charms and Baby Doll Eyes. With a final Air Slash, we can take him down and this just leaves 1 Pokemon left. Togekiss is now at high HP, so this should be easy to finish off. We take an Air Slash and Ancient Power does over half to him. One more attack and this is all over. But Noivern flinches us. Fantastic. I don't actually know if we can survive another hit or get flinched again. This has just took a real bad turn. I swap into Magmortar and he critical hits an Air Slash, taking us out. That's just fantastic. We've lost half of our team to How. This though gives us a free switch into Ambipom. We take a Dragon Pulse but not well at all and can finish the fight with an Ice Punch. We lost 3 Pokemon, a really good Fire type and Grass types too. I'm very worried about our last champions. It's time to head to the Switch games though, where we have an easier champion before the hard ones. So for Trace, Dawn has 0 Generation 1 Pokemon available to her. Even though his Pokemon have 3 moves and it's always an easy fight, I noticed on Bulbapedia Dawn used a Grimer and a Dodrio in the Triathlon, so we're going to use them too. Well, by them two I mean Sweep with Dodrio. We have fantastic AVs and access to Swords Dance, so we set up to a +4 attack on Mega Pidgeot while tanking Air Slashes. Then we proceed to unleash the beast. Pidgeot dies to a single Drill Peck. Then Trace sends out his ace and starter Jolteon. We have 3 heads and a massive attack, so a headbutt destroys him as well. The Fire Horse Rapidash is next, but once again a 3-headed headbutt makes short work of him too. Vileplume is a grass type. A super effective Drill Peck from 3 beaks means that's an easy knockout too. We headbutt Slowbro and it's too much for the bulky water type, and down he goes. This just leaves a Marowak left. Testing our head strength versus him, we headbutt him, and what do you know, 3 heads are better than 1. That gives us an easy Trace sweep as usual. I never hold back versus him, I'm not sorry. Now onto the final stretch where things could go either way for Dawn. The champion for Sword and Shield is Leon. His team is really strong and we now have a very limited amount of Pokemon we can use for the fight. I have to pull out a final remaining Pokemon to stand a chance. We can't afford many deaths, if any, as we're nearly out of Pokemon. Leon's lead is his Aegislash and we lead off with Mamoswine, who's been a solid team member. The reason I chose to leave Mamoswine, 2 words, stealth and rocks, as Aegislash goes for a King Shield, so we get them up for free. I now go for a super effective Stab Earthquake, but we just miss out on the knockout. Aegislash then goes for a Flash Cannon and we instantly lose Mamoswine to that. RIP, you've been with us since the start. Amazing Pokemon to use. This means we can go into Frostlass. Leon Fulls restores, but it's not in its shield stance, so a Stab Shadow Ball takes him out. Second, Leon chooses Haxorus. I see no reason to switch, being it's a Dragon type and we have a 4x super effective Ice Beam, which makes short work of Haxorus. Leon then sends out Dragapult, and it's the exact same scenario. Frostlass uses Ice Beam, Frostlass defeats Dragon. Leon then sends out his Water
starter Inteleon. I swapped to Tangrowth as he hits a mud shot, doing low damage but lowering our speed too. Inteleon then Tearful Looks, lowering our special attack by 1 stage, but Tangrowth doesn't care about that and takes him out with a single Giga Drain still. Leon then sends out Mr. Rhyme, the dancing Mr. Mime. It's an easy switch back to Frostlass on the Freeze Dry, which we tank. Thanks to Stealth Rocks, the Stab Shadow Ball takes him out, leaving only one Pokemon left, and that's his Ace Charizard. He loses 50% of his HP thanks to Mamoswine's Sacrifice, and we Dynamax first, meaning we are faster. Leon Gigantamaxes Charizard, and Frostlass hits a Max Lightning, and with this, we take down Charizard, defeating Leon a lot easier than probably any other fight really. But that's because we've got great Pokemon in Frostlass. It's time to head to the last games and our last champion. The last champion is Jita for Generation 9 and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. She has some really unique Pokemon and we only have 4 Pokemon left to finish the fight. I don't want to use the other starters from the game as we already made our decision with Piplup. So this is it. Can Dawn beat every Pokemon champion? Her lead is a Sparfer and we lead off our last battle with our Frostlass. We outspeed the Psychic Ostrich and hit a super effective Stab Shadow Ball to take it out in just one move. Kingambit is next, and honestly, it's a beast. We don't have a switch in, so I stay in and Will-O-Wisp, reducing his attack stat as he hits a Katal Cleave, still doing massive damage. He takes a little burn damage, and then we fire off a Thunderbolt for a little bit of chip damage before Frostlass succumbs to a Katal Cleave again. We can now use Grimer. We take a Zen Headbutt relatively well thanks to the burn, and hit a Fire Punch, doing great damage. Grimer then dodges a Zen Headbutt, and with a final Fire Punch, takes down Kingambit all by itself. Out next is Avalugg, and even though Milotic could be a good switch in, I don't want to risk it. I hit a Fire Punch hoping for a burn, but we don't, and Avalugg takes out Grimer with an Avalanche. This is a prime time to go into Dodrio though. We Terastallize into a normal type, and Swords Dance raising our attack by 2 stages, as Avalugg went for an Avalanche as we was part Flying type. We take it pretty well, and the next turn deliver a low kick to destroy the Ice Slab. Jita then sends out Go-Go, and it can't survive a +2 Acrobatics and falls shortly after. The loser is Jita's 5th Pokemon. Dodrio's just far too powerful, and a boosted Acrobatics takes down the fish as well. This leaves only one Pokemon left, her ace Glamora. She Terastallizes into a pure Rock type, meaning a low kick should hurt, but it doesn't take it out, and toxic debris fly everywhere before a Sludge Wave takes out Dodrio, leaving a final showdown with our last Pokemon versus hers. We send out Milotic, but we get poisoned thanks to its ability. Glamora is faster and goes for a Terra Blast, doing close to half, but a final Surf from Milotic defeats Glamora, beating Jita and beating every single Pokemon champion as Dawn. Today we want to beat every single Pokemon champion, and there is a lot of them, as Barry. Barry's a lovable character from Generation 4, but would he be able to finally take on and defeat every champion? If he does manage to beat them all as 3 powerful trainers he must face to claim victory, and if he loses, well, he owes them 10 million. With some added rules for more difficulty, could Barry beat every Pokemon champion? First up is Pokemon Fire Red, and we have the champion for this game, Blue. We have 4 Pokemon versus his 6, so not the best start, but we have some real hard hitters too. I think we can make it through, but I am a bit worried. Blue's lead is his Pidgeot, and well, we don't have a set lead just yet, so I decide to lead with Heracross. We hit a Rock Slide turn 1, and we snag a flinch, so that's a great start to the run. Blue then wastes a full Restore as our next Rock Slide brings him back to the red. We then take down his first Pokemon with Heracross, and out second is Alakazam. I always connect Mega Horns if my last run is anything to go off, and we take down Alakazam in just one move, but this brings out Arcanine. We hit a Rock Slide to over half, and we get a flinch again, but then RNG bites us back as we miss a Rock Slide and we take a Flamethrower to put us low. A final Rock Slide and Heracross is demolishing Blue. Then is Executor, a Mega Horn attack, and that's a knocked out 3-headed Eggplant. This brings out his Rhydon. We hit a Brick Break for a critical hit one shot, and this just leaves his last Pokemon Blastoise. We unfortunately miss our Mega Horn, and then we fall to a Hydro Pump when we were so close to a Heracross sweep. That's unfortunate, but what a Pokemon he is. This gives us a swap to our Roselia. We hit a Giga Drain to bring Blastoise to just under half as he decides to set up the rain. Then he eats his berry, healing him a little bit. A final Giga Drain attack for a very convincing win over Blue, but the next champion, we can have our full team. Lance is the champion of Johto and the next we face. He's a flying, Dragon type champion, and now we have our full strength team. I've opted to take a Floatzel for now over Snorlax, a Pokemon I've rarely used. Let's see how we fare into Lance. Lance's lead is Gyarados, and my lead for the run is Empoleon. We hit a Grass Knot for fantastic damage, and then we tank a resisted Waterfall. Our second Grass Knot leaves him on just a sliver of HP as he Waterfalls us again. Then Lance decides to use a full Restore as I just keep on tripping him over with Grass Knots. The next turn, Lance actually doubles on us, going into his level 49 Dragonite as our our grass not critical hits. He then doubles out again into his other level 49 Dragonite as we flash cannon on the swap, doing exactly half. So we stay in and flash cannon again for the knockout. He then goes back into his injured Dragonite and we flash cannon, putting him in the red as he paralyzes us with Thunder Wave. He then misses a Dragon Rush before we get to take him out. Then is Aerodactyl, who Thunder Fangs us for good damage as our flash cannon just obliterates a prehistoric bird. This brings out Gyarados again, who then proceeds to Waterfall, paralyze, flinch us to death, but Empoleon really put a dent in Lance. We go into Roserade and Giga Drain, not doing enough to take him down, and then we take a massive Ice Fang in return. Lance full restores as I just keep Giga Draining. Then we critical hit, taking him down. This brings out Charizard, who we Sludge Bomb for over half and poison as we live a Fire Fang on 31 HP. A final Sludge Bomb and Charizard falls, leaving his ace to level 50 Dragonite left. We Sludge Bomb for exactly half before we die to a Fire Blast. This gives us a free switch into Floatzel, however, who can then proceed to take down Dragonite with an Ice Fang, defeating our second champion of the run. It's time to head to Hoenn where two champions await us. In Pokemon Omega Ruby, Steven is the champion. He has mainly rock and steel types and our team is looking great actually versus him. He does have a Mega Metagross, but his team is just super weak to Empoleon, so let's give it a shot. Steven's lead is Skarmory and turn 1 our Empoleon Surf does massive damage to the bulky steel type as he sets up a layer of spikes to hurt my team on the switch in. The next turn Steven uses a full restore to heal his steel bird as we bring him back to the red with a Surf. A final attack from our powerful Penguin and down he goes. Second he decides to send out Aggron. It has Sturdy, which we bring him straight down to with a Surf as he retaliates with an Earthquake for good damage but not enough to scare us. A final Surf and we take down Steven's second Pokemon. Third he then goes into Claydol, which is questionable, he's deliberately throwing this fight. A single Surf takes down Claydol and Empoleon has sweeped half of his team. This brings out the grass type Cradily. We have Flash Cannon and Stab, so it does amazing damage, but he survives and confuses us with Confuse Ray. The following turn Steven full restores up his ancient grass type as we hit ourselves in Confusion. We then hit ourselves in Confusion again and take a Giga Drain, but Empoleon refuses to die and survives on 22 HP. We then snap out of Confusion and deliver a devastating Flash Cannon that critical hits to Oko Cradily. Fifth is our Moldol, who doesn't take a Surf because he's rock type and we have Torrent activated boosting water type attacks, so he falls too, and we're on to his last Pokemon, Metagross. Steven Mega Evolves his Metagross and we hit a boosted Surf bringing him to the yellow before Metagross takes down Empoleon with a Giga Impact. This gives us a now easy swap into Rapidash to take down Metagross with a Flame Wheel, and with that we destroyed Steven. I knew Empoleon would be good, but this good? Let's keep the momentum going. Our second champion for Generation 3 is Wallace. He's a water type specialist and we've had to go back to our first team that we faced blue with for probably the last time this run. This leaves us with 4 Pokemon and 1 super weak to water. Let's see how we fare. Wallace's lead is a massive Wailord and I lead with Heracross, who immediately misses a Mega Horn and then takes a double edge to the face. Then we connect a Mega Horn to take Wailord to a Sliver as he blizzards Heracross, freezing us. I go for a risky play, Swords Dancing on Wallace's full restore. We 4 out and get a +2 to our attack, so that's perfect. We then deliver a Mega Horn for the 1-hit knockout on the whale. Then comes Whiscash, who also goes down to a single Mega Horn too. This brings out Tentacruel, who we miss a Mega Horn on and immediately die to a Hydro Pump. I go into Snorlax now and we take a Sludge Bomb to the face before we take down Tentacruel with a single Shake of the Earth. Now is Ludicolo. We jump on his head and do massive damage as he double teams. Thankfully we connect our next one to take him down with no issues. This brings out Gyarados, who intimidates us, lowering our attack, then proceeds to set up a Dragon Dance. We hit a Body Slam, taking him close to half, and we snag the Paralysis, which is perfect. Our next Body Slam then critical hits to take down Gyarados. This brings out Milotic. We hit a Body Slam for massive damage and he tries to poison us, but we resist thanks to our ability Immunity. Another Body Slam brings him to a sliver of HP and we get the Paralysis again as he heals with his berry, taking him out of full restore range. A final attack from Snorlax and we defeat Wallace first try. With that we beat both Generation 3 champions onto Gen 4. Cynthia is the champion of the Sinnoh region. Her team is a powerful one. We're back to our main team now for this run and we match up quite nicely, although Garchomp is always scary. Cynthia's lead is Spiritomb and Empoleon puts a massive dent in her with a Surf before a Dark Pulse does nothing. A Signal Beam then takes down the Ghost Pokemon. Second is Garchomp, who immediately kills us with a critical hit Earthquake. Great. This gives us a swap into Floatzel
Floatzel though to Ice Fang for massive damage as he eats his berry, then Earthquakes us for massive damage too. A final Ice Fang though, and we deal with this monstrous threat. Third is Roserade, and Ice Fang just destroys the poor grass type in one bite. This brings out Togekiss. We freeze our fangs once more, doing over half before we die to an Air Slash. We then send out Staraptor, and I go for a Pluck, but we just miss out on the knockout and take a massive Air Slash in return. Cynthia full restores, so I just keep on plucking. We bring it back down before Togekiss finally gets to kill Staraptor. I go into Rapidash to immediately revenge kill it with a Flame Wheel, but this brings out Milotic next. We Poison Jab for a little bit of damage, and a Surf just does massive damage to us. Cynthia gets quite cocky by Ice Beaming Rapidash, but he survives on 1 HP. This means we get to take down Milotic the next turn with a Poison Jab. This brings out her last Pokemon Lucario, who's weak to fire, and a Flame Wheel puts him in the red before he kills Rapidash with an Aura Sphere. We go into Roserade now, and I go for a Giga Drain on the full restore, but it's not doing much damage. We then Giga Drain again, bringing her to below half before a Psychic brings us low too. I bring Lucario back to the red with a Shadow Ball before we fall to an Earthquake. But we still have an easy counter in the back, being Heracross, who takes down Lucario with a close combat, beating Cynthia. It's time to head to Gen 5 where 2 champions await us once more. First up in Gen 5 is Alder, and he's got some solid Pokemon with a big weakness to fire, so Rapidash may be good for us here. Let's start the Untitled Champions. Alder's leader Vesselgor isn't the best for Empoleon as we get hit by a Focus Blast for massive damage and lowers our special defense as our Surf does massive damage to him. Then we fall to a second Focus Blast attack. I now send out Staraptor and pick up the knockout with a Pluck. This then brings out Vanillux, who we close combat for a 1-hit knockout with a critical hit. Third is Bufalon, who we close combat to 1 HP before we get taken out by a Stone Edge attack. So now I go into Heracross, who can finish off Bufalon with a close combat. This brings out Volcarona, who can't stand to a 4-time super effective Rock Slide either. Escavalier comes out, takes a close combat to low before taking out Heracross with an Aerial Ace. I send out Rapidash to immediately take down the Steel Bug with a Flame Wheel, and his last Pokemon is Druddigon. We Poison Jab for great damage thanks to a critical hit before a single Outrage takes down Rapidash. This gives us a free swap into Floatzel though to freeze his fangs and win the fight. This means we beat Alder on our first Generation 5 champion. It's time to face the second. Iris is the second champion, and the majority of her Pokemon are dragons. We have really great coverage for her team, but she can do some serious damage to ours, especially Haxorus. Iris's lead is Hydreigon, and turn 1 we get Charge Beamed for a little damage but raises his special attack too. We then Signal Beam for huge damage back to the Dark type. Second turn he Charge Beams again, really hurting us, but our Signal Beam takes him down, and that's 1 out of 6. Second is Druddigon, who we hit with a Surf for a quarter before succumbing to a Focus Blast. I now decide to go into Floatzel. We outspeed and hit an Ice Fang to bring Druddigon to the red before a Rock Slide does a tremendous amount of damage. Iris then full restores, but a couple more Ice Fangs and he goes down. This brings out Lapras that we can't really hurt apart from a measly crunch before she knocks out Floatzel with a Thunderbolt. I go into Heracross in close combat to take down the Transport Pokemon, but this brings out Archeops that we're actually faster than, and a Rock Slide takes down the Prehistoric Bird too. Then is Aggron, who we then critical hit with a close combat to take him down as well, leaving only a Haxorus left. We close combat once more for massive damage before he sets up a Dragon Dance. The next turn he takes down Heracross with a Dual Chop, and I must say he's slowly becoming one of my favourite Pokemon. This gives us a swap to Staraptor, who intimidates Haxorus before dodging a Dual Chop and finishing him off with a Pluck. Defeating Generation 5's champion, it's time to head to Kalos and Generation 6. Diantha is the champion of Kalos and who we take on next. Her team's pretty strong and she's got a Mega Gardevoir, but she has a very big weakness to Empoleon, who I'm sure can put in some solid work again. Actually, maybe not. Her lead is a fighting type Hawlucha, but he does set up a Swords Dance, raising his attack as our Surf brings him to a sliver of HP. Diantha full restores the Luchador Bird, but our next Surf rolls better and we take him out. Second, she sends out Gudra. We just Flash Cannon for just under half as the Focus Blast is doing over half. We Flash Cannon again to bring him lower before Gudra gets lucky again and Focus Blasts us to take down Empoleon. So we go into Floatzel and freeze our fangs to knock out the bulky dragon. Third is Aurorus. It's part rock type and pretty frail. Floatzel's Stab Waterfall gets a 1-hit knockout on it. Fourth is Galgeist, a Ghost grass type. We crunch for massive damage as she just trick or treats us, adding the Ghost type into us, and Floatzel can take out yet another Pokemon the next turn. Fifth is a T-Rex Tyrantrum. It's a rock and dragon type, so Waterfall is neutral here and deals okay damage as the crunch just absolutely obliterates us. Then I go into Staraptor, who intimidates the T-Rex, then proceeds to make it extinct again with a close combat. This leaves her last Pokemon and her race Gardevoir, who traces our Intimidate, lowering our attack too. She then Mega Evolves as we fire off a huge Brave Bird, but thanks to Intimidate, Gardevoir now lives and takes down Staraptor with a Thunderbolt. But we have an easy switch into Roserade though, as Diantha full restores and a Sludge Bomb puts Gardevoir on 1 HP. She full restores charge yet again, but our next Sludge Bomb rolls a higher number to take down the Mega Gardevoir, defeating Kalos' champion. It's time to set sail to Alola. Hao is the person we fight to become champion here, and he's always one of the most trickiest. His team really does pack a punch. I think Barry's team can navigate through him. I'm curious to how this battle will go. So our first attempt goes pretty badly. This is our first fail of the run. Tauros is just way too strong for some of our team and can OHKO most Pokemon with Double Edge. Roserade can take him down but only lives on 5 HP, leaving an Incineroar to go absolutely mad, overkill us by going for a Z move, Inferno Overdrive, and losing our first attempt. With a bit better play by me, I'm sure we can win this next try. Hao's lead is an Alolan Raichu and we're just at a massive disadvantage. I'm expecting Empoleon to get deleted, but he tanks a Thunderbolt quite nicely and we reply with a Signal Beam to the Psychic Raichu. Hao burns one of his many full restores here as we Signal Beam again, but Empoleon critical hits as he doesn't want to deal with Raichu anymore. Second is Tauros, the team killer, who immediately takes down Empoleon with an Earthquake. But we have Staraptor now who can intimidate this thing, lowering its attack by 1 stage 2. We take a Double Edge, bringing us to half, as after recoil, a close combat looks like it barely gets a knockout, but I'll take that. Then Hao sends out his Ice Crab, but it's also weak to Staraptor. Another close combat and another kill for Staraptor. Fourth is Incineroar. It's also weak to fighting, so I just keep pressing close combat. It survives all thanks to its bulk, and that means one thing: with our defenses at a -3 thanks to close combat secondary effect, an Inferno Overdrive nuke from Incineroar is enough to definitely take us out. But it's now weakened, so Floatzel can come in and easily revenge kill it with a Waterfall, and this run is looking much better. This brings out Leafeon, who our Ice Fang doesn't really do anything to before one Leaf Blade destroys us. Nice. I go into Roserade now and we get Baby Doll's Eyes, reducing our attack, but it doesn't matter as we shoot a Sludge Bomb at Leafeon's face to take it down. This leaves his last Pokemon, Noivern, who instead of Air Slashing us, Super Fangs us, so we get a big hit off for free. Then he proceeds to click the right move and Air Slash us to take us down. I go into Rapidash as Noivern hits a Dragon Pulse for big damage as we finish him off with a Poison Jab, becoming champion of Alola and beating Hao. It's time for the Switch games now and back to Kanto. So for Trace, we don't have a full team of Pokemon. In fact, we only have 2 Snorlax and Rapidash, but I decide to have them max their AVs for old time's sake. While Trace's Pokemon only have 3 moves, I know, it's fair. Time to destroy him. We lead with our god for this fight, Snorlax. With max AVs, he truly is a monstrous powerhouse. Trace Mega Evolves his Pidgeot, but Snorlax has been trained by speedsters and is faster than the bird and destroys him with a Thunder Punch. Second is Vileplume. Channeling his inner fire, we unleash a Fire Punch for the one shot, and now we're getting warmed up. Get it? Third is Marowak, and it's time to cool down. We freeze our fist, but he actually survives on a Sliver before a Brick Break does nothing to us, as the next turn we finish him off with a freezing fist. Now we jump on top of a horse's head, and with all the weight behind us, Rapidash falls too. Wouldn't you if Snorlax jumped on you? The same goes for Jolteon. Trace's poor Pokemon are just being squished by Snorlax. This leaves him with just a Slowbro. Now we are fully charged up and electrify our fist as Slowbro survives it and surfs on the waves for negligible damage. Trace, sensing danger, starts using his plethora of full restores as we're fully charged and keep on Thunder Punching. Eventually he runs out of items and Snorlax takes down Slowbro with a Thunder Punch, sweeping Trace with ease, just like old times. I hope you enjoyed that. It's time for Gala. The champion for Sword and Shield is Leon. His team is really strong with a Gigantamax Charizard, and our team is now crippled for this game, thanks to Dexit, where a lot of Pokemon wasn't available. I honestly don't know how we will win this, but I'm going to try and come up with some sort of strategy on the fly. Leon's lead is his Aegislash and Snorlax is our lead here. Aegislash is actually faster than us and really hurts us instantly with a Sacred Sword, but his defenses are now lowered, so an Earthquake can take him out in just one super effective hit. This brings out Haxorus, who hits an Outrage, and I expect Snorlax to fall, but we hang on with a Sliver, hit a Freezing Ice Punch, and we snag a Freeze. That's perfect. So Snorlax can pick up a second knockout now, making it a more even fight for us. But now is Dragapult, who's a super quick Ghost Dragon and finishes off our poor Snorlax with a Flamethrower. I go into Rapidash now, who has good move coverage, and I'm contemplating Dynamax in here, and I decide to go for it. Rapidash is quite a powerful Pokemon with a good moveset in later generations, so we go for a Max Starfall that's super effective and takes it down, and sets up Misty Terrain in the process too. This brings out Inteleon, his Water Starter, but we have access to an electric move. We go for a Max Lightning, and it does enough damage to nuke Inteleon, and we set up Electric Terrain too in the process. All the terrains being set up right now. Fifth is Mr. Rhyme, the dancing Mr. Mime. It's our final turn of Dynamax, so I choose to Max Flare to melt the part ice type, leaving just one Pokemon left, Charizard, but we've gave him the sun too. We need to do a dent in him and Leon Gigantamaxes, as Rapidash is faster and hits a Wild Charge for massive damage, over half, as a max Rockfall from Charizard is more than enough to take down our precious Firehorse, and it sets up the Sandstorm so he takes a bit more chip damage too. Our last two Pokemon are weak to fire, so we have to hope we are faster, and Roserade is. And in a shock, we beat Leon first try with 4 Pokemon. Honestly, Barry is showing me how strong he really is. Let's head on to the final main champion in the mainline games, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. The last champion is Geeta for Generation 9, and she's got some really unique Pokemon. Barry loses Roserade here, so I decide to add Arboliva to the team in replacement. I just think Barry might have had one in Paldea, and I think it's a fitting swap to Roserade. Let's defeat her. Her lead is Espartha, and we lead off with Empoleon. Oh, how I've missed you. Espartha sets up a Reflect boost in the team's defense as we surf on the waves for massive damage. Then the Ostrich hits a weak Lumina Crash, lowering Empoleon's special defense as we pick up a knockout the next turn with a Surf. Second, Geeta chooses Avalok. While bulky defensively, its special defense isn't so great. We outspeed and surf on the waves, bringing her to a Sliver as she hits a Body Press, putting us on a sliver of HP too. Geeta never uses full restore, so a final Surf and we take down the Ice Slab. This brings out King Gambit, Bishop's evolution. In a final act of service, Empoleon hits a massive Torrent boosted Surf before falling to a Katal Cleave. Reflect falls off, so I go into Floatzel and take down King Gambit with a Waterfall. This brings out Golgo. We Ice Fang for big damage as he then Horn Leeches us for even more, nearly taking us out. We Ice Fang once more to get off as much damage as we can before inevitably falling to a Horn Leech. I choose Staraptor as my next Pokemon and Brave Bird Go-Go to take it down. This brings out Veluza, the Psychic Fish Pokemon. We Brave Bird for massive damage as we take an Ice Fang to 39 HP, barely holding on. A final Brave Bird and we take down Veluza, leaving just one Pokemon standing in our way. That's her Ace Glamora. Geeta terrestrializes it into a pure rock type, so our close combat does massive damage, but it's just not enough as we lower our defenses and activate the ability Toxic Debris before we fall to a single Sludge Wave. I then go into Snorlax, who gets hit by a Terra Blast, but eats it up super nicely as a Snorlax would before delivering the final blow with an Earthquake to take down Glamora, beating Geeta and every single Pokemon champion as Barry. Or have we? Atop of the snowy Mount Silver is a legendary trainer Red and a champion trainer at that. Pikachu straight away annihilates Empoleon with a critical hit Volt Tackle, which is a bad start. I go into Roserade, who is faster, and takes him out of a Sludge Bomb, but this just brings out Charizard. We smash him with a Sludge Bomb before he crits us again with a Flare Blitz, taking us down, but he dies to Recoil and Hail too, so that's not a bad trade. This brings out Lapras as we go into Heracross. Our Rock Slide does great damage and we return the hacks with a flinch. The next turn we can take him down with another Rock Slide. This then brings out Blastoise, who we close combat for massive damage before we take a Blizzard, but not very well. Blue full restores as we keep on close combating. Eventually we take down Blastoise with close combats and his next Pokemon is Snorlax, but it's a normal type, so yet another close combat takes him down and Heracross is once again putting in the work. His last Pokemon is Venusaur, who barely survives a Mega Horn before taking us down with a Sludge Bomb. It's an easy swap now though to Rapidash as Red full restores and we Flame Wheel. Red keeps full restoring, but it's in vain as Flame Wheel is doing far too much damage for him to stall us out, and we take down Venusaur, beat him Red, and he disappears and leaves 2 champions remaining. Team Plasma N and a champion himself who also has a legendary we need to win to continue. N leads with Reshiram and we lead Empoleon. A Fusion Flare does nearly half to us as our Surf does less damage to him. Reshiram's next Fusion Flare rolls higher and takes down Empoleon. We send out Rapidash, which was a mistake as our Poison Jab doesn't do too much to him as he Hyper Beams us, bringing us really low. I then Poison Jab again, snagging a Poison too, and with that damage Reshiram falls and he doesn't heal. This brings out Caracosta, who immediately takes us out with a priority Aqua Jet. I go into Roserade and a 4-time super effective Giga Drain brings him to his sturdy as a Stone Edge really hurts us. M-Full restores, but we just heal off most of the damage with a few more Giga Drains taking him down. His next Pokemon Vanillix lives a Sludge Bomb and then takes Roserade out of a single Blizzard. So I go into Floatzel and I go for a Waterfall to melt the Ice Cream. This then brings out Klinklang, who takes close to half from a Waterfall as we dodge a Metal Sound. We do more damage and take a Thunderbolt, but Floatzel comes out on top, taking him out. This brings out N Zoroark, who survives a Waterfall but misses a Focus Blast, so that's another knockout for Floatzel, leaving only an Archeops left. He's weak to water though, and Floatzel got a real time to shine here on N, paving way for our last champion of the run. Kieran, the most latest champion to be introduced and one of the hardest. This has a focus on double battles. We had to bring back our Paldean team again for this fight. Can Barry beat every Pokemon champion? Let's find out. Kieran's lead is Politoed and Dragonite with an emphasis on a rain setup here, and Empoleon can definitely take advantage of it it as we lead Empoleon and Snorlax. I decide to Ice Beam Dragonite for fantastic damage and break multi-scale as we also snag a freeze. That's fantastic for us to start like this, as Politoed goes for a Weather Ball into Snorlax, who tanks it reasonably well. We then Ice Punch Dragonite with Snorlax to take down the dragon without it doing any damage to us. His second Pokemon though is Porygon Z, and it's extremely powerful. It Thunderbolts Empoleon, but out of sheer will he survives it on 9 HP and can reply with a rain boosted Torrent Surf to take Snorlax to a Sliver and kill Porygon Z, as Politoed then takes out Snorlax with a Weather Ball. A decent trade for me, I must say. I send out Floatzel to keep taking advantage of the rain as Kieran sends out Incineroar, who intimidates Floatzel, lowering his attack. Politoed for some reason helping hands Incineroar rather than faking out, so Floatzel's Waterfall does way over half in the rain, activating Incineroar's Berry, before another Torrent boosted Surf takes him straight out, doing big damage to both Politoed and Floatzel too. Out comes Grimmsnarl. We just Waterfall him again with Floatzel before Empoleon Surf just kills every single Pokemon on the field, and this is fantastic. Empoleon is such an MVP. Kieran now sends out his last Pokemon, Hydrapple, as we go into Staraptor. He terrestrializes into a pure fighting type as Staraptor's Brave Bird then deals massive damage, one hit knocking out the Hydrapple for the first time ever. And with that, we beat Kieran and beat every single Pokemon champion as Barry. Today's video, we want to try and beat every single Pokemon champion, and there is a lot of them, as Misty. What if Misty decided to leave the Cerulean Gym and decided to take on all the champions? With a team of mainly water types, could she even do it? Let's find out. If a Pokemon faints, it's gone from the whole run, and I can't use any items in battle either. Full rules are in the description below. Let's get started. First up is Pokemon Yellow, and we have the champion for this game, Blue. We've got a lot of water types and not even fully evolved ones either. Should be interesting, but we've got good move coverage. So Blue's lead is Sandslash, and we lead off with Starmie, who's actually one of our strongest members for us. With a super effective Surf, Sandslash can't stand the water and falls to a single attack. Blue sends out Alakazam next. We hit a Surf to bring it to below half as he goes for a Recover. We then Surf again as he misses a Kinesis, thankfully. With a final water type attack, Starmie picks up a second knockout. Third, Blue chooses Executor, the three-headed eggplant. Starmie's coverage is pretty good, so we actually have an Ice type attack. We don't quite get the KO with Ice Beam, but we do freeze him. How lucky. With a final freeze and Ice Beam, Starmie picks up its third knockout, untouched. Next up is Cloyster, and we've got an electric type attack in Thunderbolt as well. One electrifying move and down Cloyster goes. Starmie is pretty powerful. Ninetales is Blue's fifth Pokemon, and it's weak to water, so with just one Surf, he falls too. We're on Blue's last Pokemon, and this could be a Starmie sweep already. We connect to Surf, bringing Jolteon to under half. He misses his Thunder, so with a final Surf, Starmie can sweep our first champion. That went a lot better than I thought. I'm sure this is going to get a lot harder. Let's move on to Johto. In Johto, Lance is the champion, and he's the next we face. Honestly, we can probably sweep this guy too. Let's try and get a Politoed sweep, as we've evolved our Poliwhirl now. Lance leads off with Gyarados, and we lead off with Politoed. We connect to Psychic turn 1 to do just under half of his HP. He then Hyper Beams us, doing a solid amount of damage, but now he has to recharge. So with another Psychic, we bring him to the red. Probably the toughest for Politoed, Gyarados finally falls to a third Psychic attack. His level 47 Dragonite is next, and we have Ice Punch. Dragonite, being super weak to ice, falls in one single attack. His next level 47 Dragonite meets the exact same fate as his predecessor and falls in one ice move as well. Lance is getting pretty mad and sends out his ace, but once again Politoed freezes his fist and takes out Dragonite with no issues. Aerodactyl is Lance's fifth Pokemon. It's faster, and an ancient power brings us to below half as an Ice Punch doesn't quite get the KO, but we get a freeze again. That's back-to-back freezes for us now. With a Surf, we can take down the prehistoric bird. This leaves his last Pokemon, Charizard, but it can't stand against the might of our little green toad and falls to a mighty Surf, beating our second champion. It's time for Hoenn, where two champions await us. In Pokemon Ruby, Steven is the champion. His team is pretty strong, but they do have a weakness to water type attacks, so let's see how we do. Steven's lead is Skarmory, and I choose to now let Psyduck get some spotlight. Turn 1, we set up the rain boosting water type attacks as Skarmory sets up a layer of spikes. The next turn, we take down Skarmory with a rain boosted critical hit Surf. Steven now sends out Aggron, but we are in the rain and he's weak to water, so with a boosted Surf, he falls to Psyduck as well. Cradily is out, but it's a threat. It survives a Surf at half HP, and the Giga Drain nearly takes out Psyduck in just one attack. We've got to switch, so I go into Gyarados on the incoming Sludge Bomb. It doesn't do much, but he does poison us. The next turn, we hit an Ice Beam to bring Cradily down, as Cradily throws rocks at us,
bringing us lower as well. With a final Ice Beam, Gyarados takes down Cradily, but is pretty weakened now. Steven sends out Claydol, and I swap to Goldeen as he just sets up a Light Screen. A Mega Horn brings him all the way to the red as an Earthquake brings us low. Steven now uses 3 full restores as we keep Mega Horning. Light Screen wears off, and we finally take him down with a final Mega Horn. Now he sends out his ace, Metagross. I swap to Politoed as he hits a Psychic, and it hurts. I now double into Starmie as he in fact Hyper Beams, nearly taking us out. That probably would have killed Politoed. I go for a Recover on the turn he's recharging to get back some HP. We then Surf, bringing him below half as he hits an Earthquake, hurting us even more. His Berry activates, so we can't survive another hit. I have to recover. I recover again and Metagross Hyper Beams. After a few exchanges, we can get it to where Metagross is recharging and we're practically at full HP, and we take him down with a Surf. This leaves his last Pokemon, the Ancient Bug Armaldo. It's weak to Water type attacks, so a Surf from our MVP so far, Starmie, beats Armaldo, beating Steven, but there's one more champion to go in Generation 3. And that champion is Wallace. He's a Water type specialist, so this should be very interesting. I think Starmie is going to be crucial again to winning this fight. Wallace's lead is a powerful Wailord, and we lead off with our Politoed. We are faster than the Whale, and his Psychic does a nice little chunk to him as he sets up the Rain, boosting Water type attacks. We Psychic him again, bringing him lower as a Double Edge doesn't do as much damage as I thought it would. He takes enough recoil where a Psychic knocks him out, and thankfully Wallace doesn't heal. Now he's a massive threat to our team, and I'm very worried, Ludicolo. It starts setting up evasion instantly as we miss an Ice Beam. If it keeps setting up, which it is, it can sweep our whole team. We connect an Ice Beam, but we're not doing much damage as Ludicolo Leech Seeds us. We've got to switch, so I go into Goldeen. We miss a Mega Horn and get Leech Seeded, but the next turn we outspeed and a super effective Mega Horn and take down Ludicolo. You go, Goldeen. Now Wallace sends out Tentacruel, and we've got to swap again. I go into Starmie, who takes the Sludge Bomb reasonably well. We would then outspeed and hit an Electrifying Thunderbolt to do half to Tentacruel. We take another Sludge Bomb to under half ourselves before finally taking down Tentacruel with a Thunderbolt. Wallace sends Milotic out next. I recover and he hits a weak Surf. Our Thunderbolt is doing what looks like half, and we get the paralysis. Its Citrus Berry activates, so we know we won't kill. Wallace full restores, and honestly, I'm going to fast forward this. It's a lot of exchanging Thunderbolts, recovers, full restores, until Milotic finally toxics us, putting us on a timer. He then continues to recover stall us, which is not good. I swap into Horsey, but a Surf demolishes him. I swap into Psyduck and hit a pathetic Iron Tail, but Milotic toxics us as well. I finally go into Gyarados, who tanks a Surf. I hit a Thunderbolt, but our special attack stat is so poor, so Milotic just recovers off the damage. I then go for an Earthquake, and that's doing a lot more. Finally, after many turns, Gyarados takes down Milotic. Whiscash is Wallace's next Pokemon. Our Surf does a little chunk as he goes for an Amnesia, boosting his special defense. We then go for an Ice Beam, but it's doing nothing as he just hits Surfs. Then I finally go for an Earthquake, we get a critical hit, and that takes down Whiscash in just one attack. Wallace's last Pokemon is Gyarados. It's a Gyarados v Gyarados standoff. We are faster, and a Thunderbolt does massive damage as he gets paralyzed and he gets hacked too. Wallace full restores, but it's no good for him as we bring him all the way back down. With a final electrifying attack, we beat Gyarados, beating Wallace and Generation 3. Let's head to Sinnoh where our next champion awaits. In the Sinnoh region, Cynthia is a champion, and the team is pretty scary. I do think we can beat her, but this is going to be tough. Cynthia's lead is Spiritomb, and we lead off with Horsey. We haven't used him much, and I decide now is the time. Horsey hits a Waterfall for great damage, and then goes down to a single Dark Pulse. That wasn't even a critical hit. Wow. I really thought we could live at least one attack. RIP Horsey. Out of pure anger at seeing his little water friend go down, Psyduck comes out and sets up the Rain. We take a Dark Pulse, nearly taking us out too, before we hit a Surf to take down Spiritomb. Cynthia then sends out Roserade, and we've got to switch. I go into Gyarados as he actually extra Centuries. The next turn we are faster, and an Ice Beam doesn't even do half as our special attack stat is still so poor. We take a Sludge Bomb, bringing Gyarados lower before we Ice Beam again. Roserade Sludge Bombs again, putting us at 17 HP, and I'm playing sort of reckless here. Cynthia full restores, and I Ice Beam this time, critical hitting, bringing her back down. We've got to switch, so I go into Goldeen, who takes an extra
extrasensory to half. The next turn we outspeed and Mega Horn to finish off Roserade. Togekiss is Cynthia's next Pokemon, and into Starmie we go. We tank a Psychic and then shoot off an Ice Beam to bring her to half, as Togekiss hits Starmie for great damage with an Air Slash. One more Ice Beam and we take down Togekiss, but our team is getting demolished. She sends out her Ace Garchomp, but it's 4 times weak to Ice. I risk to see if we are faster, and we are. So a freezing Ice Beam deals with her Garchomp with no issues. Lucario is Cynthia's 5th Pokemon. I check our team out, but we're in super bad shape. We only have a Politoed that we can switch into, so I go for Recover to see what it will do and how much damage, as it just goes for an Earthquake, not doing much at all. We recover back to full, and now we start attacking. A Surf is nearly a one-hit knockout as he brings us lower, but we just recover on Cynthia's full restore. We Surf again, take a little bit more damage before taking him out. This just leaves Milotic left, a familiar matchup. I recover as Milotic sets up an Aqua Ring, but I know this thing has Miracle, so I have to try and predict when she uses it. I recover now predicting it, and she did go for a Miracle that turn. We now Thunderbolt as Milotic hits a weak Surf as we bring him to half. We Thunderbolt again, and thankfully no Miracle, so with a final electrifying attack, we take down Milotic, beating Cynthia. But it wasn't a very convincing win, and we lost Horsey. It's time to head to Univers where 2 champions now await us. First up in Generation 5 is Alder, and like Cynthia, he's got a wide range of Pokemon with good type variety. With Horsey's demise, we've added Togetic to our team, and we have Drizzle finally on our Politoed to power us up even more. Our lead is our new Togetic, and Alder's lead is a Selgor. He hits a Focus Blast turn 1, but a Fiery Flamethrower takes him low, and we get the burn. It doesn't quite do enough after burn damage to take him out, so the next turn Alder full restores as we hit another Flamethrower and we burn him again. A Selgor goes for me first, but it fails because I soft boiled to get back our HP as he succumbs to the burn damage. Vanillix is next, and it can hurt us, but it always sets up screens or acid armors, so I stay in his light screens, but our Flamethrower is now not doing much at all. He then acid armors, boosting his defense as we bring him lower with a Flamethrower. He connects a Blizzard and we survive on 2 HP. Oh, wow, that was close. As we bring him to the red with a Flamethrower. We've got to switch, so I go into Politoed and we eat the Blizzard. And we set up Rain thanks to our ability. Vanillix hits a weak Flash Cannon before we take him down with a Sidekick. Next up, Alder sends out a Scavalier. A Rain boosted Surf does massive damage as an X-Scissor does massive damage to us in return. A final Surf of the Waves from our happy Politoed takes down a Scavalier. Volcarona is out and I'm not risking Politoed, he's too important. As I swap into Gyarados as he bug buzzes for a little amount of damage. Volcarona now sets up with Quiver Dance, but it doesn't boost his defense, so a Rain boosted Aqua Tail destroys a Fiery Bug in just one attack, but Flame Body activates, burning us, crippling our Gyarados. Alder now sends out Bufalon, and this is a threat. I swap into Starmie on the Stone Edge and we tank it quite nicely. I then go for a Recover and a Mega Horn puts us on 37 HP. We're in trouble. I swap to Goldeen, but a Mega Horn nearly takes us out too. I look at my team and my switch-ins are so limited and we need damage off on this thing. So after a great performance, Goldeen hits a Rain boosted Aqua Tail for half before falling to an Earthquake. You did great this run, Goldeen, RIP. Bufalon is now at half and we need to be able to outspeed it. I go into Psyduck and pray we do, and thankfully yes, so a Surf finishes him off and claims revenge for Goldeen. Last but not least is Druddigon. I swap to Gyarados to lower his attack with Intimidate as he outrages for massive damage, and after burn we're at 28 HP. We've got to switch again. I go back into our only healthy Pokemon Psyduck, but he's nearly taken out. I've got to sacrifice someone again. I hit an Ice Beam to bring him low, but we get the freeze. But immediately he falls out and takes down our Duck with an Outrage. RIP Psyduck. We now have a switch in though to Politoed, who's faster and can finish the fight with an Ice Beam. Honestly, that was hard. Alder demolished our team and caused us deaths as well. Let's move on to the other champion of Univers. Iris is the other champion and the majority of her Pokemon are dragons. This should be a much easier fight and a much needed one after Alder demolishing us. We can now sub in Luvdisc and Corsola for our fallen comrades. Iris's lead is Hydreigon and we lead off with Starmie. We outspeed and an Ice Beam brings him to below half before a Dragon Pulse does a massive amount of damage to us. I go for a Recover, but he's still doing a lot of damage. With a freezing Ice Beam, we take down the first of Iris's dragons. Next up is Lapras. We Thunderbolt and then we get hit by a Thunderbolt, bringing Starmie to only 2 HP. That's so many times we've been brought to only 2 HP, but I'll take it. We did over half, so a final Thunderbolt takes out Lapras, but we are severely crippled. Haxorus comes out
out, and this is a threat. We swap it to Gyarados as he hits a weak X-Scissor after Intimidate. We now Ice Fang to bring him to half, and we freeze, but he falls instantly and goes for a Dragon Dance. He's now faster, so he hits us with a Dual Chop, bringing us low as we go for a Dragon Dance to outspeed him. With a final Ice Fang, we take care of this huge threat. Iris now sends out Druddigon, and it's pretty bulky, and I don't want to risk not knocking it out, so I swap to Togetic as we get Dragon Tailed into Love Disc. We outspeed and we charm, harshly lowering his attack, but a Rock Slide does a little more damage to us. We now hit an Ice Beam and we freeze, but he falls out instantly again and Focus Blasts us, taking out Love Disc in the process. Honestly, we've had so many freezes, but they instantly fall out. That's so unlucky. RIP Love Disc. We go into Politoed and can now set up the Rain and revenge kill Druddigon with an Ice Beam. Aggron has low special defense, so one Rain boosted Surf deals with him with no issues. This leaves Iris's last Pokemon, Archeops. It's faster and an Acrobatics does a massive amount of damage, but one more Rain boosted Surf and we defeat Iris, beating Generation 5 but losing a lot of Pokemon on the way. It's time to head to Kalos. Diantha is a champion of Kalos, and who we face next? We add a baby Pokemon to our team now in Azurill. We're losing Pokemon really fast and we don't have many more replacements left. Diantha can be an easy fight though, and now we have a Mega. Let's try and sweep. Holucha is a lead and I lead off with Gyarados. We get off an Intimidate, lowering his attack, and we set up one Dragon Dance, boosting our attack and speed as he hits a weak Poison Jab. We boost again and now we're at +2 attack and speed as he hits a Poison Jab, and thankfully no poison. Now we can Mega Evolve. The reason I chose to wait is because Gyarados loses its Flying type and gains its Dark type, and Holucha would just destroy us. With now a +2 boosted Ice Fang, we take down Diantha's first Pokemon. She sends out Gudra, the bulky dragon, next, but our Mega Gyarados is way too powerful, and a freezing bite ends her second Pokemon. Third, she sends out the Ice Dinosaur, Aurorus. It's weak to water type, so an Aqua Tail from our powerhouse makes short work of the Dino too. Fourth, she sends out Galvantized. We actually miss our Ice Fang, so she gets off a Trick or Treat, adding the Ghost type to Gyarados. We connect our next Ice Fang for the one-hit knockout, ending Galvantized without taking damage as per usual. Tyrantrum, the T-Rex, is next, and with a stab-boosted Aqua Tail, it's enough to send the T-Rex back to the prehistoric times. This leaves her last Pokemon, Gardevoir. She Mega Evolves, making it a Mega Standoff, but we are definitely faster. I go for an Earthquake as I can't afford to miss one attack, and we do just enough damage to get a Gyarados sweep on Diantha for a much needed, deathless, easier fight. But I'm very, very worried for our next champion. The champion I'm worried about is Hal. His team is insanely scary for us, and his leader's an Alolan Raichu, and we've got nothing to do with it. This is gonna be a rough one. Hal's lead is the Alolan Raichu, and I decide to lead off with Politoed. He's now a physical attacker, and we got to hope. Politoed sets up the Rain with Drizzle, and then Raichu hits a Thunderbolt, nearly taking us out. But thankfully with our Earthquake, we do just enough damage for a one-hit knockout. That's a huge relief. Second, she sends out Leafeon. We actually have a solid answer to this in Togetic. The Leaf Blade we resist thanks to our Flying type. We eat some Leaf Blades, and thanks to the Rain, our Flamethrower is a 3-hit knockout. We soft-boiled up when we are low, and we bring Leafeon to the yellow. Leafeon goes for a baby doll eyes before we take him down with a Flamethrower, and we still got a good amount of HP. Crabominable is out, and this is going to hurt something. We go into Gyarados to get off the Intimidate, lowering his attack, as an Ice Hammer still does half to Gyarados and lowers Crabominable's speed. We have to swap, so into Starmie we go, and we take good damage again from a Stone Edge. Thankfully, a Psychic puts an end to the Ice Crab's rampage, but our team is already starting to take hefty damage. Hal now sends out Incineroar, and a Dark move or a Z move is coming. This is Azurill's time to shine, and by that I mean be a sacrificial lamb for the team. A Darkest Lariat nearly takes us out even though we resist it. Then Hal goes for a Z move on a little blue ball of power, Inferno Overdrive. With a blazing fiery Inferno, it destroys Azurill, but he's done his job and he can rest easy now. We go into Corsola, and a super effective Earthquake really hurts us, but we get off great damage with a Surf, and now we can bait Incineroar into Earthquaking again. This gives us a free swap to Gyarados to lower his attack further as well. Thanks to Corsola's damage, an Earthquake from Gyarados finish off Hal's ace and starter. Now though, another threat, Tauros. Our team is severely beaten, and Tauros can spam double edges forever practically. I go into Togetic, but a double edge just does way too much damage, and he takes some recoil too. I then swap into Starmie, our only healthy-ish Pokemon, but a double edge leaves us on only 2 HP yet again. Thankfully, after recoil damage, we outspeed and Surf finishes off Tauros. Hal's last Pokemon
Pokemon is Noivern, and it's a problem. It's faster than Starmie for sure, and we have 0 switch-ins. This isn't good. I go into Togetic on the Dark Pulse, who tanks it reasonably well. Hoping I can live an Air Slash, I go for Soft Boiled, but we don't, and Togetic falls, putting us on 6 deaths. This is super rough. I now go into Gyarados, and we're close to losing. Noivern is faster, and I don't trust an Ice Fang one-hit knocking out. We go for a Dragon Dance, we live a Dragon Pulse on just a sliver, and raise our attack and speed. We just need to connect the Ice Fang, and we do. That gives us a one-shot on Noivern, beating How, but once again losing Pokemon. This is a really tough run. On to the Switch games. The first fight of the Switch games is Trace, the champion for Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. His team only have 3 moves and it's usually a very easy fight. We will go for the sweep with only Gyarados, Mega Gyarados. If Gyarados falls, he falls, no going back. Trace's lead is Pidgeot and we lead off with our Gyarados. Turn 1 we both Mega Evolve into our mighty Mega Standoff. We outspeed and hit a crunch, bringing Pidgeot to a sliver as he connects an Air Slash. Trace now full restores his Bird Jesus, but we bring him back down with another attack. With a final crunch of our fangs, we take down his first Pokemon. Trace sends out Vileplume next, and Ice Beam doesn't quite get the knockout, and Vileplume only sets up a Reflect, boosting his team's defense. Trace full restores again, but we just bring it back down to a sliver with an Ice Beam. We are faster, so another freezing attack, and down goes his second Pokemon. Third, Trace sends out Jolteon. We have Earthquake, and our Mega Gyarados is just way too powerful, and we send his ace and starter packing with a ground type attack. Fourth is Marowak, but the sheer size of us charging up a waterfall at him leaves Marowak on a sliver as he hits a weak Brick Break. Trace full restores, but we waterfall again, and Reflect now wears off his team. With a final charge up the waterfall, we take down Marowak. Out next is Rapidash, but with no Reflect, a super effective waterfall takes down the Fire Horse with no issues either. This leaves his last Pokemon, Slowbro. It's weak to Dark, and we are now a Water Dark type. With a final super effective crunch of our fangs, Mega Gyarados easily sweeps Trace. Let's move on to Generation 8. The champion for Sword and Shield is Leon. His team is pretty strong and we're down to only 5 Pokemon. This could be rough, but we've got to try and get through it. We could potentially sacrifice 2 Pokemon if we need to. Let's do it. Leon's lead is his Aegislash and we lead off with Corsola. Turn 1 he goes for a King Shield and we can get on my favourite hazard for this fight, Stealth Rocks, for free. The next turn Aegislash is actually faster than us and hits a Sacred Sword for massive damage, but that's good for us as he's not in shield form, so an Earth Power takes him swiftly down. Now Leon sends out Haxorus. Nothing on my team wants to take an Outrage, and Corsola's done its job, so we get hit by a super effective Earthquake, and that takes down our pink Coral. I really don't have a good answer to this Pokemon, but I have to go into Gyarados, although I want it healthy for later on. We hit an Ice Fang and bring him down to the red, but in return we take an Outrage, putting us at half. That's not good. One more Icy Bite, and we take down the first of his dragons. His second dragon is Dragapult, and it's got Thunderbolt. We've got to switch. So I go into Starmie as a Thunderbolt on the swap does a massive amount of damage. I've got no choice, I have to attack. So I go for an Ice Beam and we don't do enough damage for the knockout, so Starmie falls to a Shadow Ball. RIP, he was amazing this run. We're running out of options, so I go into Clauncher. Leon full restores and our Ice Beam does half to him. We still pack a punch. We take a Thunderbolt again and we get paralyzed, but Clauncher's got a point to prove, breaks free and takes down this enormous threat. Leon sends out Mr. Rhyme, the dancing Mr. Mime next. He takes some damage from Stealth Rocks, and I go into our only healthy Pokemon left, Politoed. We set up the rain and we're starting to play the endgame now. Mr. Rhyme knows Freeze Dry and it's super effective against water types, and it does a massive amount too. I contemplate Dynamax him, but I just hit a Waterfall. In the rain, it nearly takes him out. We get hit by a Freeze Dry, but live on 2 HP yet again, and this is hilarious. With a final Waterfall, we take down the dancing Pokemon. Up next is his water starter, Inteleon. I need Gyarados in the end to stand a chance, so we swap into Clauncher on the Snipe Shot, and in the rain, Clauncher falls too. This now brings up the death count to 9 Pokemon. I go into Gyarados, I need an attack boost, I have to Dragon Dance. Inteleon is faster, and a rain boosted Snipe Shot will take us out in another attack. So I go for a Dragon Dance, raising my attack and speed by 1 stage. This has to be enough. We now Dynamax and get just over 20 HP back. We hit a Max Quake and do enough damage to take down Inteleon and give us a special defense boost in the process. Leon sends out Charizard and it immediately takes 50% of its health to Stealth Rocks. He Gigantamaxes, and thanks to the Dragon Dance boost, we are faster. We hit a Max Geyser and that's enough to take down Gigantamax Charizard, beating Leon and leaving 1 champion left. but we are a broken team now. The last champion is Geeta for Generation 9, this Pokemon Scarlet and Violet champion. She has great type variety and some cool Pokemon as well. We only have 2 Pokemon left, and she's got some ways to deal with them too. Let's do it. Can Misty beat every Pokemon champion? Her lead is a Sparfer, and we lead off with our Politoed. We set up the Rain with Drizzle, boosting our water type attacks. We take a Lumina Crash fairly decently and reply with a rain boosted Waterfall, nearly taking her down. We then take one more Lumina Crash, putting us very low, and take out the Psychic Ostrich with a Waterfall. Go-Go is Geeta's second Pokemon. I can't really switch, so I just fire off a Freezing Ice Punch for over half, as Politoed succumbs to a Horn Leech after being a solid Pokemon for this challenge. We now only have 1 Pokemon left, and that's Misty's Ace Gyarados. Our only hope to win is to Dragon Dance enough and sweep. Let's do it. We intimidate Go-Go, lowering its attack, and start Dragon Dancing, as it goes for a Horn Leech, doing little but recovering. On our next Dragon Dance, boosting our attack and speed by 2 stages, Go-Go starts bulking up, increasing its attack and defense. This is not good. We need more boosts. We get to a +4 in speed and attack before Go-Go attacks us with a massively boosted Horn Leech, putting us on a sliver. We have to go for it now. We take down the Goat with a Freezing Fang in one move despite his defense boost. Geeta's next Pokemon is King Gambit. With all of our attack raises, a Stab Waterfall does enough for the knockout. Next out is Avalugg. We have Stone Edge, we just need to hit it, and we do, thankfully. It does enough damage to take out the Ice Slab in one attack, or that was game over. The loser is Geeta's next Pokemon. I go for another Stone Edge, risking the miss, but we connect, and that takes down her 5th Pokemon, leaving only her Ace Glamora left. She terastallizes into a pure rock type, and with a massively boosted Stab Waterfall, Gyarados takes down Glamora, beating Geeta and beating every single Pokemon champion as Misty.
Today we want to try and beat every single Pokemon champion, and there is a lot of them, as Go. What if Go decided he's finished catching them all for now and wanted to test out his battling skills? With plenty of Pokemon to choose from, would he be able to defeat all the champions in every game? Let's find out. If a Pokemon faints, it's gone from the whole run and I can't use any items in battle. Full rules are in the description below. For Go, I'm going to try and only use teams of Pokemon he has in the generation. So Kanto Pokemon for Kanto, Johto Pokemon for Johto. Let's do this. First up is Pokemon Fire Red, and we have the champion for this game, Blue. We have quite a unique set of Pokemon to take his team on with, although his Arcanine can practically take out nearly all of them. Let's see how the first champion goes. Blue's lead is Pidgeot, and we lead off with Venomoth. It's actually a really bad matchup for us, so I instantly swap into our Dugong, as Pidgeot's Aerial Ace does a little amount to us. With a Freezing Ice Beam though, Dugong can pick up its first knockout of the run on Bejesus. Blue decides for some reason to send out Rhydon next, probably knowing a rock move will knock us out, but a super effective Surf doesn't give him chance to, and Dugong's putting in some really good work already. Third, he chooses Executor. The 3-headed Eggplant is a threat, so I go into Beedrill as he puts us to sleep. I then double out into Pinsir as he thankfully misses an Egg Bomb. We go for Fury Cutter, a bug move that builds up in power the more we use it, but we get put to sleep again. I guess he doesn't care about Sleep Claws. I burn a turn of sleep as we get hit by an Egg Bomb for quite a bit of damage too. Then the next turn we wake up and a Fury Cutter brings him below half as he misses another Egg Bomb. With a final Fury Cutter that's built up quite a bit of power, we take down the 3-headed Eggplant. Now Blue sends out Arcanine. We only have 1 Pokemon to deal with it, and that's Dugong. Thankfully, being Ice and Water type gives us neutral damage, and Flamethrower doesn't do too much to us on the swap. And Extreme Speed does hurt us though, as our Surf puts Arcanine in the red. Blue now full restores, 3 times by the way, as our Surf keeps bringing him all the way down to a sliver. We take another Extreme Speed to 17 HP before we finally take down the beast that is Arcanine. This now brings in Alakazam. I swap to Cypher as a Psychic nearly does half to us, ouch. We then Fury Cutter as he sets up a Reflect boosting his team's defense. We Fury Cutter again and Alakazam recovers, but he's just letting us build up power. We take a Psychic to the red before Blue full restores, and then we take him down with a Fury Cutter. This leaves only his Ace Blastoise left. I swap to our own Executor and a Hydro Pump still does a quarter to us. The next turn Blastoise sets up the Rain and we Giga Drain for massive damage. It activates his berry, healing him, and we take another Hydro Pump in the Rain before taking him down with a final Giga Drain, beating our first champion of the run. But there's plenty more to go. On to Johto. Lance is the champion of Johto and the next we face. Luckily we have our own dragon in Kingdra who can probably sweep him. We have some weaker Pokemon and some powerhouses, but if they don't get much action, we'll come back to them later. Lance leads off with Gyarados and we lead off with Kingdra. And yep, this fight goes exactly how you would expect if you have a Kingdra on your team. Our Dragon Pulse does over half as we eat a Dragon Pulse in return from Gyarados. One more Dragon Pulse and that's his first Pokemon down. Dragonite is 4 times weak to ice and we have Ice Beam, so the first 2 Dragonites go down to a single ice attack. His ace, the level 50 Dragonite, can't stand to our might anyways and falls to a single attack too. Charizard falls to a single Surf from Kingdra and Aerodactyl is Lance's last Pokemon. It misses a Rock Slide and 1 Surf and that's a very easy Lance fight, but it was to be expected. Let's head to Hoenn where 2 champions await us next. In Pokemon Ruby, Steven is the champion. He has mainly rock and steel types, and we have some really powerful and fun to use Pokemon here, so let's give it a shot. Steven's lead is Skarmory, and our best lead is Camerupt. We are very slow, so Skarmory toxics us, but we hit a Fire Blast, and that just melts a Steel Bird in just 1 attack. Second, he sends out Aggron. We are faster, and a Fire Blast yet again melts his second Steel type. Third, he sends out his Ace. I'm definitely going to switch here, and we have the perfect Earthquake answer in Flygon. We are faster and an Earthquake brings Metagross to a Sliver as a Meteor Mash really hurts us. We trade for Restores and Earthquakes until we land a critical hit to take down Metagross. Now Steven sends out Claydol. We swap to Sharpedo as he raises the team's defense with Reflect, but a Surf just takes him straight out with no issues. Cradily is next and an Ice Beam from Sharpedo puts him in the red as the Giga Drain does a massive chunk of damage to us. Another freezing Ice Beam and down Cradily goes. This just leaves our Maldo, the ancient bug. A Surf takes him out in just 1 attack thanks to his rock typing. That's also a very easy Steven fight too. Gold's Pokemon are great so far, but we have a champion next that might be just a bit more difficult. Our second champion for Generation 3 is Wallace. He's a water type specialist and I'm kind of worried we don't have the best answers to water types and ice moves in general. Wallace's lead is a powerful Wailord and we lead off with Absol. We have an electric move but our special attack stat ain't great. We bring him to the red as he sets up the rain with a rain dance. Wallace now full restores, so I take the opportunity to set up a Calm Mind. This means our next Thunderbolt from Absol is definitely a 1-hit knockout. Second, Wallace chooses Tentacruel. I hit a Thunderbolt bringing him low as he toxics us, putting us on a timer, before we can take him out with a final electric type attack. Wallace sends out Ludicolo, who is always a big threat. I swap into Altaria as he starts setting up double teams. We have Aerial Ace and that does massive amounts of damage though, so we swiftly take him down as he doesn't attack us at all. I then swap into Sharpedo on Milotic, who hits us for a weak Ice Beam. We crunch for a decent amount of damage and lower his special defense. A Surf from Milotic does a lot more than I hoped for as we resist it, but another crunch brings Milotic even lower. Milotic surfs and we survive on 1 HP by the skin of our teeth as his berry puts him out of full restore range, and that means Sharpedo can take him down. We swap to Flygon on Whiscash as a Surf does about 25% to us, and then we hit an Earthquake for over half as he amnesias, raising his special defense. A final Earthquake from Flygon and down he goes, leaving only 1 Pokemon left. That's Gyarados. We hit a Rock Slide doing over half as he Dragon Dances. That's never good. Somehow we still outspeed even at his +1, so Flygon picks up the final knockout with Rock Slide, defeating Wallace and Generation 3. It's time for Sinnoh, where I am scared. Cynthia is the champion of the Sinnoh region. Her team is very scary. Gold doesn't actually have any exclusive Sinnoh Pokemon, so we're going to use a Johto team that didn't get any limelight thanks to Kingdra. Cynthia's lead is Spiritomb and we lead off with Ariados. It's not the best matchup for me, so I go for a Spider's Web and this prevents Spiritomb from switching out, as he hits a Psychic, really hurting us. I decide to switch into Scizor, who tanks the next Psychic move really well. We then Bullet Punch, critically hitting, and he hits a weak Dark Pulse. Cynthia full restores as our Bullet Punch doesn't do too much the next turn. We exchange moves once more before a final Bullet Punch takes him down. Cynthia chooses Milotic next. I go for a Roost to heal off all the damage and Milotic sets up an Aqua Ring for passive recovery. The next turn I risk a Swords Dance as she just goes for Miracle. I keep Swords Dancing to max attack while Milotic never once attacks us. This is fantastic.
At max attack, a bullet punch does just over half to Milotic. With a final punch, we take down the bulky water type. Up next is Togekiss. A max attack bullet punch secures a one-hit knockout. Again, we could potentially sweep with Scizor. A bullet punch brings her next Pokemon Lucario down to the red. He hits an Aura Sphere and he critical hits, taking down Scizor and causing our first death of the run. That sucks. Scizor is such a great Pokemon to use. Now I send out Heracross. Cynthia full restores, but a close combat takes revenge for our fallen Scizor and down he goes. Roserade is the next Pokemon, but a Mega Horn takes it out and Heracross is on a rampage. Cynthia sends out Garchomp next and Heracross dodges a Dragon Rush before hitting a close combat, bringing Garchomp low and activating his berry. We swap to Misty VS, who nearly falls to a single Dragon Rush, but we outspeed and a Hidden Power Ice takes out a dragon with the help from damage from Heracross. And with that, we defeat Cynthia, but we did lose Scizor. On to Generation 5, where 2 champions await us. First up in Generation 5 is Alder, and like Cynthia, he has a wide range of Pokemon with good type variety. We also have some pretty unique Pokemon to use now in Durant and Darmanitan, which Darmanitan probably demolishes his team. Our lead is Golurk, and he leads with a Selgor. The fight starts off not great as we take an Energy Ball to the face, but Golurk eats it up as a super effective Fire Punch from our Iron Fist Golurk, and that's a dead bug. Second, he sends out Vanillix. The blizzards come in, so we have an easy switch into our Fire Powerhouse Darmanitan, but we get critically hit. Our only attacking fire move is Flare Blitz, so it's going to hurt it to one-hit knock it out. I opt to go for it anyways, and we do take down the Ice Cream, but our Darmanitan is only on 19 HP already. Next is Bufalon. I U-turn for good damage into Lilligant as a Stone Edge does nearly half to us. Then I swap to Durant expecting a Mega Horn, but he head charges for a little amount too. We then Iron Head, bringing him to the red as he Stone Edges. Alder full restores up his Buffalo, and we keep Iron Heading for damage. We bring him low before a final Iron Head from our Steel Bug and we take him out. Now he sends out a huge threat in Volcarona. I can't swap to Darmanitan on the overheat and nothing on my team can tank it. Golurk possibly, but we need him for later on so I can't risk it. I go into Sandile hoping to live a hit and we don't, so that's a dead Croc. Sorry buddy, RIP. I switch to Boldore and even at a -2 special attack, Volcarona's Bug Buzz does over half to us as we hit a Rock Slide, but that makes short work and Revenge kills Volcarona. Next is Druddigon, and the same problem. I have 0 switch-ins to an Outrage. He hits it, and that just kills Boldore from the bat. Damn, that's 3 deaths. I go into Golurk. I have to hope an Iron Punch does enough, and it does, just about, as we take some rough skin damage too. This leaves his final Pokemon in Escavalier. It's Bug and Steel type, so it's 4 times weak to fire. A Fire Punch takes him down, and we beat Alder, but at a cost. These fights are starting to ramp up a little bit now. Let's head to the next Generation 5 champion. Iris is the second champion and the majority of her Pokemon are dragons. We've swapped in 2 more Univert Pokemon in Pansear and Pampor. Hopefully they can put in a little bit of work, but I'm sort of worried about Iris. Iris's lead is Hydreigon and we lead off with Darmanitan. We don't actually have much for her team. I go for a super effective U-turn doing just over half, but now something has to take a hit. I go into Pampor on the surf and we take it reasonably well. I decide to stay in and hope we outspeed, but we don't, and a Dragon Pulse nukes our Water Monkey. That's not a good start. I go back into Darmanitan and a U-turn can take out Hydreigon and give us a free switch. I now choose Durant and Iris chooses Druddigon. That means a flamethrower is definitely coming, so I switch into Golurk and we tank it well. Thankfully no burn either. We hit an Ice Punch but we don't quite take him out and he hits another flamethrower. Iris heals up but we bring him back down with another Iron Punch. With a final Freezing Fist, Golurk takes down Druddigon. Iris sends out Lapras next and I look at my team and I can't deal with his finger either, so I stay in and Shadow Punch for nearly half and Golurk falls too, putting us at 5 deaths. I now go into Durant and with a super effective Iron Head, we still don't take down Lapras and we eat a massive Surf. We do take it down the next turn, but our team is getting thrashed. I decide on Aggron to go into Lilligant. If we want to beat Iris, we have to try and set up. On the swap, Aggron automizes, so he raises his speed. We now Quiver Dance, boosting our special attack, defense, and speed as he automizes again. This lets me set up the next turn as he just keeps automizing. We set up one more dance, putting us at +3 before a Double Edge does half. Now we have to attack, so a Giga Drain with our boost does a one-hit knockout and puts us back at full HP. Haxorus is out and it has a Focus Sash. I break it with Giga Giga Drain as he sets up a Dragon Dance, but a HP Ice at +3 takes down our Ace, and that's a big threat gone too. Iris's last Pokemon is Archeops. Thanks to all our raises, we can take it down with a final move and beat Iris. Honestly, we had no choice. We had to sweep with Lilligant. If we didn't, we possibly lost a run. We're now at 5 deaths too. It's time to head to Kalos, where our team is pretty weak. Diantha is the champion of Kalos and who we take on next. Usually we have a strong team and it's an easy fight, but honestly our team sucks. We have first form Pokemon that are very fragile, and I don't know if it's possible to even beat her. I'll sure try my best, but let's see how it goes. Hawlucha is her lead and we lead off with Binacle. We obviously are already at a type disadvantage. Turn 1, Hawlucha sets up a Swords Dance and this is not good, but we critically hit a Stone Edge, putting him in the red. Diantha heals and luckily we connect another Stone Edge. Hawlucha goes for a Flying Press, but our Binacle tanks it like a champ, living on 10 HP before we get off some more damage. Unfortunately, I have 0 switching, so Binacle falls after putting in some solid work. We now go into our fastest Pokemon, Frogadier. We have to be faster or this is over already. Luckily we are, and with a freezing Ice Punch, we take down Hawlucha, and that's 1 out of 6. Diantha sends out the Ice Dinosaur Aurorus next. We U-turn for a little chunk of damage and go into Scatterbug as he sets up a Reflect, boosting his team's defense. I'm faster and Stun Spore to paralyze him, and he gets Parahaxed. We hit a Bug Bite for a solid amount of damage even with Reflect up, but it was a critical hit and she gets Parahaxed again. We Bug Bite for practically nothing now, then Aurorus obliterates us with a Blizzard. This is my perfect opportunity I need to perhaps even win this fight. I go into Floette and start setting up a Calm Mind, raising our special attack and defense as Aurorus gets haxed again. We set up once more and Aurorus hits a Blizzard, but we tank it now at +2 pretty easily. I get to a +4 before I don't want to risk being froze by Blizzard, so after a Synthesis to heal up, we take down Aurorus with her Energy Ball. She sends out Tyrantrum next, but he's a slow T-Rex. Our little flower outspeeds with a Moonblast at +4, obliterate Tyrantrum for an easy knockout. Next is Gudra, but it's a Dragon type, and it suffers the same fate as Tyrantrum and goes down to a single Moonblast. Galgeist is 5th, and as is tradition, doesn't land an attack on us and goes down to a single Moonblast too. This leaves one Pokemon left, and that's her Gardevoir. She Mega Evolves, but we're faster, and at a +4, a Moonblast does enough to secure a knockout, getting a semi-Floette sweep, and probably the only way we beat her and don't lose this run. I will take that, so let's head to Alola. How is the person we fight to become champion here, and we have some unique Pokemon to use. I don't actually know how well we can cope again, but I think we might be able to get a win. Let's do it. How's lead is an Alolan Raichu, and I lead off with Geodude. It's an awful start as I forget I'm rock typing with electric. He hits a Focus Blast, and that is one dead Geodude. I now go into Alolan Executor as I don't really have a great answer to this thing. We get hit by a Psychic for nearly half, but we can take out the Raichu with a Stomping Tantrum. This now brings out the Ice Crab, Crabominable. We've got to switch, and into our little secret weapon, Pyukumuku, we go. We tank the Ice Hammer very easily thanks to our bulk. Then we take a Stone Edge decently too, and we Toxic him, putting him on a timer. I won't bore you with stalling, but what happens is I let Toxic rack up, recover, and then I counter when I'm at a high enough HP. Eventually, with a counter and Toxic damage, we take down the Ice Crab while sitting at a comfortable amount of health. Hal sends out Leafeon, and I don't want to take more damage. We've got to switch, so back into Executor I go. We tank a Leaf Blade on the switch, and it doesn't do too much to us. Leafeon now spams quick attacks, and our Dragon Hammers are just shy of looking like a 2-hit knockout. The battle is a long one, as every time he's in the red, Halful restores. I played this Leafeon battle very bad. Eventually we have him nearly at half before Leafeon takes us down with a quick attack. We send out Aerodactyl next, and then Aerial Ace finishes off Leafeon. Hal's next Pokemon is Tauros. It lowers our attack thanks to Intimidate, and then I look at my team. We have 0 switch-ins, so I stay in and Rock Slide to try and get a flinch or a lot of damage off, but we take an Iron Head very badly. We take him lower before Tauros takes down Aerodactyl with an Iron Head, putting us at 10 deaths in total. We can send out Passiman, but Tauros is still so fast. He outspeeds us and double edges us for massive damage as we take him out of a close combat. This leaves 2 Pokemon left. He sends out Noivern next. I can't switch into anything, I have to let Passiman go down here. Noivern kills him with a Dragon Pulse, and now we are in a rough but close battle. I go into Bruxish next. Noivern outspeeds and Super Fangs us, bringing us to half, as our Crunch does close to half to him as well, but he has Dark Pulse and we're part Psychic type, so he takes us out, and we have 1 Pokemon left who is bulky, but we can't attack with him. It's all down to Pyukumuku. Noivern Dragon Pulses us, and we take it alright. fight and we toxic him, putting him on a timer. Now it's back to recover stalling. We have to hope we don't get crit. I'm going to super speed this bit up as House still has 4 restores. I don't know how many he has, but a lot, I guess. We generally can't touch him. We just have to wait many turns for toxic to do its thing, and eventually it does take down Noivern. This leaves his last Pokemon and his ace, Incineroar. Luckily it's a physical attacker and we have counter. First we toxic, putting him on a timer, then we recover to heal up. After we take a Darkest Lariat, we can hit a counter, bringing him super low. Then with toxic damage, it takes him out, and Pyukumuku, being the absolute MVP, was our last hope of beating How, and we can progress further with a challenge. That was a really tough fight. The champion of the first Switch games Let's Go Pikachu is Trace. He's a very easy fight with great AVs. So today let's try and sweep him with just a Mankey. Yep, just a Mankey. His lead is Pidgeot and we lead off with Mankey. We outspeed and a Thunder Punch still doesn't quite knock him out even with max attack. We do paralyze him, but he breaks free anyway and hits an Air Slash that we eat up. Trace heals his Bird Jesus, but we just knock him out this time with a better damage roll. Vileplume is next and our Freezing Fist does a massive amount of damage, but he survives on a Sliver again and sets up a Reflect, boosting his team's defense. Trace for some reason doesn't heal Vileplume, so we take him out of another punch. Third is Slowbro. We've got Thunder Punch and we do a very little amount now as he just light screens. We Thunder Punch again and get hit by a Psychic, slowly taking down our Mankey's HP. Our next Thunder Punch critically hits luckily, and we don't have to deal with Slowbro anymore. The Reflect wears off as Rapidash comes out and we hit an Earthquake for an easy one-hit knockout on the frail Fire Horse. He sends out his ace Jolteon next, but it's frail too, and with a shake of the earth, and Mankey takes down Jolteon, leaving only 1 Pokemon left, and that's Marowak. It's actually got a pretty decent defense stat, so it lives a Freezing Ice Punch. For the next few turns, Trace keeps full restoring as we keep punching, but eventually we land a final Ice Punch and sweep Trace with just a Mankey. Now let's head over to Generation 8 where we finally can show our true power. The champion for Sword and Shield is Leon. His team is strong, but so is ours now. We can finally use Goh's Ace and a few others, so I'm really happy about that. Leon's lead is his Aegislash, and we lead off with Goh's Ace Cinderace. Aegislash goes for a King Shield turn 1 as we Pyro Ball, but we don't suffer the downside of his move as we don't make direct contact. The next turn we can Pyro Ball again, and this time melting the Ancient Sword and Shield and picking up our first knockout. Second, Leon sends out Haxorus and I make a misplay. I go into Arctozolt, but he's part electric type, so an Earthquake just destroys our HP. I'm thinking we might outspeed, but we don't. Haxorus goes for an Outrage, and that's enough to take down Arctozolt. And it's a shame as I really wanted to use him, he looks so cool. Now we send out Alcremie. Haxorus is locked into Outrage, and a Dazzling Gleam from our Fairy Whipped Cream blinds a Dragon, and we pick up a second knockout of the fight. Leon sends out Dragapult third. A Shadow Ball hurts Alcremie a little bit and lowers our special defense, as one more Dazzling Gleam and the Ghost Dragon returns to being a ghost. Fourth is Mr. Rhyme, the dancing Mr. Mime. I decide to switch into Phalanx here as he goes for a Teeter Dance, confusing us because of course he does. If we break through confusion, we can destroy him, but we don't. We hit ourselves and Mr. Rhyme hits a Psychic, and that's a dead Phalanx too. Damn. I now go into Cinderace, who can avenge his fallen teammate with a Pyro Ball, putting an end to his dancing. Leon now chooses Inteleon. This is actually a good chance to use Grookey. We swap on the Tier 4 Look, which reduces our attack stat. Inteleon Tier 4 Looks again, and we hit a Wood Hammer. Even at a -2 attack, it does massive damage, showcasing Grookey's strength. I did U-turn into our own Inteleon as he full restores, and our Scale Shot did practically nothing, and he just keeps spamming Tier 4 Looks. So I swap back into our Grass Monkey as he repeats the same 2 turns Tier 4 Looking. This time Grookey's Wood Hammer does enough, and he takes out Max Evolve Star all by himself. You go Grookey. However, this brings in Leon's ace Charizard. It Gigantamaxes, and nothing can swap into this. I have to let Grookey fall, and after putting in a champion performance, he falls to a max Airstream, which also boosts Charizard's speed. RIP little monkey. This gives us a free switch to Inteleon. We Dynamax and Charizard hits a max Overgrowth that we barely hang on by. It sets up the grassy terrain and we go for Max Geyser. Charizard doesn't take it as well as we did, and in one move we take him down, beating Leon and beating Generation 8 with only one more champion left to go. The last champion for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is Jita. She has some really unique Pokemon, but she's usually not very strong. We can finally still use most of our aces thanks to the Indigo Disc DLC. I decide to only use 4 Pokemon now, one of them being a legendary too. Let's do this. Jita's lead is Espartha, and we lead off our last battle with our Inteleon. We outspeed the Psychic Ostrich for one, and with a super effective Dark Pulse from our water type, we take it down in just one attack. Second, Jita sends out Gogo, and we swap to Go's ace Cinderace. We outspeed and use our signature ability Pyro Ball, and it looks phenomenal this generation, and that burns the Goat to a crisp. Avalugg is Jita's third Pokemon. It actually does survive a Pyro Ball thanks to its great bulk and retaliates with an Earthquake, really hurting us. But with a final Pyro Ball, we make short work of the Ice Slab. Fourth, Gita sends out King Gambit, a Steel and Dark type. Even with Strength of the Fallen, our Cinderace is just way too strong, and another Pyro Ball and yet another knockout. Gita sends out Veluza, and I decide to use one of my legendaries, Regieleki. We settle the Electric Terrain, boosting our speed more and our electric attacks, as the Liquidation really hurts us and lowers our defense. With our tremendous speed and the Electric Terrain, we take down Veluza with a Thunderbolt, leaving only one Pokemon left, and that's her ace Glamora. She terastallizes him into a pure Rock type, and we hit a Thunderbolt, but we actually don't do enough for the knockout, and the Dazzling Gleam takes down our legendary, putting us at 16 deaths. However, what better way to defeat this challenge than with Cinderace? We connect a high jump kick, and with that, Glamora shoots out toxic debris everywhere, and we take her down, beating Jita and beating every single Pokemon champion as Go. So our total death count was a extremely high 16 for this run. I think that's the highest we've ever had. I kind of expected it as I was swapping each team to fit with the generation we was playing, which gave me more Pokemon to not worry about, but I still had to play it pretty carefully. As it's coming up to Christmas, I am trying to finish off the Blastoise run, but it might not be out in time, so if it's not, I just want to say now, I hope if you celebrate it, everyone has a really great Christmas. I've really enjoyed these past few months making Pokemon content. There's plenty more from me to come. If you have any suggestions, as always, do let me know in the comments below. I am also hard at work trying to play through the last remaining games to get to where I need to get so I can challenge all the champions. Without saying any spoilers, there may or may possibly be another one that we have to add. So that's N, Red, and this special champion that I'm not going to say yet in case anyone's not played the DLC. I really hope you enjoyed watching. If you did, make sure you leave a like and subscribe because it's really helping the channel grow. And as always, if you're still here watching, I do appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next one.